Good evening, beautiful people, and welcome to another round of Rivals Fight Night, where cosmic chaos meets sultry commentary under the shimmer of a star-lit sky. Tonight's spotlight, the metal maestro himself, Magneto, throwing a big old meteor down on top of Groot. I'm ready for a lot of that tonight, Chris Puckett. I am so ready to get this started.
That's right. We brought in the Avengers of esports. This is Rivals Fight Night, the best of the best from North America and EU, playing for pride and a little bit of prize money. We got some of your favorite Rivals players in action once again, and we got to give a shout out. Virtus.pro, still undefeated. They've only dropped one map in their 5 appearances on the show. They put their EU crown on the line. But first, we got to find out who are they going to play against. Jake, we have Royal Beamers taking on Luminosity, who seems to be the second best, if not challenging for the best spot in EU.
I mean, Luminosity was that team to take a map off VP. They are a real threat, and I think they want to step their game up and hit that. So this challenger match should just be a bump in the road. That being said, for Royal Beamers, I don't think they want to go down easy. This is their first appearance, I believe, in Rivals Fight Night, and so it's an opportunity for them to stake their claim, to suggest that they could be a serious competitor here in Europe. The Luminosity, they've been strong. They've dominated pretty much everyone else but Virtus.pro. Let's see if they can do it again today.
If you're a Mag player, you're going to want to watch Rajaro. He has been one of my favorites. Trust me, able to flex into any tank that you want him. The Vanguard's one of the strengths of Luminosity. Naga, though, he's going to be my player to watch. On the other side, for Royal Beamers, you got to look at King Beam, right, Uber? You named the team after him.
I don't know. I guess that's probably where the name comes from. I mean, this is the team that we frankly just don't know a whole lot about. You will have seen them if you watched the MRC recently, right? They actually came through in that upper bracket, but you got to understand like the way the Swiss process works here in MRC. You can sometimes get a couple of teams that they might make their way through that upper bracket, but find themselves falling pretty quickly. Royal Beamers, though, win their first game in that upper bracket, so looking pretty good. They ultimately fall, and they fall to Luminosity in the MRC. This is a team that's getting hyped up a lot. It's an all-Norwegian squad, which is a bit of a rarity in esports nowadays. Right. And we're hearing very good things about them from a lot of scrims. So in general, they're being held up by a lot of their contemporaries, Puckett, as a team to look out for. So we had to invite them on the show, of course.
Now, Jake, I've seen like all French squads in CSGO. We have an all Spanish team right now in the Call of Duty League. Have you seen an all Norwegian squad in hero shooters, though?
This might be the first. I think we've seen like some pretty Danish teams in esports history. There's been some big ones. So I think there's something to be said for the nationally aligned teams. I think they bring a little bit more of that chemistry, that connection. People can speak native languages or communicate maybe a little bit more comfortably. And I think that's always something exciting to watch. It gives, especially for the hometown fans, for the Norwegian fans who may be tuning in and joining us, it's pretty clear who you got to support in this match.
I have a favor to ask. If you are Norwegian, if you are in our chat right now, teach the chat some Norwegian as these games go on. I once went to Norway. I went up to Oslo, drove about 2.5 hours north of that, and it was sunlight for 20 hours during the day. It was trippy as hell, drinking red wine at 6 a.m., Jake. Anyway, we're getting into video games tonight, and our teams are almost ready. Royal Palace is going to be map number 1. Before we can get to that, it's Ban and Protects. And we started to pay attention to this last week for North America when they started to ban out the opponent's best characters and best heroes. They were able to find some dubs. What's the strategy for Royal Beamers going up against Luminosity? Because you have all kinds of tape against the squad, and you've played against them in the MRC.
Naga has looked really good on the Namor, so you could look at whether it's the Namor, the Luna Snow. We've seen a lot of teams focus a lot of strategists in general. Things like Luna Snow and Loki giving you a lot of trickery and durability in super long team fights. But this is kind of the opportunity for Royal Beamers to show us what type of team they are. What are their preferences strategically? How did they like to approach Marvel Rivals? I think that's the beauty of the Ban Protect phase, because it really gets you an opportunity to signal before the match starts what's your approach going to be. And they open with the Adam Warlock ban, so breaking down that Star-Lord team up, not dealing with the mass res. These are pretty popular bans across many teams at this time.
All right, I like that call out. So Luna is going to be out from Luminosity potentially. We'll just double check that we're on the right sides. If so, they're saying we don't need no more. We'll maybe bust out a Hela, maybe just focus on the Winter Soldier. Let's see here if a Raccoon is involved. A Venom pick comes back in. So is this Trust Me flying around the air? What's the expectation here, Uber?
Yeah, I mean, again, you are banning Namor, who's one of the best anti-dive duelists in the game, and then you're protecting Venom. So I think Luminosity made it extremely clear which way they want to go here. They obviously don't have access to the Star-Lord team up, but that's maybe not a direction they were looking to go in. You can do a heck of a lot of other stuff if you want to make this dive work, but we found that sometimes still, even though Namor can have the Lunar Snow team up aspect banned, he can still be really hard to dive, and good Namor teams can still succeed under those circumstances. So I'm trusting Luminosity's execution here, and I'm glad that they're trying to set the field for a dive comp.
I think that was pretty smart, getting rid of the Rocket Raccoon. That's going to get rid of any Punisher and Winter Soldier threat. Final ban coming in from Luminosity, and the answer is Groot.
Honestly,
you ready?
Groot makes a lot of sense for them. I think that actually is a great call. They're going to go with the Loki this time, though. I mean, having some of the best defensive utility in the strategist category, if you're a team like Luminosity that really wants to play the Venom, that really wants to play a bit of a faster, more tempo style, then, you know, getting rid of some of the more defensive strategists. But this is 4 strategists banned out now. So it's like kind of looking like maybe it's an Invisible Woman Cloak and Dagger, maybe a Mantis. I mean, we're reaching really deep into the pool with 4 of them banned.
Level 1 Crook, though, is one of those players who can showcase all kinds of strategist play. He was very, very comfortable on the Loki. Surprised to see that not in the mix for map number 1. Instead, will it be the Cloak and Dagger? What is he going to be running? What is Fate running? It's Royal Palace. It's map number 1. This is your EU Challenger match. Winner moves on to play Virtus.pro for $1,000 in our Week 6 title. Let's get into the game.
All right, let's waste no time. I would probably expect, at least for the dive team, to want to play Mantis just because, you know, there's a lot of flexibility in giving that healing over to Trust Me and Naga really easily. You don't have to do a whole lot. Just, you know, give them a little healing mote and send them on their way. I think the Invisible Woman ban is interesting. It's Royal Beamers that are further dissuading any Star-Lord play, of course, given that Invisible Boundary just utterly ruins him. And like C&D also, being able to blind him, you know, in a cloak form is niche, but also very powerful for the same reason, Jake. Very different looks. Groot ban was floated. The idea was floated by Puckett. Royal Beamers are going to come in with that, you know, more static front line.
Yeah, I mean, I actually like what Royal Beamers are bringing here. I am curious, can Luminosity shut down the opposing Hela? I think the Hela duel is going to be particularly impactful here. And Force Destroyed, he's going to be relying less on the front line, more on the distraction from the Venom, who's looking for his opportunity to potentially get in and pressure some of these backliners, but gets bursted pretty quick, has to back off. And Naga goes down early to the trade. Royal Beamers up 2-0 for now.
I mean, yeah, it's not good. That's really slowed Trust Me up there as well. I just don't think that he feels like he can... you know, be remotely aggressive under those conditions. And notice that he dived in first, right? It's crazy. The leap aspect, you know, of Venom's gap close is actually really long range, and you don't have to be too far off the ground to use it. So if you just climb on some high ground, it's almost like the old, you know, the old monkey tech from, you know, a previous hero shooter. So I like that mobility, but again, losing a Mantis off the rip is not good.
And the retake is very difficult here for Destroyed in particular to get in and find angles. You know, getting close to this group Magneto is a huge threat. Sure, Venom can dive in, but a lot of pressure on Naga, I think, to find some kind of a kill here. Magneto walks up, but I mean, the pressure from Groot is really overwhelming. As soon as this Venom backs out, yeah, Royal Beamer is very confident, aggressive. They lose one, but this flank is aggressive.
It's not bad from Naga, but look at how they've had to extend so deeply into this fight to get value out of that. Dance of the Butterfly is here, but it's laughable against a team that has, you know, both of their strategists and at least one strategist ultimate to make use of. So not a great look here for Luminosity. And I do think they're playing from the harder angle here. So Destroyed switching, realizing that they just might need something that can, you know, play better against a tankier front line and displace them, as opposed to trying to force the Hela that just does not, like you said, have a good sight line.
I mean, this is already looking rough. Royal Beamers looking pretty great, and they were the underdogs in this match. Level 1 Crook, though, opening up on a Pokey. That's a critical opening. Nice catch. That should give Luminosity the opportunity to cap, but they need to do it holding on to some key ultimates. Royal Beamers going to try to clutch this out.
Okay, there it is. Naga flattened to the bottom meteor rim. There's going to be one coming the way in from Luminosity now. A Dance of the Butterfly, though, for Psycho. And yes, Destroyed eventually gets brought down. There's just not enough here to keep these, you know, duelists alive. Fate does throw down that invisible boundary, but it feels like it just comes a little bit late in the day. Because Luminosity getting off to a bad start with the dive composition is always a pretty ill omen. King Beam is ignoring this cellular corrosion, just doesn't even care because they know that Trust Me has no follow-up damage for them. Naga gets into the fight and brings Larnax down here, but the Royal Beam is still definitely still advantaged. And the Goddess of Death here out in the open could be devastating.
Yeah, Hela could definitely clutch this. There's no more support ultimates available for the defense. Invisible Woman ult pop there by Royal Beamers. And now Hela going over the top into the sky. Wants to use as much as possible with his life and then, you know, use that ult as an escape tool. But he needs to get some kills pretty quick here. Luminosity still have a chance to clutch, but Hela maybe even has a chance to hold on to this for the next round. I mean, and this is real discipline being shown by Royal Beamers. 100-0 in the first round. We talked about them being an unknown quantity. It seems that they're taking that in stride. Luminosity dive falling flat.
mean, again, these Hella picks are a pretty big deal. It's funny to see the feast and famine example here between the two Hellas. One with a pretty sturdy front line that has access to walls and is great at sort of taking space. The other on a team that obviously, you know, is using almost like an off dive, you know, from this Venom without really great ability for Naga to follow up on. It's two very different worlds we're witnessing there as Pokey ends around with 5 of those final hits.
Yeah, and it's just really difficult there for Luminosity to get in. I mean, to be fair, that map is pretty choky overall. Like, there's a lot of power that somebody like Groot can lay down. As well, you got to, you know, give credit to Psycho. Like, they're not playing a dive comp, and yet Psycho's Psylocke is still finding value, still finding pickoffs and trades. Pokey, though, really the star of the show with the rest of the team, you know, building that defensive phalanx around him, the supports staying alive throughout. Royal Beamers winning dominantly. Luminosity are going to accept their loss here and go towards the mirror match. Royal
I was going to say, can I call it out, boys? Mantis is not the play. It's not the play in my ranked game. It's not the play in pro game. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but Crook, I got eyes on you, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, it is nice that you have a strategist that has hard crowd control, right? It's not something that C&D can really give you. And obviously there's a lot of flexibility with being able to just, you know, throw heals on the front line and spend a lot of your time actually sort of focusing on doing damage. It's a mandate if you're playing Mantis that you actually just need to pump deeps because you don't have to, you know, worry about APM in terms of keeping people healed. Here's that Soul Resurgence, which is pretty big, right? It gives you like a huge window to come forward with massive, you know, healing over time, massive regeneration, and at least Luminosity were able to make use of that ult alone to win this first fight, and that's pretty efficient.
Yeah, the fact they're able to get it done with 2 is pretty decent, but Royal Beamers are coming up on 6 ults. I don't think they feel too bad about losing that fight to ults. They had the discipline not to try to clutch when the picks had already gone against them, and now they're very quick on the retake with a lot of the players just staying alive and holding the forward ground. Luminosity, they get another opening pick though onto the Hella. That's pretty massive. Dance of the Butterfly into the backline, but not finding any finished kills.
Yeah, I like that. Everyone's sort of crowding around Fate's little shield there. It doesn't really take damage from Dance of the Butterfly for the most part. So they get passive healing off that, and then there's a Bulwark give it over. So Luminosity don't spend support ultimates to protect themselves from that Dance of the Butterfly. There's a Meteor M that crashes into a wall, apparently. Lanak's going to wish he had that one back. Invisible Boundary, though, now does expire as Psycho sees the Strangling Prison has tied all of Luminosity together. But they take a big hit whilst they're trying to play from the periphery with that crossbow. It is, trust me, though, finally falling. Luminosity do have something to work with, but losing Sestroid now with Naga off respawn, it's curtains for LG for that fight.
Yeah, Psycho's cutting him up, did a great job taking attention in that fight and staying alive. Rajaro does find one onto Ken with the mag cannon. So it's a nice parting shot, and Naga is going to go over to the Wolverine. So that should really change the dynamics of this game. However, this is a pretty open point. I feel a little bit worried for Luminosity in the long fight, and sensing that as well, Sestroid is going to go back over to the Hella. So we're going to see more of this Hella duel. Level 1 Crook, though, with that Strategist ultimate, that should give the opportunity for Wolverine to get really aggressive.
Pokey here, of course, taking advantage of the fact that Hella has 0 fall off on her damage, but Trust Me gets rid of Lanax here, so the front line's starting to buckle already for Royal Beamers, and looks like that Polly wasn't really able to do too much about that, so they actually just straight up give up the point here. Then they just have to hope not to get staggered away. As you can see, Polly is trying to get out of the fight. Pokey still looking for some sort of pick here, but this is, for all intents and purposes, a full disengagement.
Yeah, I mean, just very, you know, giving full respect there to the threat of that level 1 Crook ultimate, but the fact that they don't force it out, pretty painful now. This slow defense is costing them potentially the round. Wolverine jumping around. They have to get in, though. Help that Magneto.
Yeah, just how do you get in? That's the big question. Psycho here, having used the Dance of the Butterfly, now can play from the edges of the fight. But Meteor M comes down. Pokey biding their time. Sestroid only takes 2 of those globs to bring down, and Crook is trying to play close to the contact lens for some healing, but they're going to have to pull away for it eventually. Naga on the Wolverine, something that we didn't really highlight. It does fall. Luminosity, though, are at 99, a threshold here to even up this first map.
Royal Beamers, they get the flip back, but, you know, all these trades back and forth have really added up. Luminosity have eked their way to a 99% situation in a spot where they could be closing out the round here. No more opportunity to back out, slow the game down for Royal Beamers as they've done in the past. They have to hold on to this objective.
Okay. We do have a Meteor M up, of course. And crucially, the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, which just, in a situation like this, could be pretty darn crucial just to counteract any sort of damage over time effects. That's just really kind of drip feeding you a little bit of healing in that particular area. Rajaro taking a couple hits as he wants to establish some nice high ground poke, but going to be knocked down as the floor is taken out from under him. Trust me, out of position, very, very low. Throwing up some of the more offensive falls, but has to stay safe, try and get topped up. They've got a strangling prison to make use of now. It's a matter of getting in position for it. Psycho's done well. These picks happening at the corners of the fights, and again, it's going to be Crook going down. The Menace is off the table. Lanax falls. Here comes that strangling prison. Trust me, trying to add some damage to the mix, but it's so difficult when King Beam's ultimate is in play. Not enough damage to push through that healing over time. And there's the strangling prison deployed now by Polly. Raw Beams feel like their advantage. Destroyed's able to find one, but trust me and Rajaro have both gone down. That is a Luminosity without a front line to speak of.
And that should be the map. Luminosity, I don't even think they have time to get the Strange TP. Hiding in the corner, though, for the touch with the Invisible Woman. It's going to get them another chance at this fight. Naga has the ultimate, needs to turn it around, but got bursted down. Couldn't really get into that engagement. Royal Beamer's up one. The Invisible Woman touch, though, is going to get the Strange Portal onto the point, and that Mantis ultimate is going to give them the staying power they need in the fight. Holly in trouble there, but gets bailed out by the rest of the strategists. That's a massive connection there from Magneto. 2 pickoffs. Luminosity struggling. Wolverine ult not finding any kill connections.
Yeah, I mean, Naga just ult straight away. He needs to try and find something, and it's pretty disruptive, but Naga gets caught out on the way past there. Lanax has been deadly in these last couple of moments. 4 knockouts in that last fight for Royal Beams is Magneto, and they have absolutely claimed this first map.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about this like Royal Beamers, okay, they're first timers. Let's see what they got. You know, I had a little skepticism, frankly. They got knocked down by Luminosity in the MRC. I thought, okay, maybe we're just going to see a repeat of that here today, but I think Luminosity is going to be reeling. Royal Beamers have come back a lot stronger than they showed in the MRC.
Look at this. Countdown towards the end of the game into Lanax with 11 final hits. Pretty shocking to me. The Magneto having massive impact, and in general just doing a ton of damage. You've got to respect what a great frontliner can do to you. And of course, we saw Luminosity start with this, this Venom-based setup here. These heroes aren't, of course, too indicative of, what is the best to play. Destroyed just couldn't really find a home, I think, over this map. Tried to Hela, didn't work. Winter Soldier, wasn't really that effective either. Naga switching over to Wolverine. None of these switches really found any impact, and you can see Crook was getting focused down a heck of a lot, but Destroyed and Naga also get blown up a ton.
I mean, I'm looking at the stats, like Ken and Kingbeam, 1 death combined between them on the strategist. And this is a Luminosity that was trying to play dive in the first round. Like, you can't win if you're never taking down the enemy team strategist. I love that from Royal Beamers. I think there were some moments in that last round where I was like, wow, they backed off quite defensively. But the fact that they're willing to give up objectives in order to maintain the long-term control of the match, and that they're able to, actually execute and even in those final fights, look pretty comfortable getting those wins. I'm really impressed by what we saw from Royal Beamers. It's beyond just the mechanical execution. Their team play is on a really high level. This doesn't look like a team that just lost to Luminosity. It looks like that match result should have gone the other way.
The Norwegians are pretty strong, at least on domination. We'll see how they play on Convergence potentially coming up next. Luminosity gets to pick map. That's how it works here on Rivals Fight Night. Loser gets to pick. But Uber, as we reflect on these first 2 rounds, I kind of noticed something about midway through this game. 4 strategists were banned. So truly, it kind of came down to what they were playing in the back line. And I think forcing the Mantis was the game plan for Luminosity. Do you think we see more of it potentially with a 3rd strategist moving forward?
It's funny, like I hate to be that guy, but I actually think that the quad strategist ban provides the most fair and balanced Marvel Rivals competitive experience possible. I do think I understand why Crook wants to play the Mantis there.
Venom main, by the way.
What's that?
Yeah, sorry. I said Venom main, by the way.
True. Sorry, continue. That is true. I'm a Venom main, but Cloak and Dagger offers a ton of utility that often goes overlooked, and her output is extremely high. So picking the Mantis over the Cloak and Dagger, someone who can also output a very reasonable amount of damage, especially if you're spending more time in Cloak than you otherwise should. It's really very difficult to deal with, and you'll notice the ultimate's a bit more subtle, Puckett, right? That sort of eternal bond it's effective, but it's nothing that you really have to heavily play around. But there's a fight here where I think it's Trust Me that tries to go for a relatively solo strangling prison, or just goes for it where there's only maybe 3 or 4 Luminosity players alive, and it's a very powerful ultimate, but it does get countered out by that Cloak and Dagger ultimate, just because it's enough healing, the drip feed of it to keep them going. And it's an ultimate that also puts pressure on healing resources. So if you're playing inside that eternal bond and it's the enemy's ultimate, that tick damage you take gets really hard to actually counteract when you don't have the busted high throughput strategists available to you when they're banned out. So Cloak and Dagger obviously looks better when the stronger strategists are taken off, but in more ways than one. So I like that pick up here. Menace is fragile, really easily picked off, and you know, that's the problem. Like I feel like the character model is easy enough for Hella just to shoot a couple times, and if you fill the team with that kind of space, it feels probably pretty impressive to play Menace in a lot of those spots.
I just want to be Lanex the rest of this match. That looks so fun. You are getting endless support. Your Groot is making sure no one has an angle on you, and he was just dunking on him. Jake, the Vanguards from Royal Beamers having fun early on, but it's Luminosity's pick. We've seen them on the show 4 times now. Expectations for map number 2. Are we going to a symbiotic surface?
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it. I think maybe for them, you know, to play a little bit more of the dive style, I think Shin Shibuya could be a good option for that. I'm wondering, though, if they need to target out Psycho on the Psylocke. I mean, Psylocke's been a hero that has been really out of the meta. We saw it a bit last week in NA when, it took 4 duelist bans to get Psylocke played in like the last map of NA last week. And so a Psylocke, while being pretty strong in the meta for a while in Marvel Rivals, has kind of fallen out of favor with options like the Winter Soldier and Wolverine getting a little bit more purchase, teams getting a bit better on those options. However, Psycho was fantastic on the Psylocke, and for me, that's not even the meta pick there. I think more teams would have played Winter Soldier there, would have played some of the other more defensive options, like even like the Namor without the team up to try to deal with the enemy divers. But Psycho, his team's playing a very static, slow composition, and he's still finding a ton of basically solo kills or pickoffs on that Psylocke, able to be that distraction effort. I mean, Luminosity is the one running the Venom, but they're the ones getting picked apart from behind, and it's really just Psycho on the Psylocke. I was super impressed by his performance there, and we are going to go to Hall of Jalia, so it's kind of a re-up on Dom. I mean, this is confidence from LG. I'm not going to lie, they always protect the Venom. I'm a little skeptical. Of the Venom. Maybe if you ban the Groot, I feel like Groot is so ridiculously good. If you don't ban him, I don't really believe in the dive.
Mitch, what is the most annoying player? Because I know we're all different ranks, but I feel this is universal. When you're a Venom main, what is the worst character to jump into?
Oh God, there are multiple. Like, crowd control is bad. Like, Winter Soldier can CC you 3 different ways. But you know what I really hate? I hate it when a Cloak and Dagger just like right clicks the ground and stands in a healing bubble and you can't do anything to them. I hate that so much. I hate that so much. I'm just like, okay, I'll head out. Namor's also brutal, especially if it's like the slowing monster spawn just makes you feel awful, and you just like can't really reach anyone there. So it's tough. Also, I don't recommend picking Venom is the only diver in a comp. You just need to be really aware that people are not going to heal you because they don't know how to. I guess I'm really giving away my rank here, aren't I? Oh well.
Flat, guys. You don't really work as a team until Diamond. I found that out the hard way, Jake. All right. We're going into Hall. It's about to be ban and protect time. Big shout out to everyone in the chat. Once again, we are live right now on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, on multiple different accounts. Uber, you live streaming tonight?
You can check my Twitter out at Uber Shouts. This is where you can find a stream there. You can watch this stream to find that stream. Yeah, just go do that. Yeah. You know where to find it.
And Jake has been doing it for Deadlock as well. And of course, we are live on my channel. Shout out to everyone who has been supporting us. We had another 6 gifted. We are approaching 200 gifted on the channel. And more importantly, we have now passed over 6,000 followers on the Twitch account. So if you haven't already, spam that follow button. Every time we go live, you're going to get a notification and your Thursday will be made. Uber, enough yapping though. Let's get into this game number 2. Are the teams ready to rock? I don't even have Discord open.
Tell you what, let me
looks like we got a crash, so we're resolving that as they once they get back into the lobby, we'll be ready to roll. I feel like LG has always been this like Venom protecting team, and I'm like, will people even ban Venom if you don't protect it? Like, I just feel like Venom is not that good of a hero. It's like it can work. There's like a strat where if you play for it and the right comps, right bands lead you there, but are people really going to be banning Venom? Like, I feel like you could use the protect somewhere else, maybe. Like,
the only time I see it work is against a team that's fundamentally like not on the same level. In which case, you could play a safer comp and probably beat them similarly. But we have teams that like understand how to like play around that kind of dive and basically can have their head on a swivel. Also, just like they don't have to counter dive, but like Puckett mentioned, I think you mentioned, Jake, you just send your Psylocke into their backline. Like, okay, well, we don't have a Venom to take that space, but we're going to do that effortlessly with Groot and Magneto, who just create a pocket for everyone to play in, including our Hela that's going to shoot your Hela in the face. Like, it's it's just not as good. Like, it's conditional. The space you take with the Venom comp is conditional, and sometimes it requires your opponents to be bad. I think at this level, when you're on the same level fundamentally, it's just a gamble.
Jake, we got an update from one of the EU personalities. We got Leg Day in the chat hanging out with the fans, and he was saying Ken and his teammate on the back line, one death, right?
Yeah.
Ken's not even a full-time member of the Royal.
He's coming into
Beamers.
subs.
This is like a trial, potentially a sub coming in, and they are taking out the number 2 team in Europe in game number 1. If you win Hall of Dajalia, I mean, this is kind of a statement week before we go into season 2.
This is a big statement. I mean, honestly, that round 2 was pretty close, but not super close. Like, Royal Beamers looked really, really good to me. They look super threatening. I wonder if you need to do something like getting rid of the Hela. You know, I just feel that Luminosity is a team that they're so committed to forcing dive. They really want to play that style. I think it's hamstringing them, because even in like the second round of domination, they're just like, well, it's not working. Let's go over to the Groot. It's like, they don't have the conviction even in themselves to play that strat. Like, I want to see, you know, what they can do at their strongest, where I feel like they could be stronger putting Naga on a more like conventional damage dealer hero like the Namor. I mean, do you really? I wonder if I feel like Luna Snow Loki should still be comfortable for LG.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we just see these. If we run that map back with the same bands and we just have LG start with like a more conventional front line, like with the Groot Magneto, you might see a completely different scenario, right? At least like the teams have to fight somewhat neutrally for that space to then snowball, right?
I think the whole concept though is getting your Mantis to damage boost your Venom. Like that's gotta be the end goal. Or maybe you're damage boosting your Star-Lord or your Hela. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish with this comp, Jake. I'm just scratching my head here.
Yeah, I think that's the theory, is you like give the heals to the Venom and you're damage using some of the divers and you're killing the backline. But I feel like Groot is way too OP. If you let Groot through the pool, like, yeah, your dive could be successful, right? Like, good job on the dive, guys. Like, go kill the backline. But like, the Groot is literally killing your whole team while you do that. So like, even if you do kill the backline, you might still lose that your front line dies so quickly. Like, you just cannot fight a Groot if you don't match it. And realistically, that's meaning that like Sestroid on the Hela, he's not really able to come in on the angle. He's getting run down by Magneto and Groot every time he shows his face. And Groot is a very serious damage dealer, where these players have really strong aim. They like hit every shot on Groot. They can like catch you with the wall. I mean, just how unique the wall utility is I think something that is what makes Groot so dominant, that you step out a little bit too far and now you're like caught and you can't even get healed anymore because you have the LOS broken by the Ironwood wall. I mean, that type of a play is like, we're typically going to be watching the dives because it's like visually it's interesting and exciting, but you can understand like 9 times out of 10 in those fights, the Groot is just walking.
Yes. All right, I was getting bored of filling. I was going to say, Solomon, load up some new Vanguard footage. We'll take a look at that a little bit later. We also have some Venom movement for the fans at home. This is Rivals Fight Night. It's not your grandparents' show. It's not the Suit Show. It's run by casters, executed by casters, and watched by you fantastic human beings. We got, once again, Adam's gonna get banned. Luna's gonna get banned. They're gonna ban a Rocket, and then they're gonna ban.
Don't complain. If we get Loki banned, we have like, it's like there's like utopian image society if Loki was banned every map. You know what I mean?
Oh my God, they protect Venom again. I'm gonna blow my top, guys. I'm gonna blow my top. I'm so sus on this. I'm so sus. If they're
just starting down 0-2. They're going for max time on the broadcast. Luminosity knows how to get their money's worth out of their players.
It's good on this map. If you have something to pair with it. Like, teams won't just let you walk up and like, you know, shimmy into position and then dive you out of their envelope. They're gonna try and like provoke.
Okay, they banned the Psycho. I actually like this. I think this is really important. I think Psycho did a lot that game, and like they weren't getting the dive on because like being the dive team, you want to be the aggressor. You want the other team to be always on the back foot looking for your flankers. But instead, Psycho alone is accomplishing that with just Psylocke in the last map. And I don't think it's nearly as comfortable for Naga. So maybe even without the Star-Lord team up, maybe this puts the game back towards a Star-Lord, which is a bit of more of a conventional diver that should help in terms of getting that backline. I'm a little worried though, because I think that the C&D Invisible Woman combo is really challenging to dive. There's a lot of great defensive utility, and clearly King Beamer, I mean, he didn't die at all in the last map. Like 2 rounds of domination, no deaths, and Cloak and Dagger is kind of the queen of that survival.
Yes, rendering yourself untargetable is a very powerful ability that often gets overlooked with C&D just because they don't have as ridiculous, output like Lunar Snow does. So, and again, you don't have to stun, but I think you can really bring a lot of her kit into the game. It does take in a specialist pucket to show that off, but hey, King Beam, show it to me.
Game is ready, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, this is the first of 4 battles. We have Luminosity taking on Royal Beamers. Winner moves on to take on the undefeated Virtus.pro for the EU crown. On the mic, we have Uber Shouts and Jake OW.
I got excited, Jake, because they talking about C&D, but realizing that there was no loking ban.
Yeah, of course. We should have known.
Situation. Yeah, okay, but no side luck, that's fine. We are going to have Loki. And it's going to be a lot of invisible boundaries. So get used to me saying that. It's going to be pretty important in terms of breaking up the line of sight, especially against helicomps. But a very standard approach here for Royal Beamers. Straight on in, and already they've just abducted Rajaro.
Okay, he's dead already. That's pretty rough for the defense. They should be in a decent position here for Royal Beamers to start moving up. But I like the methodical approach, making sure that they deal with this Hela on the flank first. She has always the threat to clutch, always the threat to make something happen. Is going to get cleaned up without no felt. Forced to make a play on Destroyed. And that should be a cap for Royal Beamers. We are going to go for a Strange Portal, so Luminosity want to fight this, but they're still down that Hela.
Yeah, the Strange Portal's up until the left, if I'm not mistaken here, and Royal Beamers are wary of it, but here they just fold off the point a little bit, make it hard for Luminosity to just get an easy free fight. Polly has gone down though, and there's the Strangling Prison that have been sat on for a while, but trust me, they give up their life in order to deploy it, and I don't know if that's really going to be worth it, because the follow-up was just not really there. This is ham-fisted from Luminosity. Extremely haphazard. We're already almost up to a second tick for the Beamers.
Yeah, it's the copied invisible boundary there, and Destroyed does find the kill, but Luminosity's been forced onto a very weird comp here out of desperation. They are going to be able to close out the fight and make the hold, but can they win another with this awkward comp and so many key ults forced?
As you see that force physics, just as Royal Beamers tried to turn tail and get out of that fight. That's great stagger there from Fate. Luminosity now can settle into this a little bit more with, of course, an invisible boundary every single fight for both teams. So when you approach these engagements, you're under the assumption that there's going to be an invisible woman ultimate, and you have to find a way to sort of play around that. Luminosity want to play like a quasi-defensive dive with Trust Me here. With this Venom, looking to come in from an off-angle, pressure down, someone like Psycho or Pokey, God forbid, take out one of these duelists early.
Hela in trouble, has to pop that Goddess of Death. Should be forcing something from Fate, but Strange up into the high end. Wow, that's great focus fire on the Goddess of Death. Goes down so quick here. Both teams hesitant to deploy that invisible boundary, looking for something. Okay. Elimination is found though. Hold on, that's Rajaro down.
Now the question is if that's a really worthwhile trade. Pokey does get picked off here. Luminosity now, it hangs in the balance. They've lost Fate though. Destroyed here as well, being manhandled in fact by the Groot. But Luminosity here are finding these important pickoffs where they're coming. It's a Hela. And getting rid of the Magneto. Royal Beamers here. What? Surely, are we going to do this? Royal Beamers actually might try and go for this now with the copying invisible boundary, but it's super risky. Here comes that cellular corrosion. It's going to be matched invisible woman ultimates now as Ken does double up on that, but I don't know what the plan was supposed to be there for Royal Beamers.
In the end, they get the 1-for-1 trade in the ult economy, so they kind of recover that position, but Luminosity is scrapping this out well with a comp they almost certainly didn't prep for. They're making the most of a bad situation, and Royal Beamers, bit of impatience, taking the poke trade, still down that invisible woman. This is going to get them up into the fight, but they've got to be worried about Rajaro. Could come over the top at any moment with that Eye of Agamotto.
Okay, front line getting a little bit low here for Royal Beamers. Polly and Lanax taking the brunt of that damage. Luminosity in no hurry. They've got a Kraken Impact and Eye of Agamotto of their own to work with. Still going for a little bit of a classic comp, honestly, with that Doctor Strange. Trying to inhabit the high ground and abuse it as much as possible. Into the back line gets Trust Me, though. Already, Rejuvenation Domain forced out against just that Venom engagement. So a big cooldown, Jake, already off the table here for the Beamers.
And Royal Beamers now going to go for another copy here, trying to make this one happen. They have that Groot ult. If they can see the opportunity to get aggressive, that's Trust Me going down. Groot looking for his opportunity to connect into that backline. Strange shield getting low now, under pressure.
There's the eye.
Agamotto finds the connection, but it's blocked pretty much entirely by that invisible boundary. No one can find the follow-up kills, not even with Kraken Impact.
Yeah, they tried to double the Kraken Impact down on that one. It's pretty risky, honestly. I think there was an invisible boundary in play. Ken was able to duplicate that, so you need a little bit more than that combo. Again, we've seen the Strangling Prison and the Kraken Impact multiple times last week, and that is quite powerful, but invisible boundary gives you a non-negligible amount of healing as well as that sort of line of sight occlusion.
Trust me and Rajaro have to make the devil swap. Hella tried to go to that high ground, but thought better of it. You know, the threat of counterplay without your Crow is pretty scary, full committed to that high ground. Psycho, though, now looking to get stuck in on the flank, looking for some kind of an opportunity here. But the cart's rolling forward, so Royal Beamers are pretty happy with the status quo for the moment. Big ult stack. Luminosity forced into a double swap after that last fight.
Yeah, not great, of course, for economy purposes. He's got us to death, taking a little bit of a while to neutralize Destroy there, but eventually what goes up must come down, and it comes down quickly enough. Strangling Prison in hand here for Trust Me, but trying to find a way to get forward with it. Destroyed is the one that ends up falling. Trust Me does go for that Groot ultimate here, and there's a Kraken impact now coming in over the top for Royal Beamers. A lot of those debuffs apply, but the damage isn't there because you fed it. We have, of course, an Invisible Woman ultimate in this fight. So Luminosity stave the damage off. Nobody gets low enough to trigger more of those resets, and now the defenders can surge ahead. A lot of pressure on the front line. Larnax trying not to buckle and just give some ground. I love that force physics to pull Rajaro forward, but you're going to need more damage, especially with the Rejuve domain cooldown available.
Love the way Royal Beamers keep fighting it out, even down players. They're coming back off the respawns. Naga forced into the Kraken impact. Used defensively, tried to get out. Okay, is just going to slip around the corner, but that Magneto Meteor blocked, though, seems by Rajaro. Great positioning from the shield, but the rest of the follow-up spam is enough to take down the Winter Soldier.
Nicely done. Polly able to get in there with the extra damage. Pushing up. Rajaro also falling. The Groot popping off. That's 3 here for Polly. And Royal Beamers are still on the road here. This is the kind of map, though, that, again, can be really hard to finish at the best of times. That's an important fight, but there will be one more engagement before this checkpoint is reachable.
Royal Beamers at full strength, though. They can push up ahead of that point. Really deny some of the chokes to walk up. Luminosity, they don't have a fast comp. This is going to be a really difficult touch if they get it at all. They're going to go for it. Ults immediately popped, though.
Okay, well, that was a meteor that was intended for Polly, apparently. They strike it off pretty easily, though, on a Strangling Prison. Catches Naga out as there was a meteor in to combine with it. Larnax playing it safe here. Crook actually able to pick Polly off, so that front line getting a little bit dangerous to inhabit for Royal Beamers. And healing might not be sufficient. Rajaro is able to deal with the Hela now, and Psycho's looking for an angle away in, but Magneto shield, the bulwark being applied to Trust Me, Groot being so bulky as it is, Destroyed now finally has that space to play in. Here come the reinforcements, but it's too late. Polly switches over towards the Strange, but the portal is not timely enough.
Yeah, in the end, the Loki, that double boundary is enough to get it over the line and make the hold at the end of the second point. But capping first is far from a certainty on this map. I still think that this is a winnable position for Royal Beamers. It's going to have to start with a solid defense. So let's see if they go with the same comp on defense. I'm curious for Luminosity, do they go back to their diving ways? I mean, there's some argument for it on attack, but I'm skeptical. If it hasn't been obvious so far. The Venom, it's awkward. Like when it hits, it hits hard, but there's such consistency out of somebody like Groot when he's unbanned.
Now, also this backline of Invisible Woman, and the Loki is enough healing. The worst case, they have to use a rejuvenation domain, right? Okay, so you're trading like a pretty lengthy cooldown in that case, and maybe you feel good about that as Venom, but that's assuming you get out alive. Multiple occasions we saw Trust Me go in on the Venom, and line of sight, like you mentioned in the previous map, gets blocked by the enemy Groot. So you can't heal the Venom at long range, and they get burst down quicker than they expect, or they get CC'd, or they get force physics back into the team they tried to dive and realize they actually didn't have enough time to get out alive. It's just, I feel like you're making the game harder for yourself, honestly, as opposed to just maybe playing a pretty standard solid composition like we're seeing from Royal Beamers. I do think this is the standard, right? If you can get Hela, this comp, if Luna Snow is banned, is where you want to be.
That's pretty tricky. He like self-damaged himself somehow and then farmed a bit of support ult at the start of the round on Groot. All right.
Does he like that. Spore bomb the ground maybe? Get some help
back? That's the way, yeah. But TP behind there for Luminosity. Trust me, he's going to rejoin the rest of the squad on Venom from the other side. So I think if you are going to run a Venom strat, this is a good way of executing it. But breaking through this choke point, pushing up into the Magneto Groot, that's the real challenge.
Just look how good Invisible Woman is at setting up an off angle, right? The shield is obviously a shield, but also provides healing. So kind of gives you a little bit of everything for one individual that wants to be a bit of a solo player. Perfect for Pokey, because that's exactly what they've been so far. It's Naga going down early. Pokey does get dove on, but the Rejuve domain comes out nice and early, which means Rajaro gets flattened. Trust me, should not be able to walk away with this, considering they were the instigator. And no, they'll get brought down here. I like this Royal Beamers defense side setup, and LG, Jake, it's a bit telegraphed. Like, we know the TP play into the backline here can be really effective, but you still have to move through this choke against a Groot comp.
Yeah, Polly just crunched them there. Perfect placement of the Ironwood walls, cuts apart the push as it comes, and they deal with, trust me, without over-focusing him, right? They don't all turn their backs. Hela is still marking the flank. Winter Soldier still looking for opportunities in the front line. And now Luminosity back to the conventional approach, back to the drawing board. It cost them a minute. Both teams have some good ultimates coming up in this next fight, so it'll be a key difference maker who gets those ultimates online first. Something like the Kraken Impact, though, could be very scary.
Oh, fight just goes down. Pokey is playing from above here. So whether Luminosity try and take the front door, Jake, like this, or try and take a portal in the backside, there's still positions the defenders that can take up that are so advantageous. And Royal Beamers have done enough. They capped the first point. They almost got to the second checkpoint. And if the defense continues to look like this, then God forbid, they're going to be up 2-0 against Luminosity, who is our perennial almost second place team and, you know, a real force to be reckoned with in Europe.
This next defense is going to be critical for Royal Beamers. They need to get the hold, but more than that, they need to hold on to key ultimates. If they over-ult here, then Luminosity are just going to come get the overtime cap, and they'll be pretty happy with their chances in the map from there. So Royal Beamers, it's going to be discipline, the watchword for this next fight.
Okay, well, trust me, he's yanked up to the high ground, but does receive a ball walk instantly. Painted Volage. It's a non-negligible amount of damage there. Okay, here comes that Goddess of Death now. Meteor M being used. So that's the only ultimate so far from Royal Beamers. It doesn't get them anything. That's fine. Kraken Impact, though. Psycho clearly feels like they need just a little bit more. And who am I to argue with him? Because it's fun to watch. Naga, though, is able to take him down. Beautifully done. A Kraken Impact coming from Luminosity's side here. Could be an option. And yep, it's going to get popped here. It may not be enough, though. Because after that one kill, Naga just does not have the backup. And can't really pivot off that ultimate into an advantage.
That's a backbreaker there for Luminosity. They dumped pretty much everything. You've got the copy from level 1 Crook, but Ken has the response in kind, and this whole time, Pokey, actually it's Pokey now over. I think they roll swapped on the Hela and the Winter Soldier, just flexing on us now. Pokey on the Hela has that Goddess of Death, and so if he does get in a compromising position, he's going to be really dominant. If he can hold that a little bit deeper into the fight after the Loki ults trade, that could be the final nail in the coffin, putting Royal Beamers up 2-0.
And LG aren't on Strange either, so they don't have an easy option. They actually just have to look up and shoot the Goddess of Death and hope to blow it up as quickly as they can. Those Thorn Lash rolls are a real problem here for the attackers as they try and advance. And have a look, it's Destroyed, going very, very low. Copy ultimate time now. It's for Royal Beamers, I think. No, Crook, in fact, is going to take that invisible boundary. This should give a staging ground, at least for Luminosity to play on the point. Oh, buddy, trust me, just got everything thrown at them. The book, the kitchen sink, everything. Destroyed falling, not been their day so far, that's for sure. And with 19 seconds left, things are looking dire. They're looking grim for Luminosity.
Yeah, and the forward hold here looking devastating. Trust me, over to the Strange. I think he should have the TP up. Should be allowing a last-minute fight here. Naga needs to find a huge opportunity. Big resets off the Kraken Impact, or else it is going to be Pokey taking it home here on the Hela.
Desperate times. Desperate measures now for Luminosity. Kraken Impact is there, but Naga got nothing off his last one. You can see that contact lens is being pushed to its very limit. Here it comes. Impact straight away. Meteor M. Okay. Oh, it's perfect. Crook thought it was safe. Clones were thrown up, and the rejuve domain was there, but the patience from Lilacs to make sure they secured that kill was great. Still, another invisible boundary. Oh, buddy, that is filthy. Absolutely slammed. Little spaghetti meatballs for you, folks. Psycho wipes Luminosity off the point. And the Eye of Agamotto comes too little, too late. Royal Beamers are up 2-0.
These guys came out of nowhere, Mitch. Well, they came out of Norway. A little bit different than nowhere.
Sounds similar, though. If you got the right accent, you would have had me fooled.
Bringing the heat here. 2-0 and a full hold to boot. I mean, Luminosity, they tried their trickery with the Strange. You've seen other teams go with the Strange portal behind and just keep the Strange and go with the Groot and play it more conventionally. They tried to hit from the other side in the Venom, but Royal Beamers feels like they've got the download on this Venom comp. I didn't see the MRC match, but I'm wondering, did Luminosity like win with the Venom and think they could run it back, and then Royal Beamers has just hit the adaptation, has checked the VODs and come out 10 times stronger? Because that's certainly what it feels like. Luminosity, they probably came in confident into this match, thinking they would just win like they did last time. This is a Royal Beamers squad that won't go down easy.
I honestly think the Invisible Woman protect is Royal Beamers making sure they have a good option against that Venom, right? There's so much you can do with it. Of course, Force Physics might be one of the most powerful abilities in the game. And I know that sounds crazy. One of the most powerful non-ultimate abilities. Yeah, just being able to shift
this level, I really agree.
It's ridiculous, especially when you have a Winter Soldier pocket and you have Bionic Arm. You can do some things that are probably not allowed or should not be allowed.
I'm pretty pumped right now. We got Ken filling in for Royal Beamers, and they're up 2-0 over Luminosity, a squad that has been in our grand finals 3 times for Europe. Will they be able to make it a 4th? Well, they got to make it a reverse sweep. Now, let's take a look back at some of the best moments including the combo slams. We saw the Winter Soldier, Groot coming in from Polly and Pokey. Will we see this more moving forward?
I mean, I think Winter Soldier is often a mainstay at this level of play, and you got to give Naga credit for some really strong fights, but the piloting has been just as good, if not better, from, well, honestly, I think both the duelists for Bears, if I'm not mistaken. I think they swapped on attack and defense.
Yep. No, they did.
I don't know why, but
I just want to point out that what you're seeing right now is kind of the last look at Season 1's meta, because literally in like a few hours time, the patch is going to hit, game's going to change drastically.
Yes.
Not only new heroes, balance changes, but also new team ups, right? So this is like our chance to see how in Europe and NA things have resolved in this current meta. I still feel like it's lively. We're getting a freaking Psylocke ban this map, so it's great to see some movement there. Ninja would be proud, but I do think that Royal Beamers have just really had coverage on Luminosity, and I just think this Venom sucks. I'm a Venom main.
Celebrate the games before Gamma.
Yeah.
Squids, you know, we're just it's gonna take over.
Hulk. I remember the
lobby.
The Giga Imba Strange Hulk Iron Man meta was painful. The Iron Man right clicking and melting the entire enemy team with his beam. That was heinous. I will say Hulk is so fun to watch though. I kind of want to see Hulk back in the meta. I think Hulk is just one of the most exciting and high skill vanguards.
Yeah,
100%. This has been a fun matchup so far. Luminosity though, not the Luminosity we saw a week ago. So Jake, let's get back to that team. How do I win again? Because I got a game 3 coming up. It's my map choice. I don't force domination a third time, do I?
Yeah, we could go to a domination. We could change it up, but at this point, I don't know. I mean, Luminosity, these last 2 maps have been pretty rough for them, frankly. Like they've been able to close it out or make the hold at least on the defense. Like they didn't get blown out to 3rd point. But this Royal Beamer squad looks really well put together. There's not like some obvious gap that they're missing that they should exploit. This is a Luminosity that needs to go back to the drawing board. I feel like you kind of need to take them on in the mirror and play straight up. But I'm not that convinced about Luminosity's chances there. I mean, this Royal Beamer squad, they look really good. Like, yeah, there's some comp mismatch where I think, okay, Royal Beamers have a little bit better read in some of these spots. I mean, maybe banning the Groot is the way to sort of get there. I think in the end, the Stratus Ultimates are Stratus Ultimates. Luna Snow might be a little bit better, a little bit harder to kill through, sure. But I feel like the Groot is what's really keeping the game in Royal Beamer's house, like allowing them to play the way they want to play.
LG are getting pooped on by Magneto is the problem. 2 separate maps. Yeah. And I think it's just the Magneto player for Royal Beamers. But that last Meteor M that, you know, just slapped Loki down as they're trying to push in, like, man, the play has been fantastic on the Mag side here. And that is not a hero you're ever going to sort of... Wait a minute.
Okay, so this is how we
our support.
I was like,
at the very start of the round. So he's got the lineups, been watching the TikToks.
Okay.
And then after the explosion goes back into spawn to switch, I assume.
This is some next level TikTok thing. Wait, what is he?
Yeah, buddy. Got him.
Oh my god.
Wait, but this isn't even good. This is like not a good play. The kill doesn't matter because he killed them pre-round, and then because they just respawn. Right?
You're building up your ultimate, and then you do the character switch.
I don't think you can get ult before round. I don't think you charge ult before round. Like when he gets the kills, he doesn't. Yeah, because you literally can't before round.
So it just looks cool. It's annoying.
If you got these kills like 10 seconds later and they weren't up to defend point, it would be big. But Groot is self-damage.
I have a feeling Fate doesn't have a ton of hours on Penny Parker. Maybe as a pro player, he's allowed to run her often.
There's no doubt.
We are going to see another round of domination. Please show us some hella play. Let's see some more Winter Soldiers. Let's get a duelist battle in the front. Vanguards, why don't you just run duelist as well? Let's see what happens, Jake.
6 duelists, bro. Looking like my rank games in Celestial. We're on the 6 duelist comp. It's new meta, guys. New meta.
This is the end of LG, says chat. Uber. Do you agree?
Yeah, I just think it's interesting that obviously King Beam's in the chat. So what's up, King Beam? Reinsch is normally playing for this team, right? So they obviously bring in a sub, so to speak, and absolutely slap the out of this Luminosity team. I don't know, man. Hell's Heaven next map. I don't feel any better for them here. I don't think they can go back to a Psylocke ban. I think they might need to think a little bigger picture and get rid of the Groot.
Adam Warlock has been banned every time. They don't like Star Lords. I get it. On the other side, they're saying this is your protect. Finally, we're going to try and counter your gameplay. So, King Beam, where are we flexing, baby?
Please, if they protect Venom,
I think they protect.
I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it.
On Hell's Heaven, I don't know, man. I think that's it is doable, but
Venom.
I did say though.
Who's playing Venom on this map though? Who's playing Venom on this map though?
It's trust me.
I mean,
he's gonna run it until the match is over, bro.
I love Venom on this map in flat. It's great. But I do think that, like, again, no Invisible Woman means that, like, it's harder for Raw Beams to set up solo flankers to be virtually unkillable, and like the displacement of force physics is really powerful. We're still gonna give me five strategists, man. Give me five.
Is it gonna be the Luna?
I want to.
Loki's been protected, so it's a Loki Luna game if you don't ban Luna right now.
True. Yeah.
Opportunity.
Luna has been their primary ban all along, so it's going to be Luna.
Yeah.
You won't waste it on a Groot. They won't invest a Groot. They did the Groot. All right, Luminosity. They've been watching the stream, Uber. I'm ready for this win. We're going the distance, Jake. They figured it out. The puzzle's been solved.
Yeah. I mean, all right, to be fair, the Groot they've just been crushed by Royal Beamers in the Groot matchup. Royal Beamers have been great in the front to back with the Groot. I wish they would have banned it sooner. Now they've got to make the reverse sweep starting here on Hell's Heaven with the Groot ban. Maybe, but I'm just curious what more we get to see out of Royal Beamers. This is a team that, like, yes, they're dominating with that comp, but it looks to me like more than a comp issue. I mean, they're just playing insanely well. Now you're gonna have to deal with the Psycho Psylocke. You're gonna have to deal with Pokey on the Hello. Like, this is a scary team. Like, they're just hitters. They got shooters on Royal Beamers. This is way beyond strat.
To quote Kitsune FPS in our chat, just no Venom. Save, please. Next comment. Are they stupid?
I mean, all right. Trust me, he did have a crazy damage stat. He played like half Venom in the last round. And he did have a pretty monster damage stat, I will say. So maybe with the group ban, this does put the game more on the course for a Venom type game.
3, 2,
I mean, yeah, obviously, like, Luna still does okay in situations like this. She can also she can break cellular corrosion pretty easily once her sort of run sort of kicks in. So it does force disengage, but don't forget, like, across the map with ice arts, you can still heal when under a pretty decent amount of pressure, because Luna is healing herself while she has ice arts active. So it can be hard to dive at times. We'll see. The Raw Beamers want to bring want to bring a Venom in of their own. So both teams on this plane, we actually have Pokey on the Psylocke.
Not a huge fan of the Psylocke in this comp. Maybe they'll be able to get something done. Naga, so far, winning the trade pretty dominantly on the Naga. On the Namor.
On the Namor, yeah. I mean, that was, I guess, something that was, a little overlooked with the Lunar Snow getting through. Namor is, like, very, very reasonable here. And you'll notice that quite often their strategy is to cocoon as high as you can, and then, deploy the Monstro spawns when you're up high, because you cannot throw them high when you still sat on the ground. However, as time goes on, Naga does find some success early, and then the Psylocke starts to take over the game, which is always going to be the risk, I think, against this setup for the Beamers, who, man, looks like whatever angle they want to come from here, they're just a little better at Marvel Rivals than Luminosity today.
Dude, these Royal Beamers duelists are so hard to read. They literally have just roll swapped like every game. I have no idea who actually wants to play what, because now it's Pokey's turn. He's like, yeah, give me the Psylocke, bro. I'll show him what's up with the Psylocke. He's been playing like hella all series. All right, bro, sure.
All right, Pokey's chilling. Close to a Dance of the Butterfly here.
If they force the Ammo Rune, yeah, that regeneration domain is a huge problem for Dance of the Butterfly, but if that gets forced, this is a big problem.
Pokey does, of course, see the Monstro spawn there that they do need to clear or just play out of its line of sight. Naga has to use a very valuable cooldown. The burst is pretty real. Good patience here for Pokey. Now there's a Monstro spawn of the slowing variety behind them, and that's a pretty embarrassing one to lose, because Pokey has to understand that there's the potential for, Namor to throw a couple spawns out.
Lonix has been so solid here on the Magneto, holding the Meteor M for the moment. The Whale comes in with the damage amp there, connects first. Luminosity pulling the trigger just a little bit quicker, get rewarded for it with 2 kills. Royal Beamers trying to commit with a couple more ultimates, but it looks too difficult now. Rajaro on the cleanup here with Magneto, getting some nice finish kills. Just delay here from Polly on the Venom, wasting some time.
Okay, so are we finally in a situation where Luminosity actually get to play their game, right? Naga on Namor, something we've talked about over multiple weeks now, is a strong point for this team. And yet, we have seen, of course, Luminosity try to, deny that Namor team up here. So leaning into their strengths a little bit by maybe having a slightly more open feel for duelist pick seems better, and that was a good force of a Goddess of Death. By the way, that is a terrible spot for Destroyed to use that. There is no sightline whatsoever.
Like, I'm shocked that Pokey even cleared that, and they finished Destroyed on the back of that. They know he's low off the ulti. But the awareness to even clear that position is sick. I'm definitely going to be abusing that Hella spot in my ranked games. Dance of the Butterfly now available into the back line. And they've already forced the Luna Snow ultimate. Pokey just biding his time, ready for the cleanup when that ultimate goes down.
Beast of the Beast here for Trust Me, much needed. They were very, very low when Rajaro's not able to find any connection here with his Meteor M. King Beam now comes with the Lunar Ultimate. Pokey's chilling. Dance of the Butterfly ended up claiming the Namor. And Fate's about to get crept up on. They've got nowhere to go, no support. They pop the Ice Arts to try and make it an interesting duel. Yeah, that's what's for you, baby. Sheesh. Unfortunately, in the grand scheme, it doesn't make a difference. Fate eventually will fall. Royal Beamers are back in control.
No, the support, it makes a mental difference, Mitch. You forget about that. Gameplay wise, it does not matter, but you just put that work in. You got to type easy in the chat. You got to take your W's because there's not much else to take home for Luminosity right now. Down 2-0, backs against the wall. Royal Beamers about to potentially clean up round 1 here.
Lanax sitting on this Meteor. Looking for just a pick on a strategist. That's all they want. Clear the Monstro spawns out. Geez, the damage to the front line is pretty fearsome, and there is Psycho eventually falls. Pokey, those even it up very quickly. Destroyed has been getting dominated again by this Psylocke pressure for so much of this game. Naga knows they're a little bit safer now, but there's the Lunar Soul ultimate in play, and here's the Meteor. Lanax trying to go for the whole pack of Luminosity there. It doesn't work out. King Beam actually ends up falling to the Horn of Proteus. And Polly has a decent commanding view of the situation now that Lunar Snow ultimate about to tick down, and it's a time to go in for a diving strike. Cellular Corrosion popped here. Into the back line we go, but Polly does need some support. It's a Horde of Proteus toting Psycho though that's going to return to the fray here and have an opportunity to try and swing this fight.
Venom pops the ulti, and it looks to be a little bit too difficult here, potentially. Luminosity coming back with a Strange Portal as well on Naga. That pick off onto Lanax surely seals the fate there of Royal Beamers, forcing them back, forcing them onto the reset. Once again, though, Luminosity find themselves on an awkward comp, forced into the early Strange Swap to make that fight even a possibility. Now they're just going to be relying on the Luna Snow ultimate, maybe on Rajaro with the Meteor, but Royal Beamers coming up on a few big ultimates of their own, especially that Luna Snow, the Dance of the Butterfly. I mean, if they get the damage amped Whale, that's all they really need to win this fight.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost Pokey early, though. Looks like they got a little caught out. Trust me, getting a ball walk so they can play hyper-aggressive now, forcing the rejuve domain. So this is all a very good little flowchart to follow for Luminosity. Meteor M here maybe just not necessary at the moment. Got to, again, put pressure down on the Royal Beamers, but trust me, almost got picked off there. So almost too close to the sun. Luminosity flew. But they will have a chance here just to settle.
He held the barrier. That's balls of steel from the Venom right there. Pretty sick stuff. Touch, though, comes in from Polly on the enemy Venom. Going to be forced into his own barrier. And some early ults haven't been popped out of Royal Beamers. Trust me, though, finds the first kill onto Ken. Couldn't get his copy off.
Yeah, Trust me, doing some serious work. That's pretty massive. Though it will mean that Ken's timing to return to the fight will be slightly staggered, and maybe that could favor Royal Beamers, but still not what you're looking for. Now the Meteor M gets blocked up. Dance of the Butterfly now is going to come down on top of Luminosity. Do they have anything to defend against this? Oh, no. Well, they walked off the point. They were probably going to win. That's brutal stuff. Oh, Charlie Niner.
I think Luminosity had a pretty strong footing in that fight, and I feel a key difference we're seeing in this round is the execution of the Namor Luna Snow combo. You know, it's not just about the Monster Stone. At this level, I think the most important thing you're hitting is that your Luna Snow swaps to the damage on the dance floor right when the whale connects, so that you're just like one hitting those most strategists and duelists in the game. I mean, with the amount of healing available in Marvel Rivals, the difference between that instant one-shot kill and, you know, doing 90% of somebody's health as damage is massive. It's night and day, and that's something that Naga is connected with every single time. And so as well as Royal Beamers are fighting, I don't think I've seen that connection from them, and that's something you really need to be running if you're going to let Namor Luna Snow into the game. They may need to ban this out if we end up going deeper into the map pool, if they don't have that same confidence in the execution.
Mitch, I have a question for the chat. Luna mains out there. I saw a TikTok that you can put your switch of your ultimate on your mouse scroll wheel and give your teammates both health and damage boost. Is it true?
This is
it fake?
This is fixed.
Let me know.
It used to work like that. It used to be Giga broken, and then I believe it is fixed. You don't heal as much.
I watched it last night.
It actually got fixed a while back, I want to say.
Yeah, that was like early on. It was really broken, though.
Mouse wheels used to get abused actually a lot with situations like that. It's just extremely potent. Still, Lanax, they got picked off early. Trust me, he's done, I gotta say, like, I've kind of been enjoying this view, and I'm not just talking about this, Hey, I'm talking about the gameplay. Trust me, it's been very effective over this last map.
Yeah, and I mean, it shows like they're really good at the Venom comp. I mean, with the group band, the game is in their preferred state. Naga as well is kind of carrying, really, frankly, on this Namor, doing the most here. Destroyed is maybe facing a lot more of that diving pressure. But now, Royal Beamer's struggling to get back into the fight. The momentum has really shifted in the series.
And look, like, how do you sort of stop? I mean, God, that is pretty scary. Beast of the Abyss going to be used here. Holly might have been, rather, they might have been hoping for a bigger connection. Trust me, went very, very low here, but that is just what you can do with Venom. Basically, live inside the enemy backline for an indeterminate amount of time and still get away with it. Royal Beamers, though, they maintained their nerve, and now Polly has a chance to do some diving of their own.
Magneto, Meteor M, trying to be blocked, but he's holding it through duration. Now let's see the combos. The more loose. Oh, Naga again with 2. He just hits it every single time. The team, perfect synergy from the strategist. And that double dance floor 2 at once is a little bit ridiculous. And Royal Beamer's struggling. I mean, it's kind of back to the drawing board here.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to show that fight from that POV to someone who's never played Marvel Rivals before and have them to explain what on earth is going on.
There's these 2 chicks dancing in the middle of the fight. I'm like, I don't know what that does, but it looks cool.
Like you're at SeaWorld, right? Yeah, it's like a school holiday special or something. That's just crazy. Love to see it still. As it stands, funny number for Luminosity now is getting close to... He's going to take this map away, stay alive in a series. Lanax here. Again, pretty hard to get these Meteor M connections, even when there's only one quasi-shield tank on the enemy team, because there's just Rejuvenation Domain, lets you stave off that burst damage as well. Destroyed, what a time to come alive, folks. Pokey gets taken down by the enemy Hela. Lanax has tried to move out onto the point here, but they're not going to be able to hold this space for much longer. They have to bulwark themselves, and a Meteor M will be a last resort, I think, as they feel like they're going pretty low. Decent charge on it, though. That is a pretty nasty Meteor. Had it actually hit, unfortunately. He waits too long on the trigger.
Yeah, King Beam has to pop the ultimate, but Luminosity staying alive, outlasting the fight so far. It's a big pick from Pokey now, over the top on the Hela. Has to get something done, has drawn the attention of the team. Just barely going to go through. Ult on the point, but he can't get through. Bursted instantly. Nice timing on the Mag Cannon by Rajaro. And that's a dominant map out of Luminosity. When they're able to play the Venom with the group band, they look like a completely different team. This matchup 180'd in that last map.
100%. Look at the bands here as well. Like, Royal Beamers might be considering, instead of a Rocket Raccoon band, getting Luna in there themselves, because Namor kind of ruined them. That's obviously something that Luminosity appeared to be worried about themselves, but Naga, when he's on that Namor, is able to have a pretty sick game. I mean, very respectable MVP showing here with those 16 eliminations, only 4 deaths. Crucially, 11 final hits to really start to take over the game.
Dude, he hard carried that map. Like, that's ridiculous. Even on Namor with the Luna Snow combo, that's really, really sick. And to be honest, I'm just so confused by this LG team. Like, they've been banning Luna the whole time. They look really good at it. Like, why don't they just
seem to be the difference maker? You were tying your own hand behind your back. Now they're playing with both arms, Jake, and you can see the combo allowing Naga to pop off on the Namor. That's got to be a ban that you're thinking about if you're Royal Beamers. Which one do you think you remove, though, Uber? Because your opponent's been going with the Luna ban. So do you have to waste a ban on Namor moving forward?
No, you have to. You would rather take both of them out of the game with one fell swoop, I think, as opposed to, leaving that Luna up. I think that, King Beam is showing that they can actually look really good on a C and D, and I think that Royal Beam is going to look back over this first couple of maps with the quad strategist band and sort of miss those days. When they have Crook turning up on Mantis trying to make things work there. I think the way that the Banner Protect phase went much more favorably for them now, but I won't say that the comps are not that different. I think the more pointed difference is a big one for sure, because unfortunately, we just didn't get to see that same level of dominance out of Royal Beamers on that pick. But yeah, I would take Luna out, try to get back to where we were before, and just show some great Hela gameplay. Take over the game with a good, safe, brute-based front line if you can avoid getting him banned.
Yeah, for those of you who haven't been allowed to play DPS because someone insta-locks it every time, Namor has a huge damage boost if he hits the crit, right, Jake? So you see that coming in, and then of course you saw the Frozen spawn making the difference. He is the counter to the Psylocke. So if Psylocke is an issue for you, you just throw Namor out onto the playing field and you've got this match in your hands. But trust me, getting his Venom protected all 3 games. I feel like Luminosity isn't going to shy away from this character. I'm expecting him again moving forward.
I think Royal Beavers just need to protect Groot, honestly. I think Luminosity need to first ban Groot. I'm really surprised they didn't first ban Groot in the last map. But now I think the adaptation is pretty obvious for Royal Beamers. I'll be pretty disappointed if they don't figure it out, because I think all they've got to do here is protect the Groot. If LG doesn't first ban it, and then they should be able to be back in that stable front line. I feel like in the Venom game, or at least just don't mirror the Venom. Like maybe there's another set of Vanguards you can play, but I feel like the Venom mirror was just so one-sided in favor of Luminosity, especially with the Namor Luna Snow combo. I think like those are the two heroes I want to get rid of if I'm Royal Beamers. It's going to be Luna Snow, and I want to protect the Groot, and then I honestly, the second ban, like, do whatever, man. Yeah, they've been banning Rocket. I think I will say the Rocket ban, I think there was some like new tech discovered in MRC where what is it? It's like, I think it's Rocket, Mantis, and Star-Lord, and if you give the damage amp to Star-Lord in his ult and the Rocket ult damage amp, he like kills through support ults on Star-Lord with the aimbot. He like full kills through support ults. He like just actually mows down the other team with the double damage boost, and like there's nothing you can do about it other than I guess like Invisible Woman or something to break the LOS. So there are, maybe that's like why they're targeting the Rocket so intensely, or the, you know, the Winter Soldier team up at the same time. But I don't think LG is like really a Rocket team, at least the way they've been playing. No. It feels like they want to be playing a lot more aggressive on the strategist role.
Yeah, I think Crook is most comfortable probably on that Loki that we've seen so far from Luminosity. We'll see what they go to for the next map. In the meantime, Uber, big shout out to everyone tuning in from around the world. Our numbers keep going, but our followers number has not. What should they do on the channel right now, Uber shouts?
Guys, give us a follow, give us some love, hit that heart button, also hit the bell so you get notified when we go live. We have obviously gotten over 6K followers, which is amazing, but most importantly, if you have the ability, throw us a sub. Our sub goal is that Puckett is going to wear a Emma Frost cosplay, so you guys keep those subs coming in. I think that's a 500 sub goal.
I'll get him blind.
Make it happen for you. Yeah,
I'm just gonna say it.
I think
Jake, stop looking at me with those googly eyes. I see you. I see you.
Smash that like and subscribe. Ring the bell. It really helps us out.
Yeah, can't wait for ZP to be staring at Luna the rest of the show. He's coming up a little bit later. For now, we got Uber, we've got Jake, we've got EU. Yes, NA is going to be in action. 100 Thieves, still the defending champs here on Rivals Fight Night. They've had the NA throne thanks to Terra's gameplay. Tonight, though, if you were to crown an early MVP for this Challengers match, who are the front runners, Uber?
Okay, well, if Luminosity end up winning, I think Trust Me definitely deserves a shout. I think they've been like a pretty big difference maker. Naga as well, if we see more Namor that carries them. I think King Beam's been great, especially on some of those strategists that sort of, you know, have been a little bit awkward. Psycho, though, has forced a Psylocke ban, which is enough to give my vote to them as well. A few front runners for you folks.
We're going to Youngster Slow Pat.
Lanix got my eye on the Magneto. He's been really sharp in the Magneto. And those top Magneto players, I mean, sometimes it's flashy when they drop the big meteors and hit the big damage. I mean, Atlantis has been flashy in that sense, but I've also just really liked his stability. He's very aware of where the rest of his team are playing. He's great with giving that projected barrier to them, keeping them alive in some of these critical team fights, especially the synergy with the Groot has been really on point. So we're going to Yggdrasil Path. I like this for a team that wants to play Groot. And this says to me, this is a map where you want to protect Groot. I mean, this is an insane Groot map, maybe the best in the game for Groot overall. A lot of those choke points you can wall off, a lot of spots where you can really isolate players with that Ironwood wall, or even, you know, just the Thorn walls are sometimes just good enough to get the job done. Yeah. That being said, Luminosity, I think if they first ban Groot here, then we're on a mind meld. If they don't first ban Groot, I've lost all hope. Bet the house on Royal Beamers.
Luminosity, will you be smart with your bans and protects? That is coming up next. This is, yes, game number 4. It's a best of 5 right now. You're looking at Royal Beamers on match point. They win this, they move on to play against Virtus.pro, who has only dropped 1 map ever in their 5 appearances of Rivals Fight Night. I'm excited to see Finzi and crew, and I think we might see them pretty soon if Luminosity doesn't make the right moves. Jake, what are they going to do?
I kind of hope for Luminosity's sake they first ban the Groot. For Royal Beamers, I sure hope you figured out that you need to protect Groot. I mean, first banning Adam is like, I think just fine. Like it mitigates the Adam Star-Lord team up. I think that's something that Luminosity would love to run. And so as much as it's been static the whole series, I think it's still a good ban, still a good opener for Royal Beamers.
Okay, so now you got your first ban. On the other side, they want to get rid of the Invisible Woman. Sorry, King.
I think they should have banned Groot. And Royal Beamers, please protect Groot. This is the most obvious protect I've ever seen in my life. If they don't do it, I'm gonna lose it.
And
So interesting that we have a Venom.
Whoa.
Oh my, this is such a mistake.
All
This is a throw. Like
maybe we don't know anything.
no, I'm telling you, I'm a better coach. Like they should have listened to me. They're like this, so because I feel like now Luminosity is just gonna second ban Groot, and then maybe World Beamers are gonna play like another Vanguard comp. I just feel like the banning the Luna. I do like that. I do like that. I just wish they didn't protect the Loki. I don't know if Luminosity would have even banned
not
the
as
Loki.
powerful on this map, I feel like, but anyway, they're gonna make sure he's not in the game. For Naga on the other side, a duelist ban.
Yeah. I mean, this is like, we talked about this, like Raw Beam is maybe taking out.
You got to ban Groot, right?
They're not going to, Jake.
If they don't ban Groot,
They're used to it. They
Okay.
The right here is to
yeah,
make
that's what they're doing, Jake.
I'm hurting.
For those
I'm hurting
asking,
for certain.
these lanyards behind me, we are moving from an Airbnb, and I have been requested by my wife to organize this shit. So I'm going to try and put those in chronological order and make some artwork in the new house.
Turn it into a hula skirt.
Yeah,
that's what I would
that would be dope.
Yeah, your wife would love that, bro.
You have no idea, Jake. Extra Soul Path. Let's go. Get it on. We got Uber and Jake on the mic.
Okay, let's jump into Eagle Park. Your Park obviously needs a bit of time to organise these lanyards going back to 1872. So we will regale you with some thoughts here from this next map. Look, I'm not surprised, I guess, we finally see a Luna band come out here of, our crew on Royal Beamers, even if it was Luminosity that were trying to avoid it earlier on. But a lot's open here still. Not so much in the strategist department. It has to be Rocket Raccoon Loki, which means that obviously you can't copy a healing ultimate. I kind of like that. It does mean you might be more likely to actually see non-strategist ultimates copied by Loki here.
This is a crazy comp. No strategist ultimate, no like true defensive ultimate is actually wild to me, especially on defense. Like, yeah, you're gonna win a lot of fights with your ultis, but like, what the hell are you gonna do when the Kraken impact comes? And Royal Beamers, what is this comp? What is going on?
Okay, so they have Human Torch now. Again, with like lower healing output comps, the Human Torch, like persistent damage over the time, could be quite effective. Pyro Prison is really powerful against those more static compositions that are trying to stand in fights. I like the idea from Pokey, but I'm not so sure on the execution.
This comp is kind of crazy. Okay, the spam kill comes in. It's not that crazy. They don't have the front line to tank this. They're getting rezzed, but just Groot is too good to not play here. Like, if you're gonna, like, there's no way Punisher is better than Groot. Even if your only role is dealing damage, Groot just does more damage than Punisher. Yeah,
Okay,
they're gonna bring it out as well.
This is very bizarre.
Okay, little squirrel. Actually, low-key, I'm kind of a squirrel girl enjoyer. I do bring it out myself on occasion when I need to really put the smackdown on the enemy.
Honestly, like we said, against comps that don't just vomit healing at you, this can be quite potent. But okay, Ken, back into the fray here. Squirrel Girl, forget about it. We're gonna have a copied Loki ultimate here. Kraken impact.
They can connection with that one. Yeah, maybe overextended, and the counter Kraken impact is available here. So Psycho could turn the tables. This is overconfidence out of Luminosity, overplaying their hand. And the comp swap from Royal Beamers, they go back to the meta comp. This is a classic. Run a cheese comp, a troll comp for 45 seconds. Enemy team gets overconfident, and then we win.
What do you think was copied there by Crook? I'm not sure I could tell what the Loki tried to duplicate.
I mean, I think the Kraken impact is probably one of the best copies, or maybe the Groot. Those seem like most strongest copies in general, since they allow you to have some decent survivability while you're in the Loki. But touch coming in from bottom left for the Groot. The Groot ult in, but a lot of defensive utility here.
A lot of Cosmic Yarn Amplifiers being deployed here. Yeah, Kraken impact looks like it was the copy from Ken's side of things anyway. Meteor M comes in. Oh, excuse me. He copied Magneto. The big meteor in the current year being used there as Psycho looking to try and clean people out. And that was a pretty timely arrival with that impact, wasn't it? 4 for Psycho. And there's no one left to kill.
Wait, Mitch, I'm such a fan of this comp. Like, I don't know if this is actually correct, if they should be playing more defensive strategists, but this is a comp in Marvel Rivals in which stuff dies quick. Like, that is very different from the normal state of affairs here with the amount of healing throughput in the game. So both teams kind of going all in, doubling down. I'm a little bit worried about Destroyed on the Wolverine, though, and he dies because honestly, I think Wolverine thrives in this environment where nobody can die because the strategist ultimates are keeping everyone alive, and then Wolverine, like, pulls people out of position. It's a huge flank, though. Look at this.
Okay, Strangling Roots gonna walk on in. Lanax with a wall in their face, though. Pokey a little bit concerned about whether or not they should push up. They don't have a strategist with them right now. Not really. You can see Ken is trying to keep them topped. This is a lot of space being bought, but you're right. Wolverine, we felt, was at his best when, like, you know, the best strategists were available and you could take people out of position and burst them down. I guess the idea is that with regenerative healing factor, you have like a lot of self-healing on a pretty long cooldown. That means you can play aggressive and sort of try and blow people up. But it's it feels so risky against like a classic anti-Wolverine look in the Winter Soldier and the Hela.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming in, and Destroyed has to be so careful. Does have that ultimate up very soon. Hela, got to be careful. Can't pop the ulti in this room. So does need to be a little bit cautious and being marked on the flank now by Wolverine. He doesn't want to overplay his hand either. It's a very tense stalemate here. King Beamer going to try to open that up, though, with the Sia.
All right, another damage boost coming in. Naga biding his time. There's no good option, and frankly, that coverage on that Kraken impact connection left a little bit to be desired. Okay, looking to push for more here. Obviously duplicating again the Winter Soldier. Strangling Prison came in, and here's Psycho. Kraken impacts for everybody. Psycho so far has been getting max value out of those Winter Soldier ultimates, and Royal Beamers are going to stay on the move. I got to know that conversation we had before. What is the equivalent of like the Riptire at 3 a.m. if you're playing Squirrel Girl? Like, how do we get a punchy?
You spawn with the Squirrel Stampede.
Oh, okay.
We need to make it punchier.
Yeah. It's because it's called the checks notes. Unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami. So if you can get that into a punchy one-liner.
Teammates, I have the Unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami when we're ready to push. I'm casting Unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami.
I am in your abode at 20 minutes to 4 in the morning, and I'm intending to cast this Unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami. I just should have made it an email.
You said punchy, baby. Yeah, let me put that on a t-shirt. We're going to be rich.
Oh, man. Font size 4, baby. We're living the dream. Here come Royal Beamers there with a damage boost, pushing on in. Again, infinite ammo for your Winter Soldier is pretty good. That's why we're seeing... actually, no, that's not why we're seeing the Rocket Raccoon. We're seeing him because there's no other strategists to play. They've all been banned. And frankly, I'm here for it. Forced back, though. Luminosity. A little bit of an awkward spot for Rajaro to be in, but he doesn't seem to mind too much. In fact, basking under the attention of Royal Beamers because he knows that's not attention that's being leveraged at his teammates. But we do have a Strangling Prison to work with now on the Royal Beamers side of things. And no big healing ultimates for Luminosity. Wait, there are none of those at all. God is good. Let's keep pushing up, though. Polly wants to try and mush these little, I don't know, elk, whatever they are, forward. But it's Destroyed getting picked up by a headshot first. And here comes the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier into a bit of Winter Soldier action. Once more, Psycho looking to have a big ultimate impact. Did get a reset there, but can't quite get around the corner. And he's intercepted by a Meteor.
Little meteor to the face. Gonna have to get res by the BRB, but the damage has been done. Luminosity strike with that player advantage, turn one kill into many. Now Royal Beamer sent back to the spawn. They have 2 minutes on the clock. I mean, the rest of the offense has been frankly blistering. And so these fight wins are nice. Polly, fat fingering?
I'm not sure what to make of that.
Maybe he was trying to catch somebody on the retreat. I mean, I don't hate it. If they get a pick, it probably would be worth it. I just didn't even see it on my screen, Mitch. It's not a good sign for the Groodle.
I mean, we know it looks bad because you get no value out of it, but still a bit of an odd moment there for Polly, who so far has been great on the Groot. Lanax, though, like Jake mentioned, started this map, been the standout Vanguard player for me for Royal Beamers. They've been really, really solid. Luminosity, though, do have Goddess of Death, but crucially, I guess an extra Kraken impact. It may not matter, though, because Pokey's going to work it. Oh, Crook actually goes down to the Nastron Crowstorm. Gets brought back, though, because Destroyed is able to get a final blow. So there's that rarely seen Hela Loki team up, getting some value, but Crook goes straight back to Lumbridge, apparently, immediately. Goddess of Death used, though. Pokey got picked off. So Destroyed won't get away either. This is brutal.
Yeah, he's going to get rezzed up by the BRB. But enough was done. Royal Beamers get the cart through that difficult spot on the map. It's going to be close to the final capture now. Luminosity have really powerful tools to win, but that catch on to Groot with the hook is massive. Wall, though, by Trust Me, protects him, turns the kill right back in. This is the power of Groot here on the third checkpoint. So much staying power, so much ability to lock down those retreating opponents. Royal Beamer sent back to the spawn. Gonna have to go for one final attempt at this offense. Less than 40 seconds on the clock. It's hard to imagine much of a reset here.
And it's hard for Royal Beamers to sort of push into this part of the map when they don't have a comp that allows them to brainlessly press Q and be unkillable. So that's the tricky part. Ken, gotta be duping here. Oh, I see. You do get an extra BRB as well if you are duping the Rocket Raccoon. So that is pretty important when you're on the attack side and you want to limit your sort of run back, but it will expire if it's not made use of in time. I like that. Obviously, using the ultimate extends the duration of the God of Mischief, rather, a little bit longer. Fake those, goes down to Lanax, excuse me. Destroy picked off, headshot there. Psycho back into the fight though because of King being BRB. Royal Beamers here with a player advantage now. A strangling prison just around the corner. Things are looking good for them. Finally, they seem to find some inroads here.
They get some kills, but they've been trading on a lot of key players. So Royal Beamers, they're going to have to come back fast, try to get back into the fight. For Luminosity, they need to not stagger, though. These players out of the spawn are taking a big risk. If they get picked off here, they're not really going to have a chance to reset before the last fight. Groot looking for that early ult deep in the spawn, catches a lot of players, catching them as well with the wall. And Wolverine's in there, dicing it up in the backline, forces that regenerative domain.
That goes on in. It looks like the healing factor was actually still alive, which could be good in a bit of a later fight now. King Beam just hitting that right click for the boys as much as possible. Z-Pack thrown down now. Infinite ammo available for Psycho, and Polly's able to find Rajaro now. Psycho wants to get in there, but doesn't find anything on the back of that bionic arm. Tainted Voltage thrown up. No connection there either. Cracking impact though is at work for Luminosity now. Naga needs to be stopped and quick. Hovering up in the sky, presenting himself as a tasty morsel, but nobody takes the shot. Another reset here for Naga. Looking for extra damage. Pokey already gone down. Psycho gives up another reset, and Naga should be able to run rough shot here over over Royal Beamers. They're running out of time, but Psycho's been 3D printed back into the game. Destroyed is on the field once more. Huge way to announce your entrance. Naga definitely the one to watch now. It doesn't need to reload roster stern, but it's very, very low as that Meteor came very close to taking him down, and Ken's able to find the extra damage. Strangling Prison available again for Polly here. How can they avoid this Meteor M? The answer is they cannot. Rajaro gets good damage, and Polly falls after the fact. Lanax in the middle of it, but the walls are going to keep the rest of the interlopers out as Royal Beamers are stopped right before the end of the map.
Got scary, got close. Luminosity hold out, though, off the back of a pretty clutch play out of Naga, who really has been the hero of this Luminosity team as they get their back pushed here to the edge. Now, it's all on the offense on Yggdrasil Path, but it's a scary map to have to go full cap on. I mean, that's pretty much what you've got to do here. You got it like 99% to the finish for Royal Beamers. They've got a lot of opportunities to make holds on defense. Definitely winnable for them here.
Okay, let's look back over this. This is obviously most of the map occurs in this last phase because Royal Beamers are so quick to go. Yeah. Thanks for giving us that. Okay, well, that was a fat finger. Didn't quite line up the way Polly would have liked it to. Again, they did build like 2 more after the fact. Can I just point out how disproportionate Psycho's impact over the game has been? Is that okay?
Yeah, definitely monster performance there on the Winter Soldiers. 17 final blows, crushing overall on the map. And Royal Beamers look pretty comfortable on this comp. It's not one I've seen before, but the Rocket Loki, a much lower healing throughput comp, especially when it comes to the ultimates. I mean, the regular healing pretty strong out of Rocket and Loki, pretty solid at just pumping heals. But when it comes to the ultimate fight, people are gonna drop, bodies gonna hit the floor. And it's about a lot, I think, on the Winter Soldiers, who can get more clutch resets on that ulti, especially with the possibility of resetting on Loki clones. Something you've got to think about in terms of the long fight.
Pokey is on Jeff. We have a defensive Jeff, folks. Okay, we also have, very God, that was cathartic. Can I say that? That was extremely cathartic. Also, we have the Punisher Winter Soldier for a moment. Luminosity, though, do switch off and get their Hela back in play. And Pokey has switched as well.
I mean, going to the Psylocke just to get back, I think, a little bit quicker, feeling the pressure now. But without the Hela, it's going to be hard to deal with these long-range engagements. The Winter Soldier is forced out of the sight line. Luminosity taking a pretty dominant angle now.
Lanax push forward here a little bit. Notes destroyed. He's quite far out to the right side of the map here, trying to make use of their rather bulky front line. But they're still taking a fair bit of damage. Brief stun there on Rajaro. He might have been caught by a bionic arm. It's unclear. Lannister looking for a way through. Here comes the first Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Immediate bulwark required here to defend the Royal Beamers, but the damage boost is too much for them to deal with. And Naga, of course, had just the ultimate to pair with it. Nice first fight for Luminosity here, and they've got to want fights to go this way if they want to take us to a map 5.
It's a great start. The Jeff Cheese falls completely flat. Pokey, I wonder if he's going to go, over to the Hela now. So Luminosity, that's the dream start. You rolled through first point. Really not much of a defense to speak of. You did have to use a couple key ultimates to close out, though. So this is the moment where Royal Beamers need to not only win a fight, but they need to hold on in making a strong hold at this part of the map. We've seen some other teams really do it here, really get minutes off the clock in this exact position. But the first fight's the hardest. This is momentum here for Luminosity, despite the lack of ultimates.
4 minutes 45 on the clock. Shout out 3 Wisp Rockets. Thank you very much for the sub. In goes Naga, wanted a pressure from the side, and well, Lanax got his head blown off basically instantly. Naga trying to just dump the combo on Psycho, and his opponent was pretty quickly overwhelmed by the rest of Luminosity. Now we go to work. Shoulder the pickaxe, break through the walls. Let's set up this good defensive infrastructure. As Luminosity are trying to speed run Yggdrasil path.
Yeah, it's a pretty dominant showing here so far. Royal Beamer is now coming out of one of the worst chokes in the entire game here. Meteor over the top, blocked by Regenerative Domain.
Again, a lot of abilities can sort of soak that damage up. However, the repeated hits of Crack and Impact can be a problem. Trust me, though, it's going to get back into the fight here, and that is what Rocket can bring you, that extra player you're virtually playing with. The reinforcements for Royal Beamers, though, they're there as well. Ken's bringing them back into the frame, but they are dying just as quickly. King Beam will return to the fight, having copied the Rocket Raccoon, and it still was not enough. Royal Beamers playing with 8 players, maybe more than that. Not enough.
I'm not gonna lie, Mitch, I'm starting to believe in the Luminosity playing for match time conspiracy theory here, because ever since map 3, this has been a 180 turnaround. I mean, they're rolling through this offense. Really not much you can even call a defense out of Royal Beamers. Maybe they can make something happen here on the final part of the map. This is a pretty great fortress to hold, but one mistake and it all comes crumbling down.
Yeah, you did right. 4 minutes 49. So much time to work with. Shout out Calpheus for the prime. Thank you. LG in a good position here to make a reverse sweep a true possibility. Goddess of Death being deployed by Destroyed, now high enough to at least see over that little bulwark area. Now to rain damage down with his Goddess of Death. Honey Extra, thank you for the 6 gifted. Luminosity here perched up on this high ground now as Royal Beamers are slowly losing their grip on this last phase of the map.
Yeah, nice high ground take here from Luminosity. They know how valuable it is, but Royal Beamers are going to challenge it down to the last fight. Hella hooked in, though. That's a nice pickoff from Psycho. He's been huge in the Winter Soldier so far in the series. Doesn't disappoint. Fate, though, with the res, is going to keep Luminosity fighting at full strength. Yeah,
that's pretty important now for the attack side. I don't need to keep these waves coming in, but Royal Beamers finally able to make use here of this damage boost. Buy themselves a little bit of time, and they're sitting on quite a number of ultimates. Kenny's going to dupe the Groot, try and get on the high ground, but realizes a Strangling Prison might be needed to slow things down. Polly still gets picked up, but there's going to be a Groot here for the time being. Polly's going to be brought back into the fight now, and Naga is trying to break through with the Crack and Impact. It's finally enough to deal with the copied Groot. Ken is down. Pokey also picked off now, but King Beam is actually shooting. Naga ends up falling. And Mince, though, the middle of this fight, trust me, still very healthy. Crook there came out of a dupe, but eventually is going to fall now. It looks like Luminosity finally have the numbers to get forward. Ken going over towards the Star-Lord. Knows he needs to find a kill. Pick somebody off. Get them off the map. Rejuvenation Domain isn't quite enough here for Royal Beamers to be able to stay alive, and Ken has to go deep and finds absolutely nothing. And so Luminosity will take us to a 5th map.
They're making them sweat, but that was a beatdown, Mitch. That was not close. That was a shellacking, whatever fancy word you want to deploy. They just got smoked. Luminosity have evened up the series now 2-2. And if they win here, it will be the full reverse sweep before their showdown with Virtus.pro. Royal Beamers back to the drawing board, man. And it's just not clear what design is coming out next. I mean, they've lost on the group. They've lost on the Venom. Like what look is going to be the answer for them? If it wasn't Yggdrasil Path, I'm starting to get worried.
Jake, we found out why they didn't ban Groot. 39 eliminations from Trust Me. 15 of those were final blows with 28,000 damage. The only player more than that in the lobby, Naga, with 29,257. Not a bad game out of Luminosity. It took them a moment to wake up, but they are here. The bad news? For the first time, the entire night, Royal Beamers gets to choose the next map, Mitch.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, in fairness, didn't they not choose the last one, right?
Yeah, they picked Yggdrasil Path right after losing map 3.
Right. I blacked out. That was their mapping, and they got rolled.
Why does Trust Me not just play Groot? The bro just like put in a huge game on Groot.
I asked for this in map 2. I said, can you just play Mag Groot and see what happens, LG? Like, because you are probably, like, you're probably the better team slightly, but you're making the game harder for you to play. They're playing Mag Groot, Hela, Winter Soldier. I can't believe it. They're winning. And not even by a little bit, by a lot.
Classic comps working out so far. MVP race. Who do you got on both sides? We just gave the great Magneto Lennox some praise in the previous match. Here in game number 4, Jake, who do you think deserves the honors? You going with Naga or are you going with Trust Me?
It's a tough call between the two of them. I feel like Naga on the Namor last game was just like hard carrying. now, trust me, arguably had the stronger map of the two in this game, but it's really between the two of them. I think that MVP race is going to have to be decided by who puts up a big show in the decider in the game 5, assuming they can get it done, which it does start to feel like they can with the way the momentum is going.
Psycho with some fantastic combos. Royal Beamers able to get to 2 points, but unable to finish. Luminosity gets the third, and they will tie up our series. We go into a 5th game. I hope we got a long one. Who has the most pressure, though? Chat saying keep your eyes on Destroyed. He had a pop-off game number 4. Uber, is he the X Factor right now? Who do you think might be for Luminosity, and of course on the other side for Royal Beamers?
I mean, Rajari also popped off as well for LG. So there's a number of people. We have like a really bad tendency. It's like worse in other games to give like MVP to duelists in Marvel Rivals. A lot of it is because, man, duelists in Marvel Rivals are really shock and awe. Like when they pop off, it's disgusting, right? It is like a mega pop off city, right? We've seen it from a lot of like, really strong Winter Soldier performances. In general, though, I think Destroyed did great. For me, though, it's Naga. It's this map and it's the previous one, right?
Okay.
That's got Luminosity back in the game. I don't think Naga was great on their losing maps, though. But in theory, if they win the series and we can give them MVP bucket, there won't be any more losing maps.
All right, I asked for game number 2 to be Symbiotic Surface. It wasn't. I get it at game 5. Penny Parker is in all of my Plat Diamond games. She's finally out of my mix when I get to GM. Will you ever see a defensive Penny in season 1, Jake? I know we only have a few hours left.
I think that the like mine deployable thing is so powerful in Plat because people like don't know the maps. They don't know that you could like take another path where you don't have to walk through the landmines and die to them. Penny's one of those like troll vanguards. It's really strong if you don't fully understand how she works and have like a great team play. But at this level, we'll see like major rotations, people just taking different paths. And then if you're out of the minefield, I think Penny just really struggles. Even the ulti on Penny, you just get focus fired at this level of play. Like you're not truly tanky enough to disrupt the enemy team with the ult.
Next season, though, Puckett, she can headshot, and that is going to be a big
Crit,
difference
baby.
maker. Yep.
Crit, baby,
It's
crit.
true,
I'm
actually.
going to be a Penny main. You guys just wait. Just like Fate, we will be killing you out of spawn even before the game begins. It's time for your ban and protects. Adam has been banned every time, and they are going to make it 5 for 5 for the Royal Beamers. On the other side, does Luna make it through? Recently, they've been killing the Invisible Woman, saying no plan for you, Uber.
I mean, I'm fine for Invisible Woman to keep living up to a name in this series. I think that if we get 4 strategists banned, I'll be happy with that. I don't want to see any healing ultimates, Puckett. I want to see people copying this. I want to see people copying the damage booster.
I agree.
I'm here for it.
I agree. Loki, bring down more hammers. Okay. This one is getting fun. We see the Protect, so trust me, it's going to get his Venom. On the other side, the Protect coming through for Royal Beamers is going to be Loki.
That's fine, but I think that Royal Beamers realize that they protect Loki, they might be left out. Like they might.
I don't think they should, man.
They've done it 2 games in a row and lost 2 games in a row, right?
Yeah, like whoa.
No ban.
They were thinking about it. They were really thinking about it. I wonder if they were like too slow.
I understand not banning, but not protecting is something completely different. There's no reason to not.
We don't want you to know our comp, Mitch. You know, this is just like hiding all the cards, saying we got multiple strategies.
Next level mind games, man.
You tell us what you want to do. We'll get rid of the rocket just to minimize the Winter Soldier pain. Okay.
That does mean the more Luna is in the game. In the group ban.
Actually, I love Venom on this map. With no Groot, this could be fun for Trust Me. On the other side, Jake, what are we thinking for Royal Beamers? Do they move on to our championship match in EU?
I think the number one thing we need to see is a better execution of the Luna Namor, not just the team up, but the damage amping the whales for 1-hits. Naga was just like smoking them on Hell's Heaven. That was the difference maker. That was what won Luminosity that map and started this turnaround for them in the series. And if they can keep executing on that, as I think they likely will, they're going to be winning this. They're going to be going on to face VP again in the money match.
Good call from Windy Wolf 117 in the chat, saying the only reason Penny Parker isn't on stream tonight is they weren't enough skins. Maybe in season 2, Penny gets a new suit. For now, enjoy Magneto and Uber with Jake.
All right, let us be about it, folks. The side map in this series, Royal Beamers come off to a great start. However, There's a lot of work to do now in order to build back the momentum that has been slowly bartered away over the course of these last two maps, as Luminosity have slowly got themselves back into the driver's seat. Feel like their advantage right now. This is the kind of map where, again, Puckett said it, Jake, we like a little bit of Venom here. He can really cross that divide, and otherwise without him, it can be a little bit hard to get this attack side team where it needs to be with this choke into cul-de-sac setup.
Yeah, Luminosity have definitely won the ban protect. Will that be enough to win them the map? We'll have to see. I do like that Royal Beamers is just kind of giving up on the Namor. As good as Namor is, if you can't really execute that damage with whale combo, it's not really worth it. Like, that's a huge reason that you're playing it. The Winter Soldier may be a much more comfortable pick there for Psycho, and there already opens up on the Naga. That's another way to deal with that matchup.
Okay. Royal Beamers in there, big time. Cellular corrosion, a problem for Psycho. Yeah, not getting out of that one. Nicely done. But trust me, has a bit of work to do if he wants to keep up, I guess, of the output between these two teams. Royal Beamers still have 5 players to work with now on this attack side, and the Luminosity defense set up here a little bit shell-shocked, now forced out of position entirely. Pokey playing very far forward to try and deny the defenders a chance to perch on the position, such that, trust me, the very durable mobile tank is the only player that can be here. Rajaro just right there ceased to exist.
Pokey starting to light it up here on the Hela. Retake now. Force destroyed. Needs to come out. Needs to take this duel. Dominant position, though, so far for Royal Beamers. Coffee ulti, though, does come out from both squads, so a bit of a slowdown here in the fight.
Yeah, we do have, of course, Fate of both worlds active. And Lanax just clearing some of those monstro spawns. That could really be a problem in those longer fights. Royal Beamers obviously do not have more of their own. They're very much settled on this Hela Winter Soldier look. And there's Fate just bowled over by Lanax there. Sees an opportunity to go after one of the backliners, so that is not a good sign for the defenders. They've stalled this fight out a little bit longer now. Beast of the Abyss being used by Trust Me, but it might have been better off kept in the back pocket for the fighters now. We get into the map properly.
Abusing this reset on the Loki clone is so ridiculous. When you just farm reset after reset, you cast your ult like 10 times in the fight. I think that may need to be looked at for Winter Soldier in the future, but for now, Royal Beamers, they say, you know what, maybe we're just not the team to bring that synergy and execute the Namor combo. It is difficult to do, in fairness. It's like got to be clean timing, great communication. The Namor has to kind of let the Luminosity know ahead of time. She's got to hit the timing and be on him at exactly the right moment. And so with the Winter Soldier, I think this is just a much more comfortable setup for Royal Beamers, and they're making the most of it, even if it's a little bit off meta.
Jeez, that's a pick out of nowhere there. Crook just kind of getting dominated by Royal Beamers' ability to actually get some good high ground early. Soaking up some damage as Lanax here. Oh, great shielding and great presence of mind for Rajaro to realize that even though Fate was ulting, they were not invulnerable. So great job with the screen there. Blocks that Meteor M. Still, Luminosity had to give up a little bit of ground because Royal Beamers had a Fate of both worlds from King Beam active, and now Pokey is going to force them all out of the sun. Well, fight in the shade if you blot out the sun with the arrows, I guess.
I mean, this splits all the backline away. They can't come in and support, which is allowing Royal Beamers to take full position on a blistering offensive pace. Now Fate goes down. Magneto in trouble, traded right back. Rajaro wants to make this hold. This would be a critical spot to defend, but now Psycho wants to put that last nail in the coffin, looking to get some resets, does have that next Kraken impact available.
Why is it that both these teams are good on the comps that each other are trying to play? That for me is the most confusing thing, because this Venom play from Royal Beamers has been fantastic. Polly's been punishing Fate over and over again, as well as Lanax, in fairness, for being out of position on that Lunar Snow. On multiple occasions, Crook and Fate are getting caught out of these fights, and Luminosity are feeling the pinch as a result.
Psycho back to the Winter Soldier, and it's clear that this player hero combo is here to stay, man. He is lighting it up so far in the offense. So many pickoffs, big ultimates, have been winning team fights back to back to back. Created the first opportunity on the map. Heck, created like the last 3 opportunities on the map. This guy's carrying for Royal Beamers.
Man, 4 minutes and 6 to finish this map off. Polly been showing us how it's done. Now with the Feast of the Abyss at the ready, so just layers upon layers of extra durability. If they find the golden opportunity to strike it up, sorry, but like, you have your tank there. Trust me, does nothing, or is not able to do anything to stop Polly from just eviscerating that Namor. And picks like that don't go unnoticed. Royal Beamers now are going to take it up a gear because they realize one of the biggest damage threats of their opponent's teams just got eaten for free.
Yeah, now they're turning the focus on the Vanguards. It's allowing a lot of freedom, though, for the Luminosity strategists to just pump heals and stabilize. So far, Royal Beamers, even with the pick, though, they haven't really broken through this hold. You know, the Luminosity Vanguards are starting to feel it. They're playing confident with these heals.
Okay. Rajaro under some pressure now. Trust me, back in the fight. Monstro spawns here also called in for some extra defense. Here comes that Loki copy. We know what it's going to be. Honor Proteus comes in, but again, nothing to sort of double up with it. So it ends up just being brushed off. Got us to death here for Destroyed. See Psycho almost suspended long enough to find a kill on them, but Rajaro has the follow-up damage after these shots start to come in. Great stuff on defense here. Luminosity really need to find some momentum at this point in the game. It looks like they do have it. Need to be careful not to overextend any further, but Polly is going to be chilling for the time being.
Kind of want to see Polly hit the back line. Like, I know you're not going to make any kills, but I think you're going to do more damage to the Vanguards by cutting their heels for a few seconds than you are by just like hard shooting them. Maybe we could see Royal Beamers taking a wide swing, but coming through that choke point looks really difficult. The hold from Luminosity is really well set up for that approach.
Right. That's another random pick. This time Destroyed. Someone who we've been gassing up after that last map there from LG. One of the players that got them in a position to actually threaten the opportunity to go into another money match. Yet another LG versus Virtus.pro head-to-head. And the question on that one would be can they take more than one map this time? But that might be getting ahead of ourselves, as Royal Beamers still have a whole 2 minutes to work with. Trust me, he's trying to make use of the geometry to get a free dive and then to grapple out of the fight. And from extreme range, Lanak's able to deal with one of the nastiest poke threats on the defense side. Destroyed is gone, and Fade also has been plucked out of the mix.
Yeah, now the Venom into the backline, starting to get some of these cleanups. Magneto low, not really any strategist in sight to deal with him. And he even turns away, lets the connection get the cleanup. Naga trying to escape, but caught here. Dead to rights by the Venom, who even holds on to all of his cooldowns, has that critical adaptive shield, able to potentially clutch this out. And there's a nice burst. The mag cannon by Lanak's is enough, and this Magneto pressure is just withering. Luminosity have not stabilized at all since the start of this fight.
Another Lanak's game again. It was so good at the start of the series. Really, standout player. Feast of the Abyss here for Trust Me. Sometimes it's good to have that extra burst damage if you're looking to finish someone off, but you want good coverage on that. You want to get a lot of shielding off of it if you've already used your own shield, which Trust Me hasn't. So there's just a lot of time to hang around in the fight. Okay, so we're using Feast of the Abyss aggressively here, but it goes into a Luna Snow ultimate. So that's tough, of course. Loki, Luna, we're going to see a lot of these ultimates duplicated. And so Trust Me has to be patient now. Keep the damage pressure on. Ice Arts, remember, will heal Luna Snow back up. So Trust Me might need some help here. Right now, trying to tie up the back line is all that you need to do. Eventually, King Beams runs out of cooldowns to keep them alive, and they will have to succumb.
It's going to be a reset for Royal Beamers, splitting a bit away from the dance floor, not able to actually stay alive through it. Now Luminosity, once again, they're back to this power position. Only 30 seconds on the clock. Royal Beamers, they have a few key ultimates. Crucially, I need to see Pokey hit this damage-resisted whale combo. He's got to find the connections with this. On the other side, though, level 1 Crook with the regen domain could always counter it. So there's a lot of things you got to focus out, a lot of big order of operations here on the offense.
You see pressure on Lanax as multiple javelins being thrown. Oh, buddy, that's perfect! A 2-for-1 special on strategists in the big 2025? God, I don't think I'm much better than that. Royal Beamers, surely. That has to be enough. Dying seconds of the time bank, in fairness, but now they are ready to make a last push at the map. Monster Spawn's going to be set up yet again, and in comes Fate. Out they go as soon as they basically appeared. And so Royal Beamers will finish the map out of, honestly, kind of nowhere at the end of that round.
Dude, Lanax, 2K Meteor, we almost never see that. We've been hyping this guy all game long, but man, him and Psycho are neck and neck for that MVP if they manage to close out the series here with the Heartbreaker over Luminosity.
Man, we're talking about the Magneto difference. That is crazy. Remember, this was a Royal Beamers that did not protect any hero. They were honestly quite happy just to let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah.
And I guess they're trying not to, well, one of the prevailing theories is that you want to give up too much about your comp, but you only give your opponents like an extra 20 or 30 seconds time.
I mean, if that were true, you could just ban something you don't, or protect something you're not going to use, you know, like you could misdirect them. You could protect
There's no way it
Wolverine
wasn't a
or something,
mistake, right?
Yeah, I think like if you wanted to be tricky, you would protect something you won't use, which I think we have seen teams do. Like 100 Thieves sometimes will do that. They'll protect the rocket and then maybe they won't actually deploy it. You know, so I think it's they're probably just overthinking it and then ran out of time. Not the end of the world, I guess, given that they are competing even without the group. I thought the group protect would make a lot of sense, but well, if they can win it without, then this is going to be pretty big. Poly 21-1 on the Venom, and this has been Trust Me's wheelhouse hero, who, to be fair, is also putting up a big game. 13k damage on that Venom from the last round. See what Poly does though on the defense. It's a little bit of more of an awkward comp, I would say, on defense to be playing the Venom. A little bit more controlled. You could dive at any time, but you really got to bide your time and strike at the right moment.
it is nice that obviously Venom can just sort of, you know, wall climb and hang there and then sort of drop down for free before grappling back up. So like you have a lot of flexibility in terms of how you know, want to counter dive here. both Venoms running into each other.
Just running around, just being a little silly guy running around on the wall. Info
that you can get from that third person view as well, Jake, if you're like, you know, on the corner of one of those walls. You can see a lot.
Big damage onto Polly. Holds onto the shield for the moment. Trust me, though, takes a pretty scary position. Very threatening for the backlines. I mean, they've got to deal with being marked on the flank, though. Both teams happy to play. So I think Luminosity feel pretty good about a poke trade, though. Given that they have that Hela, it's a pretty significant threat here.
Naga has to quickly use the gift. Having to back out now. Monster spawn set up and a really scary. Oh, yep, that was a Lord of the Seas, I think, connection onto Pokey. Can't do much about that. If your opponent is like a, you know, 200, 300 health hero, they will die in seconds if you have spawns set up for it. So gotta respect that. Lanax does notice Naga here, and Naga's got to be a little careful trying to deploy the slowing spawn there, and that's honestly going to force the Magneto away.
Dude, Naga on this Namor, I don't know why they're not like trying to play this strat every game, because he is frying on the Namor. So many big headshots, so many burst kills, winning a lot of the flank fights, being very difficult to pick off. He's doing everything you want your Namor to do.
Oh, okay, that's the right click. There's a Horn of Proteus now, waiting though for that Lunar Snow ultimate to expire, but there might not be enough time. Yep, Nagas has to go for it here, and okay. I didn't find any value at all. The healing was good, and I didn't even really see anyone get knocked down. Destroyed, though, is going to be a little bit scared about this, but Psycho just overextended into that. Dangerous here for Royal Beamers. That basically is curtains for their defense here on that first point, and yep, a Symbiote is on the march. Slither, slide, it's on the move.
It's destroyed. Got a little bit fancy with the footwork there, just turned it around on Psycho, who overcommitted. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't blame him for that. I would have done exactly the same thing, chasing in for that execution kill, but Destroy just dances away, turns it around. That locks up that first point there for Luminosity.
Back to business here for LG again. Trust me, wants to try and set the team up with a good position here. Rojaro, you notice here, over. Oh, Doc Strange. Again, he can do a heck of a lot of great space taking on this high ground with it. It's really hard for Royal Beams to shake loose someone like Destroyed from these perches, which kind of give you pole position in some of these engagements. Destroyed here, of course, it's a little bit risky. It might feel that way, but they can, of course, get out with a crow or use Goddess of Death if they need to make something happen, but I'd be a little concerned and calling for healing here. King Beam is down, though. Again, Trust Me gets to the back line, and that Cellular Corrosion. The burst damage component of that is something you've got to respect, and there wasn't enough healing for the Luna. That means Royal Beamers are going to get bundled out of this part of the map again.
I love that Destroyed's able to take an angle where critically he's able to support the Venom in his dive rather than focusing the front line as you may often be forced to do. By taking that off angle, you're able to help the Venom get that kill on the support and kind of break the defense wide open. Now, Royal Beamers find themselves in an unenviable position trying to retake through the choke point.
Actually, it just has to take this for the time being. Here him here. Oh, Fake. Ooh, a little bit close. Fake gets away with it. No one's going to be close to their ultimate. They have a chance to build it up here. Rojaro dominating there with the knives. 3 pickoffs there. Great timing on the Eye of Agamotto. And this will get Luminosity within striking distance of a series win. And honestly, a really healthy time bank. We said something similar about Royal Beamers there, and it took them most of their 4 minutes or however it was to get this last phase of the map done. But LG are looking scary. They're looking rejuvenated, and they're looking ready to throw down.
And I like the introduction of the Doctor Strange here. Without Invisible Woman being able to push away that Eye of Agamotto, it's a much more consistent ultimate. We haven't seen Strange nearly as much in the meta, but some teams still, I think, know that in the right ban situation, the hero absolutely still works, can absolutely dominate a team fight with that giant AoE stun.
Rojaro just wants to try and clear the field of anyone here. Polly low. But of course, was able to use the shield to get out. Back to safety. Notice that Psycho's tucked on the left side there, maybe looking for a way to wrap around should it be required. And Rojaro's trying to preserve this shield as long as they can. Dropping it, taking some damage, letting those strategist ultimates get built up until it's time to fully commit. A lot of charge here. Scary looking Maelstrom now. He pops it immediately to try and back away. Kane looks like he's going to go for a Fate of Both Worlds here, and Horn of Proteus. Scary. Rojaro's able to get out.
Trying to get resets here is Psycho, but seems to have backed off now over the pressure that Luminosity are putting on. They're committing big ultimates now. Destroyed goes up into the sky with the Goddess of Death. Needs to find some connections. Support ult's running low for King Beam, but the damage is in. They're able to burn through that Goddess of Death. Now he's caught on the flank. Nice uses, though, of the symbiotic terrain. Creating an opportunity, though, for Royal Beamers to make the hold for the moment. They're still alive now. Luminosity commits with a copied ult. Eye of Agamotto into the backline. Rojaro with 2.
And of course, we have a Fate of Both Worlds here for Crook. So another Duke Lunar Snow ultimate means that Luminosity dishing damage out and frankly aren't vulnerable to anything Royal Beamers can offer. That's unlucky. Trust me, doesn't quite get out alive. And now with 2 minutes 42 on the clock, Luminosity are looking to reclaim what is theirs. Get another chance to test themselves against the Kings of Europe. Virtus.pro will await in our money match as LG complete the reverse sweep if they can get one tick on this extra innings. Just one.
I mean, 1 minute for Royal Beamers to push is so little to work with. You know, I think this is a pretty rough defense or rather pretty rough first point attack in general, despite the fact that, in fairness, both teams have instant capped in their attack. So maybe that'll happen again. Usually, I think that's not the case on Symbiotic Service. Usually, I think it's a little bit more contentious. Curious if we'll see any more swap ups if Psycho is going to keep bringing out the Winter Soldier. I kind of don't want to see him swap. I mean, he's been a key difference maker the whole series long. I think this is more about locking in, hitting your shots, and really dealing with Naga, right? And the combos weren't really on point this round even for Naga. It was way more about his just individual pick potential, his individual playmaking on the Namor.
Of course, in Rivals, both teams still get an attack in that extra inning. So even if you don't have any time at all, you still get brought up to 1 minute. So Royal Beamers, like you mentioned, Jake, it's hard to, in 1 minute, to get anything done. Or something that could be comparable, at least, to what Luminosity have the opportunity to push for with their time bank of 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Bob and Anna, thank you very much for the sub. And honestly, for so much of the series, they looked the better team. But as soon as we settled now into this kind of comp, Namor for Naga, Hela for Destroyed, Rajara able to be back on that Magneto. And trust me, showing us just how good this Venom can be. It's like a different game.
Is Paulie for real about to play Spider-Man and Pokey on the Venom? Okay, baby. Bringing the team up. It is kind of nice on this map, but this is scary. It's Destroyed. One shutdown on the Spider-Man kind of just takes the wind out of this attack. So Paulie, over to the Duelist. Let's see what he can do.
Destroyed here. Okay, aware.
Request for Spider-Man, please. Please put Spider-Man on the camera.
Oh, I don't know. We saw the NNA.
Agree. We need to watch the cam, though. Feast or famine, we need to watch. We need to see. The people demand it. Oh, it's famine. He's hungry. He's so hungry, but he won't be fed.
The counter dive is so powerful against Spider-Man. If you can see him coming and preempt him, it's really hard to deal with. So, not great for Royal Beamers. Again, this is the kind of map where you really only get one shot at the attack side when you go for that 1 minute extra time. Polly being taken note of there and taken to task instantly after.
He's going. Is he making it to point? No. You know, I think Spider-Man at this level of play, the aim, the mechanics is just too good. Like, I know the mobility is crazy, but the aim is just crazier. You know, these players are so sick, especially on, you know, the hit scan, like Hela. They just clap you out of the air. They just nuke you. You just have no margin for error. You have to like insta kill people. It's not realistic, frankly. And now Luminosity, they've set themselves a win con. Cap a tick on Symbiotic Surface. You've got what, 3:30 on the clock to do it? That's quite a margin to be working with.
Surely. Luminosity. Surely. They just don't need much time here. Royal Beamers are the ones that now have to dig deep and find something. Frankly, I mean, they could just show us the standard and do it a little bit better than Luminosity. This is where they need to find an extra little bit of grit. As LG are a team who have dealt with the very best in Europe in this very tournament over and over again and have just come up second best. They've definitely earned themselves the right so far to hang in this series and also potentially to fight for that $1,000. They'll be warmed up. That's for sure. How is it that, by the way, the one day we come on to EU, we get a reverse sweep straight away, like just immediately?
We're blessed, Mitch. We're blessed. You know, some people are, and we're also being blessed by Royal Beamers. You wanted some grit. I don't think I've ever seen a grittier comp, a dirtier comp than what they're locking in here. This is my ranked games. 5 duelists and a Magneto. No heal of any kind in the comp. I think Black Panther can give himself some shields. Mr. Fantastic can tank a little bit. But
respecting our time, I respect you back, Royal Beamers. Welcome on Rivals Fight Night anytime.
What on earth?
Black Widow, baby. She's dealing with the Loki clones.
Psycho, yep, clearing those inanimate objects. Love to see that.
OP on this map, though, guys. Low key.
Well, their tank's down, so there's that.
Wait a minute.
Naga does fall. Psycho trying to back up here. Jake still shilling for Squirrel Girl.
All damage is permanent. We're playing Counter-Strike now. Real Beamers.
Well, one of our teams here. Anyway, the other one. Yeah, the other one just healing. Okay, thanks for all Beamers. Thanks for coming. We appreciate it. taking Luminosity Gaming to the very limit. But that one tick was all they needed, of course, with 3 minutes and 40. It was a pretty much done deal as we went into that extra innings. And so once more, LG will take on Virtus.pro in a best of 5 for all the marbles.
That they will, Puckett. I don't know if that was the limit for Luminosity at the very end of the series, but it's clear which way the wind was blowing. It felt like, after map 3, they got their feet under them. Huge performances, especially out of Naga and Trust Me, to really solidify the series, bring it back under control. I can't help but think, though, that Virtus.pro, they're sitting back, they're laughing. They're excited, they're looking forward to this, they're rested, they're warmed up. Luminosity have just been through a way tougher match than really Royal Beamers had any right to make it.
There was one man who is more consistent than the rest throughout this series for LG. He goes by the name of Naga. We got to take a look at some of the highlights from not just him, Destroyed and crew all putting in damage, and LG walking away with the faster attack. You saw Royal Beamers after the failed Spider-Man Venom approach. Uber, they just called it a game, but someone in chat called it out. Naga's gonna run no more. There is no world where Spider-Man is a good idea into a Namor with a Luna in the game, Jake.
Yeah, I think if they just played normal, they actually had a decent chance. Like, they could just play for picks. You have a minute to find a pick. I mean, honestly, with players like Psycho, how they've been performing Pokey across the whole series, I feel pretty good about their odds finding an opening pick in the first minute. That's been something they've delivered pretty consistently. And so I think going for the wacky cheese was just an overreaction to a tough defense in the last round. Sure. Luminosity had a big advantage in the time bank. Sure. But they end up throwing it away, and Naga with the MVP, well-deserved. I mean, if it wasn't for the heroism, frankly, on Hell's Heaven, we wouldn't be here. This would have been a 3-0.
I mean, you can see, obviously, looking back over the moments towards the start of the game, I was really impressed with Royal Beamers. They were playing a lot of group and sort of weren't being forced off of it. This is the game where we got that quad strategist ban that caused Loki and Rocket Raccoon backlines to be required, which was really interesting. But Naga turns up here, shows us some fantastic moments. I think, over a bunch of different heroes, but you can see just how much more impactful the Kraken impact is without all of that defensive, healing ultimates. And then we saw the Namor, and it made me wonder why LG, on map number 1, if I'm not mistaken, they banned Luna Snow. This is probably where their bread should be buttered. They've looked at the best here, and whilst Royal Beamers, when they started playing the Venom, I was kind of impressed by what they were able to show us there. So I mentioned it, but both these teams are kind of banning out the comps that they looked better at, which is odd, but that's their business, I guess. Pivoting to them later on, though, both teams managed to show just how capable they are with using them.
Naga, a freak on the soldiers. I take a look back at some of these highlights, Jake. I'm just
this is disgusting.
Every single time he gets an ultimate, there's value. I don't remember twice that it happened throughout the series where he gets shut down. Maybe once in the middle of a team fight, but it doesn't happen on a regular basis.
I mean, this script is so dirty, all these dinks back to back, creating the opener. That it's not as flashy, but it's so impactful in the round. Getting those 2 openers blows open the offense. That's really a big part of the reason Luminosity can set such an incredible time overall in the map. I think maybe for Luminosity to defend them a little bit in the ban phase, I think they came into this challenger match just seeing it as a warm-up for Virtus.pro and really maybe even just applying the very same ban concept to VP. And VP is a team where you're not going to feel quite so good about letting Namor Luna Snow into the game. They are, I think, the best team in the world at utilizing that combo. They are so insanely stable and consistent on it. That's where the question mark is for me. But Naga, as an individual, having a huge pop-off game on Namor is exactly what you need to go in with confidence into Virtus.pro. You've got to be able to win these flank fights against VP. VP is also going to hit you with the amped whale combos. They're also going to execute those. But if you can be a difference maker on the flank fight, if you can win your ones and create those little advantages on the side, that's the way to start cracking that Virtus.pro armor.
There's a look at the final stats. Of course, the roster from Royal Beamers and not the real thing. We're going to see King Beam and crew in the future. I do want to get a quick shout to Ken. He was the fill-in today on the strategist role. Europe looks like they've got a lot of talented strategists. Do you want to see Ken in the starting lineup? And do you think the Beamers could be even better when they get their full squad back?
I mean, King Beam got the respect bans on Invisible Woman. That's kind of wild. Invisible Woman has, I don't know if we've ever seen it first ban, maybe a couple times, like pretty rarely. And he's getting respect bans on Invisible Woman. That's a pretty big statement for a strategist player to be taking a respect ban on a pretty unpopular hero to be banning or protecting, frankly, in Marvel Rivals right now.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes the bans do end up being, what was the one hero that really pissed me off in the very previous game? I'm gonna take that out of the game. But Ken looked fantastic. They've already been playing at a high level, right? The fact that they're Norwegian and able to slot into this team, I thought was obviously really helpful. They look great, especially on a lot of that low key play. So I'm quite sure we'll continue to see them at the top level in Europe going forward.
I do want to say that I will party with Norwegians anytime. You guys were fun. Thank you for bringing out the 6 duelists to close things out there. You knew the match was over. So did we. Let's rock out. All right, for now, we got to take a quick break. When we come back, we have a championship match all loaded up. Luminosity, Virtus.pro. Round 3. Can LG take 2 maps this time? Stay tuned. It's Rivals Fight Night, round 6.
I think I'd rather drink in Serbia, honestly. Or I wouldn't want to party in Norway. I don't know.
Don't worry, little kid. You can't read yet, but you can look at the pictures. Welcome to comics. In action. This is Rivals Fight Night. Round 6. They just keep going. This clip's so long. Look at him. Point locked down.
Me, every fight that I cast in Marvel Rivals, literally me.
It's
when
not ending. It's still going.
Yeah. That's the beauty of it. And that's in slow-mo, bro. So strap yourself in.
You are very good at your job, Uber. I don't realize until I make a small attempt like that. Welcome in, everybody. This is the EU Finals. You have the 2023 Caster of the Year, Uber Shouts. You have the future 2025 Color Caster of the Year, Jake Overwatch, and of course your Lifetime Achievement Award winner, Chris Bucket here. Welcome, everybody.
Don't you just win that every year?
He throws that one in.
Yeah, we'll just sprinkle that over the top. We're watching the future EU Lifetime Achievement Award winners. They keep up this pace. Virtus.pro has been on our show, 5 times, ZP? Let us know in the Discord. They have won all of them. Jake, the last one, a small blemish. They dropped a single map on their way to holding up another $1,000 check.
Yeah, here's the history. Luminosity won one week when VP decided to, take a little break. Then VP came back and just snatched the crown out of their hands and slapped them away, like I want Emma Frost to slap me away.
Okay, got
With
that
force.
out there.
The choke slam.
It's all about honesty. This is a safe place, people. You're welcome here. Rivals Fight Night is going crazy online right now. Shout out to all of our new subs. We are approaching that sub goal. We've passed over 6,200 followers on the Twitch channel. If you haven't already, slam that button while we wait for these players to load up. If you missed the lore, though, let's catch you up, because Virtus.pro have been the dominant force in EU. Everyone is waiting for the global showdown to see, are they truly the best team in the world or just on the continent? Finzi and Nevix, one of the best Vanguard duos you're going to see in the game. Nevix, the #1 player on the global leaderboard. Sparker, though, he's going to be the guy on your screen most of the time. Why? He has won MVP, probably 3 of those 4 tournaments. The man can play every single duelist. He is unbannable, and he is constantly a highlight reel. We don't talk nearly enough about the strategist on this team. Today, that's my goal, Jake. Let's give a shout out to the people that enable these duelists.
Saipe and Freedro, I think, is a great shout for a squad as well. The Vanguards, Finzi and Nevix. I mean, you don't achieve dominance like this for Virtus.pro by getting carried by duelists. It's just not possible. Like, no matter how good you are in duelists, you just can't have the stability without strategists who are super clean, no mistakes from this squad. We talked about the Namor Luna Snow combo. I think this is the reason, Freedro really is the reason why LG has been banning Luna Snow in the last series. This team just has so much aura. They are so sick on some of these combos. I think LG is kind of operating in a world where they have to be different or have to force Virtus.pro off of their comfort zone, because if you just give this team everything they want, I mean, so far they have been unbeatable no matter what you do, but maybe the theory is, okay, at least we can take away some of the strongest pieces. It's all just a theory. No one has proven anything is winnable against Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro, the top dogs right now. They can play a number of different comps. The scariest, well, you tell us, chat. On the other side of this fight, yes, it is Luminosity. And Uber, I have a challenge from the chat. Can you break down this roster ASMR style?
Well, I think, after we saw that previous game, Naga, when he was able to switch over to the Namor, was just tapping away. You know what I mean? Pretty scary when those javelins come in fast, then you can anticipate them. And honestly, those majestic whales as they sail through the air and then collide with you, it's what feels like light speed sometimes, pretty effective at applying some crowd control and good damage. I'm a little concerned though that Crook is trying to go for the Mantis, perhaps when other strategists are the better option. But outside of that, I mean, this team is really well-rounded. I think the problem is that we're going to be looking at them and VP on a pound-for-pound comparison bucket, and that's it's just tough to give any of their players an edge, any individual at any role on this team.
Jake, we don't have Thanos in the game yet, so who's going to throw the bigger purple balls?
My money is on, I think Finzi and Nevix and the Vanguards are top 2 in the region. And I'm a little worried for Luminosity because I'm still skeptical about the Venom. You know, maybe it's going to be enough. They're going to ban the Invisible Woman again.
I have a challenge for you, Finzi. Is it really this fun to ban Groot 21 maps in a row? Maybe next week you guys just take a Groot week off. Maybe next map you allow him in to the lobby.
VP always a Wolverine ban team? Am I crazy?
Jake, I make up a lot of.
I feel like you just like, I don't know if they've ever banned Groot. Actually, I think this might be the first time they've ever
Unlucky, honestly. Of any time, any other time, I reckon you would have gotten away with
No other caster would call me out. This guy, I'm a pro player. I need to get things accurate.
Oh,
this guy.
That is funny. That is, I mean, so force physics is banned, so you can play the Venom. So Bucket did mention that, like, Luminosity had to try and, I think it was Jake maybe mentioned that Luminosity had to try and find a way to be different, because if you try and emulate what VP do, you lose, like I said, on a pound-to-pound basis. So I like that they're going to try and go for the Venom here. It's Hell's Heaven, which is an acceptable map to try and play that hero Bucket, but we're dealing with the best of the best in Europe. There is nobody that is the apex predator to Virtus.pro. They stand at the top of the food chain.
All right. I got to walk it back. Puckett, you were right. Last week, VP started banning Groot. I didn't watch that match. I got a mea culpa. That's on me. But it was a big change up. Historically, they had been a team that had banned a lot of Wolverine. That had just wanted to not deal with it. Exactly. Thank you, Daddy Puckett.
All right. Hell's Heaven loading up right now. Shout out to everyone in the chat. We have the record straight. Virtus.pro, not afraid of the Groot. They just don't need it. Instead, the Thing on Nevix. Finzi running the Magneto. Fi, well, they banned his Hela, so what's he gonna do? Take to the Star-Lord. It's about to be fun. Let's get into it, boys.
All right. Yeah, one of the few teams, of course, that's really going to try and show us the Thing as often as possible. A real nuisance in the front line, but crucially, just a crowd control dispenser. The knockups, the mass knockups you can cause with your charge, and then, of course, the stun once you land is really important. You've got great mobility. Also, a lot of burst damage as you're constantly charging haymakers in these front lines. It's very powerful, especially when your opponents don't have a way to go around the Thing and try to go through it.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how this Namor battle especially goes. See if Naga can find openings. Could be the hero for Luminosity. VP, though, have point control right now. So Luminosity have to do something. Now they're going to walk up with that Magneto, go with the soft dive on the Venom. But he looks to be forced out pretty quickly by that VP backline, who still look very tanky.
Now, they respected, I think, the dive from Trust Me there. I'm going to take the Venom quite low. But Nevix is really difficult for Magneto to deal with in general. Okay, Fi, I think he's just trying to clear the Reju domains there, but does, of course, get a Bulwark to help him with that blaster barrage. Virtus.pro still in a fine position, despite, having to give up the point briefly, and then Trust Me, just gets caught out in the open. I think he thought he was getting back to safety, but Fi had other plans for it.
Yeah, Fi is getting a lot done here on the Star-Lord. Uncountered, not worried about grabbing the team up. The more forced to use that bubble just to be able to get out to the high ground. Is going to slip around the corner, though, so nice slippy footwork from Naga. Nets him the kill on Sparker.
It's crazy why the Fi just doesn't get picked off doing any of this stuff, by the way, because in most of your ranked games, if you try this stuff for Star-Lord, you're probably just going to die. And a big part of that is that VP's backline are very switched on, very, very focused on making sure that Star-Lord can play with this level of aggression and not be punished for it. Oh, the freeze! Oh, Trust Me, just recovers in time. Reject Domain actually does end up getting used, but here's a Galactic Legend. Naga's the first target here, and they will go down. Meteor M claims them. Even with that healing in place from the Lunar Snow, you see Fire is just going to focus down the players who aren't standing in that area. And Trust Me does not want to be in the middle of the fight, even if it means getting healed by the Lunar Snow ultimate. So that basically renders the Venom useless.
Now Venom into the backline, forces the responsive support ults from VP. They've been hanging on to these all game long. They still have a second in the bag with that copied Loki form. Meteor M forced. VP, though, have the last laugh with the second support ult. Naga does find one, but copied Luna Snow is going to outlast much longer for VP. Despite being down a player, I think they have a very good chance in this fight.
Yeah, so hard to clear Nevix. Getting close to a clobber in time there as well. Saipe making sure that Fridra and Co don't have to worry about this pressure coming in from the sides. And Naga, of course, has been very, very good at Namor, and his monster spawns are always an issue. It's always really annoying for the Thing to deal with, especially, but VP's backline, incredible. Everyone topped up there. They get through a bit of a rockier phase, and Fire is now back into the fight and already poised to flank again. Trying to combo there. Like it. Trust Me, though, is there with a charge to sort of slow him up. And if you get stunned by that Star-Lord, you're insta-dead.
It's destroyed, has that Kraken impact, see if he can get something done with it, but it's an uncontested ulti potentially available for Star-Lord. You got to be very careful. Now the Legendary comes out over the top. Shields keeping destroyed alive for the moment.
Okay, another charge here. Fire does get stunned up ever so briefly. That was close. Not quite enough, though. Damage on Luminosity. It doesn't matter. The VP are at 99%. LG do have to dive in and wager something in order to try and stay in the game, at least in this round. It's destroyed. Nothing really to look at here. Of course, as Dreidro's able to have a fate of both worlds, but Finzi did get burst down despite theoretically that healing coming in. It's destroyed, though, is gone. There's that Horn of Proteus thrown into the backline. And 3 players, I think, on LG side were stunned up by that one, leaving Trust Me pretty solo here on the point. Having to try and fight for their lives to stay in this. But Rajaro's been massive. Another pick off this time on Fire is going to take the Star-Lord out of the game. But Ice starts for Dreidro. Gets rid of Fate. Beautifully done, Naga. Dealt with Meteor M for 2. Rajaro's able to charge it up massively. Was able to get onto Spark and Cypher respectively, but where are the duelists around this comp for Luminosity? They have their Vanguards in play, and here comes a portal now by Finzi into the fray.
Yeah, it's keeping them in the fight now. Legendary over the top from Fi could be the final nail in the coffin. Luminosity struggling to get the recap, struggling to just keep these Vanguards alive, but it's too little, too late. Damage over the top now. Strange struggling to shield Fi, going in with the Blaster Barrage, but it's not even necessary. 100-0 for VP. There's a reason they're the champs.
Oh, man. It is crazy. This is the one team that purportedly could step up and challenge them. And even they look kind of impotent in that round. They never get control of the point. Luminosity are virtually playing from the fringes of this map for the entire round. And although like the round, okay, towards the end, it dragged on a bit. It elongated somewhat. I mean, Destroyed's not able to find anything. The front line here, I thought Rajaro was great, finding some really important picks here, but was the only bright spot, I think, to lean on. As good as Naga's Nemor has been, Virtus.pro always seem to have an answer.
Yeah, the focus fire from the whole of VP, when the Clobberin time came out from Nevix, the enemy team was under a Luna Snow ultimate, and they're just getting hard focus fire headshot and bursted through. That's not like a raw damage combo or one-hit combo. That's just team shot calling, everybody shooting the same target, everybody headshotting all at once. You can out DPS those support ultimates. We just almost never see it due to the execution difficulty of that play.
Crazy stuff, though, to see it from VP with such regularity. So here we go again. So we both teams on the thing. It's just really annoying to deal with in the front line. If you have this fairly static setup that doesn't have a lot of crowd control, doesn't have the burst damage to deal with the thing, you find yourself losing out or being ignored by him pretty quickly. So Clobbering time is ready. A couple Haymakers already being charged up there. Blaster Barrage over the top with, of course, that extra Bulwark durability means that Luminosity start to lose out in these damage trades pretty badly. You note that Trust Me, Rajaru, Naga all quite low. Now they're going to deal with the fate of both worlds. Nevix and Finzi did get stunned up by that, which is fine, but Dreidro has the antidote. The healing comes in, and Virtus.pro are chilling, basking amidst it, in fact. Crook here has duped a Lunasaur ultimate as well, and Horde of Proteus does knock Finzi to the ground, but Destroy gets picked up by a Monstro spawn, and VP are healed up in the nick of time. Now Fire, of course, with his Legendary, will be able to force LG away.
So sick, the Regen Domain from Saipe. There are multiple players who are at risk of being executed, but of course Loki is ready, had saved that skill so deep into the fight. Luminosity holding on for the moment, but yeah, it just seems like a matter of time here. Virtus.pro have all the angles, full control, are going to get the cap, and thinking about going in for more here. It's a pretty risky move for Fa. Yeah, he doesn't even try to shoot, very aware of the overextension possibility there, and it seems like VP are content to just take this forward spam pressure, put as much on as they can. Luminosity on the retake. They've got another Clobber in time. They've got a Meteor M coming up very soon. But VP are so stable. It's hard to imagine the way they're going to get through this. They need to hit some big lockdowns.
And I think Finzi wants the front line of LG to overcommit to getting point control so we can just meteor the back line. Naga, there was hoping to find an off angle, but Sparker just doesn't miss those. Deadly accurate. Here's a Meteor coming from LG. Oh, that's speculative at best. Rajaro hoping to catch out a Luna Snow in mid-air. Unfortunately, just sends that ultimate away. I get the idea. Dreidro did, of course, have Fate of both worlds there, so you can understand the reasoning, but unfortunately, it looks a little silly in the end. And Virtus.pro can now push back 44% and counting, and they're sitting on both their Vanguard legendaries.
Naga has struggled, Clobber in time now, and does the defensive regenerative domain is enough to keep them alive for the moment, but these Vanguards are getting punished. Trust me, so incredibly low. Sparker on this off angle is just devastating them on the point. Once again, Virtus.pro charging forward to a potential full cap victory on map 1.
Yeah, looking very, very clean, and this is what you expect from your current champions. The only time Luminosity able to take the money here in our fight night was when Virtus.pro were not present, and they've re-established themselves very quickly since returning from that org-mandated break. That's fine. So can I take a holiday every now and then? Even if it's from the Groot band. We still ended up seeing from VP. To push up now, Rajaro, again, is questioning if there's a way in because, Jake, as soon as they hit this choke, Fire's going to wrap on them.
They've got that ultimate combo, though. Namor, Luna Snow, Naga. This would be a key moment to find a connection with that damage amped whale. He blew up in the last series with that combo quite a few times. Vi got pushed away by Magneto, kind of struggling to get in with the legendary, but now over the top is going to force that strategist ultimate.
There's nobody that's outside of this fate of both worlds, though, so Fire would just commit the rest of that ultimate from a pretty safe distance. Sparker with the gift here. Hornet Proteus comes in. Okay, it is actually able to stun him up. However, there's Finzi. It's destroyed. Changing the first letter of the name to a D. Apparently, the damage boost being mixed in here by Dredro every now and then. Saipe also has another Lunar ultimate. We are just going to stagger them here. We're going to back-to-back them, so VP have no window that Luminosity can take advantage of. Here's the clobber in time. Fate gets caught out. It's a scary situation, and there's nothing the Lunar Sloop could do to protect herself. Clearly turned up to the wrong weight class as Finzi mad cannons her into oblivion. And Fire's Blaster Barrage claims 2. That should be more than enough in Virtus.pro. Business as usual, and folks, business for this team is always good.
Business is booming, Mitch, and that's a 1-0 lead against Luminosity, who you got to remember are mentally taxed, right? They had to pull off the reverse sweep. They had their backs against the wall for 3 maps in a row in that last series against a team that they probably thought they were going to beat easily. It's a tough spot to be going up against the best in Europe, arguably the best in the world. VP, I mean, at least in terms of each individual region, VP is so much further ahead of the second best team. That's what makes them look so much like the best in the world. It's too hard to say like whether, region versus region, who's stronger, but man, VP makes such a compelling case. You just watch them play. The eye test is so insane. 23k damage that game. Strategist 1 death between the 2 of them. Yeah. Saipe and Dredro, masterclass.
For me, that's the standout, right? When you mirror the thing, you basically are accepting that you have no backline pressure in your opponents. Like none. You cannot run down their strategists at all. You're trying to just overwhelm and have good CC, but then you get picked apart by the enemy flanker. I don't think that LG want to be mirroring VP's comp at all. I would honestly rather have seen the Venom, as weird as that is, put some backline pressure on, force an error somewhere out of this Virtus.pro team, because if you don't put some pressure on, they won't make a mistake. They just don't.
I was just looking at the numbers. 66,000 heals were pumped in over those 2 rounds. It wasn't enough for Luminosity. So who needs to step up the damage? Because we got to finish some of these eliminations. These team fights are going too long, Jake.
Yeah, maybe it's so hard. I mean, it's beyond one player, right? You just got 200 zeroed on domination. It's like...
sorry, what duo, what role? Or is it a combo of you need a little bit of everybody?
I mean, it's definitely duelists. I mean, Destroyed got no final hits. They don't have the Groot combo to match, I think, with the Winter Soldier. So why are you playing Winter Soldier? Is there maybe a better option for you there? Can you match the Star-Lord? And this is a Star-Lord without Adam Warlock, by the way, that we're seeing from Big. They do not care. Fire is that good and that well backed up by the Magneto to constantly get those bubbles that it doesn't matter if he can't come back to life because he just doesn't die.
Jake, hear me out. Luminosity just sucks at domination. They just suck at Dom. They're good at the other game modes. The other maps, no problem. This is just not their strength.
Considering you're down 1-0.
Whole of Jalia. Whole of Jalia, they were pretty awful on as well in that previous game. Yeah. So that's Convergence map. So,
and they picked Top Jalia too. So, I mean, I see why. Maybe you go to Yggdrasil here. I mean, I will say, honestly, it's interesting. Both teams were so aware of the threat of the Namor whale combo, that they were both constantly blocking it, regenerative domains, and that's something that for the strategist, it goes a little bit unnoticed. You're just like, oh, the boat or the whale didn't connect. We didn't find that nuke value. Usually, I think that is off the back of the Loki play, which I got to say, level 1 Crook. I think level 1 Crook also went deathless on the Loki. Also, was that elusive backliner too hard to kill. Fate, though, I believe got caught 4 times in that last round. So. I don't want to just put all the blame on him. I think it is across the board. When you lose team fights and you get wiped, okay, a lot of times you are going to go down on Luna Snow when you're playing in the front line and trying to put those heals out on everybody. Maybe you got some kind of better answer for Fi, maybe banning the Hela. I mean, then again, Hela's just going to...
I was going to say, his Hela's even dirtier than his Star-Lord. And if he's not running the Star-Lord, then you're opening it up for Sparker, who did enough damage on the
What's the
Namor
hope
to never take him off.
here? I gotta dig
Sparker
deep in
is
my
in our
bag.
chat right now, though. Sparker, how about you stop typing and start joining up? Let's get these games rolling. Midtown is map number 2. We've got our bans and protects rolling up, and Saipe is in our chat as well. We've basically Virtus.
These
Pro
guys
in your
love
chat
coming to
room.
the chat. They love
Welcome
coming to
in,
the
guys.
chat.
The champs are hanging out mid-series, Uber. That's the amount of confidence. I don't feel like we've seen this in a long time across multiple esports.
I want to see him typing during the game. That's when you know it's real. That's when you know the domination is just raw. You know what I mean? I want to see. I want to see like
tab to type into Twitch
I want to
chat.
see
Oh,
manually
that's
written
rude.
out. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog while they're busy throttling LG.
Play Type Racer on the second monitor while you're winning. You know, that's all possible here. The Thing ban. Okay, I like the Thing ban actually from Luminosity. I agree with you.
down
Like the
Nevix.
execution is too good from VP. Attacking some of the Vanguard picks could stabilize the game for you a little bit. And the Thing is also pretty sick against Venom. Like being able to stun him pretty hard or lock him down on some of his movement skills really kills the Venom game plan. So this does maybe open things up for Luminosity to put the Vanguard game a little bit more in their wheelhouse, especially because Groot is another good hero against Venom. So 2 of the better Vanguards matching up into Venom are now out of the pool. Conceptually, I like this. I'm sort of curious to see what direction VP take us.
So VP just made sure that Dro is getting his Luna Snow. He earned MVP in game for it in game number 1. On the other side, your final ban, it's going to be on the Hell again. So trying to slow down 5 because as they've learned in the past, you cannot ban Sparker. They tried it 2 weeks ago, Jake, and it did not go their way.
Sparker's just a monster. His aim is so good. It's like I can't really tell which hero is his best because he just wins with everything. So I think banning him is probably, or trying to ban him is probably a mistake. Probably not something that's going to work out too well. And LG, I mean, I would normally think like something like a Wolverine is a way you could throw a huge change up into the game, but I'm not sure that LG is really a Wolverine team. Like they've played it sometimes, but I don't think it's, you know, their bread and butter, something they're super comfortable with. And I don't think you should really be bringing out the Wolverine unless it is that for you. Very well practiced, very clean and tight.
Yo, chat, do me a favor. Keep your international chat to yourself, okay? We're working on it. It's going to take us a while, but we're working on it. We want it to be cooler than a normal match. For now, let's turn our attention to the EU battle number 1 versus number 2. It's Virtus.pro Luminosity, game 2.
I mean, this is definitely the time in every esports life cycle that we start thinking about who's better, NA or EU. It's inevitable. It comes for us all at one stage or another. I've seen 16 different permutations of that exact story play out, and they're all fucking brilliant. So bring it on. Okay. Jumping to this map, of course, Luminosity now, they have access, they've given themselves access, rather, to this Venom dive. Can they make it work now? They've got rid of the Thing. They don't have to deal with Groot. They still have to deal with the Namor Luna Snow combo, Jake, and that obviously is a bit concerning for anything that's, you know, involving Venom.
Destroyed is going to go over to the Wolverine, but the Invisible Woman is out for Saipe, didn't get banned, right? In choosing to ban the Groot. Now someone else on VP has brought the threat to you. And the Invisible Woman, we've seen the playmaking, high skill potential. Somebody like Saipe should be piloting this very well.
Oh man, the CC that just got leveraged there at Rajaro, or rather Finzi, excuse me. Lucky he was able to get out there. We have VP chomping at the bit. Destroyed now, of course. There will be a Wolverine that slips through. VP typically do not like to deal with it. They do like to ban it when they can. However, Destroyed is now using his mobility in order to just not die instantly to fly out in the open. He's able to tear some strips off Nevix there, but it's probably the wrong target as we actually have the Venom look here for VP. Trying to force him away, trying to dissuade these dives, and Destroyed is just going to be avoided.
Bye. Happy to take this duel in the flank. No second life there. Force Destroyed is in trouble, but Naga finding a couple picks here. Being the difference maker on that Namor. Now the Namor from the other side of the field, Sparker is getting attacked, but the support is insane. I mean, look at the strategist from VP.
That's what I'm saying.
It's all backline.
And that's why Fire was able to do such egregious things in the previous game. These healers are too good. They're too good at the game. You have to target them. That's why I'm glad we have a Venom, right? Do something to put pressure on Virtus.pro's backline. Unfortunately, VP can do the same to you and send Nevix on a collision course with your squishy underbelly. Brutal.
God. They're getting cut to pieces. It's going to be just a little bit of stall out, a little bit of delay. And that, in the end, that only costs you the legendary from Star-Lord. Rajaro's going to have Meteor M in the next fight.
Finzy's in the chat. Why are you typing? Okay, I did ask for that.
Wait, who's in the chat? Who's in the chat?
Finzy's typing in the chat.
These guys.
Are you not entertained? The Icelandic wonder.
Oh, he's dead. He's dead, Mitch.
Oh, man. That's classic. Honestly, like, it's so funny because, like, normally, you know, coaches will tell you off for this stuff, but I'm quite glad that people are letting him get away with this. I mean, they're styling, you know what I mean? They're absolutely styling. Here comes the Horde of Proteus. Trust me, a little bit low after that one, but Crook, of course, has the Duke's ultimate, and that's going to be enough to at least let them weather the storm. But after that, Fate needs a couple of seconds to build that Fate of both worlds up, and that's the window that at least LG have been able to make use of in terms of dealing with fire. That's one of the flankers out of the picture. The Wolverine's pretty scary, though. So Destroy's going to pop ult and have, of course, that extra shielding. Virtus.pro here starting to run out of gas on this push.
And they're able to focus down the Invisible Woman, which deals with the ultimate. So VP, a little bit of overconfidence, gets punished. Now Luminosity in a decent spot. They've got the Luna Snow ultimate to sustain them a little bit into that next fight. They also have Meteor M from Rajaro, who's able to hold on to that. VP, no obvious combo here. I definitely want to see how Nevix takes this opening dive on the Venom, creating space in the backline with the help of Fi.
Trust me.
Oh my, the focus fire. Oh, the focus fire.
He actually gets away. I mean, that is quite crazy what you can do with Venom, but it's Destroy that actually was hoping, I think, to follow up on the dive from Venom, but Venom has to get out. It's too low. And Rajaro opted to throw that directly, I think, at the rejuve domain, maybe hoping for timing to be on his side there, but it was not the case. Still, we have Luminosity ultimate. We're going to go forward with that one, but we have a Meteor M in play now. That was actually used, or got caught by Naga in midair. It's unclear, but he was inside his gift shield. Sparker has fallen, but VP have the numbers now. Nevix kidnapped. Should be able to swing back to the safety of the rest of his team, and there is a portal in play. Fi has popped a portal up, so Virtus.pro can get the pressure on. Well, Rajaro has one. Additionally, both teams here now in these dying seconds going after the Doctor Strange tech, and here comes Rajaro. Pops out of nowhere. The monster spawns are slapping each other in the background. Rajaro definitely needs to fear what Virtus.pro have in reserve, because Saipe can still deploy this Fate of both worlds. I got a little bit of dark magic being thrown out there.
The fact that Dredro still has the other strategist ultimate in the bank is probably going to stay with us, but hold on, he got stunned, just barely gets his ultimate off in time. Luminosity really putting the pressure on in this map. Naga has been doing fantastic on the Namor. Now, seems like the lack of ults, lack of potential here for Luminosity is going to create that first cap opportunity for VP, but it's been difficult, maybe more difficult than many of the games we've seen so far today. Even a safety whale being dropped by Sparker, he does not want to get full held on Midtown.
Yeah, you just can't take that risk, right? Especially, you know, when Doctor Strange is in the mix. Of course, Fire does not have a portal available to him, but there's always a risk of having to deal with that. I think getting the more Monstro spawns set up there in that last phase of the map for VP helped. They had enough time to sort of get their infrastructure ready, and they apparently are sticking to this triple Vanguard for now with Eye of Agamotto at the ready for Fi.
Eye of Agamotto could be powerful. No Invisible Woman for Luminosity, so they don't have an easy way of pushing that Strange away. It's something you really have to worry about this team, especially playing a Wolverine strat, who, you know, Wolverine, Venom, they want to get in, they want to fight at close range. Well, that's where you're vulnerable to that Doctor Strange, and even Magneto could be in trouble. Rajaro has to really meet out those defensive cooldowns carefully.
Trust me, goes low. Didn't quite have Feast of the Abyss available, so couldn't fully commit on that dive at all. Well, Spiker just wants to keep chunking him down. Pocket Mental, we see him on our screen a lot, and he was not wrong. Here comes that Fisto from Trust Me. Already, that shielding's been chunked through. Now he has to use the secondary cooldown. That's about to expire, and then it's time to get out. Not enough done by Trust Me there within that window of diving, and it's up to VP now to return serve. Speaking of which, Meteor M comes straight through. Wasn't quite the ace I think that VP were hoping for, but Finzi is still going to have backup for the rest of the team as they come forward, and Nevix had that Feast of the Abyss to work with. Nice orb, though, there from Rajaro. Saipe is blown to smithereens, goes the way of the dinosaurs. And now we've got the Wolverine, who's a bit of a nuisance here in the middle of this fight. Dredro has at least plenty of healing ultimate, and that's exactly who you want. Try and pull Sparker out of formation. Crook falls, though, as Sparker responds with a Horde of Proteus that gives VP the player advantage.
Yeah, and despite what looked like a good start of the fight there, VP just commit and clutch. Even in an awkward comp, even with Fi on the Doctor Strange, they're not worried about it. Luminosity, they do have the means to make the hold, but it's two duelist ultimates. It's not the most consistent or stable thing. VP, with the forward spam pressure, could be finding early kills. It's a difficult walk-up for Luminosity. They don't have an obvious tool to get them into this fight.
And we are just mere meters away from the next checkpoint here. Looks like Virtus.pro are threatening to get through. Fi shields up, healed up fully, and ready to go yet again. These Vanguard ultimates are getting built pretty quickly. Rajaro just had nowhere to go, completely caught out there as he could only throw himself at the cart to keep the game going. Sparker's going to be able to dodge that Horde of Proteus now, but Fire not nearly as lucky. Taken down out of the game here. Sparker building up another Horde of Proteus of his own, and that was the Lord of the Seas that did connect to put some pressure down. Big damage getting thrown in Destroyed's direction. He has to get out of the fight, but Nevix does go down. Spark is holding onto a whale here. He sees Crook, though, come forward now with that Fate of Both Worlds, and Rajaro is making use of the portal to get back into the fight. Good pick on Sparker, but the healing's just far too good, but here's the damage finally coming through. Fate deals with Dridro. Rajaro had a nice maelstrom of madness there, and in overtime, it looks like Virtus.pro were liable to be stopped in their tracks.
I think Fi staying on the Doctor Strange a bit too long. Some of the fights worked out for them, but in the end, LG make the hold at the end of second point. It's a pretty solid defense on Midtown altogether. And despite some strong fights for VP, Luminosity hold on, they scrap back, and they make a couple long holds at the end of each checkpoint, getting the defense done.
You've got to feel good about that, especially given that Midtown is like a long-ish map, but getting it completed is not out of the question, especially for a team like Virtus.pro. So being able to do that, deny them the full 3 checkpoints, it's got to make you feel pretty good. Now, we won't quite know what the impact of the Wolverine has been until we get to, look at what those final hits are and how the scoreboard sort of plays out. But against Virtus.pro's attempt at a triple Vanguard look, Destroyed looked like he was able to get a number of edges.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be playing Wolverine against a team with the mechanics as good as VP. They're insane at turning and burning if you go for a play and you get overextended even a little bit. So it's real credit to Destroy that he's able to have even a decent game, even put out some solid damage. But I think Naga is kind of the hero in a lot of these fights. I mean, Fi got shut down a couple times flanking, trying to hit the backline with that Star-Lord, just with great shots out of Naga, great positioning of those Monstro spawns. Naga, I mean, has been a hero for this squad. He was in the last series and here again on Midtown.
Have a look at this. We got a chance to only see 2 final hits there for Destroyed, but unsurprisingly, the Nemours have taken over the game.
It's crazy. Parker just has 61% accuracy. I just saw. What the hell? That's actually
20k damage.
That's actually illegal. 61. That's like one of the highest I've ever seen.
And that's not a full map either, right? Like they did not get a time extension to make it like the longest possible round. That to me is what is even scarier about that. We only got 2/3 of the map in terms of time.
Yeah, and still dropping 20k is kind of some wild stuff.
Nevix is struggling here. You can see how the Monstro spawns make it a little bit hard to properly chase down Namor. Nevix is going to lose that shielding soon. It's a little dumb. Okay, buddy. Oh, Naga would be molding about that. A little bit of health. Back to business here, as at least that's a good defensive pick, but also, trust me, has dealt with Sparker. Virtus.pro crumbling a little bit here. After Nevix went so deep to try and get rid of that kill, Destroyed and Co. have been causing problems for the rest of the team.
I mean, space created there, right? Like, you go down on Naga, but you took 2 players. They fell way out of position. The rest of your team won the fight. You're feeling really good about that trade if you're Naga. Even though you did go down, you did your job.
And here's the push from LG. They really don't want to give an inch now. And I respect it. Saipet going a little bit low there. Monster spawns need to be cleared. Rajaro as well, trying to get a mag cannon in to disrupt and displace Virtus.pro over the top. Blaster Barrel is being used. Fire might have to think about going for the legendary here, and he does, but who does he go for? Luminosity Ultimates. Kind of complicated the math a little bit, but there's an opportunity there to go after the Namor, and the Horn of Proteus gives you the extra damage to get over the line. Now, though, another Loki copy. That means that back into the fight now, Crook has some extra healing, but it's not enough to save Fate, and that's a gut punch for Luminosity. They burn through big Predator's ultimates and can't get past VP.
Saipe holds on to the Loki ult critically, so they are going to have a copy on Luna Snow for the next fight if they need it. Luminosity, they have some powerful damage ultimates, but without the strategist ultimates, it's so difficult to actually deploy them to get a decent start to the fight without just getting cut down. VP in a great position to potentially make the whole 2 minutes on the clock. Luminosity, they had a nice defense, but job is not done.
Still though, some big duelist ultimates available here for Luminosity. Meteor M though, to preempt this. Thrown into the background and staved off there by that rejuve domain. Naga got caught out of mid-air though, just as he emerged from the cocoon. And that has to be calling it quits now for LG, because it looks like Naga went from a Horde of Proteus that Saipe was easily able to stave off.
Yeah, no damage amp, no chance to burst through anything there. VP low on some ultimate. Sparker would love to find an opening pick here, spamming super aggressive on the walk up, making it awkward. But that Wolverine ult is a big issue, right? You don't have a real answer to that. Definitely a lot of playmaking potential with Luminosity strategists, very much closing in on their ultimates as well.
And that last stand, the displacement potential is really scary. Great charge for Rajaro on the Meteor M, but no way to connect it. And it's a monstrous spawn that brings Fi down out in mid-air, and there'll be no Cocoon Revival, no returning to the fray here without a team up available. A lot of pressure going down on Finzy's direction. Eventually, you have to imagine they'll crumble. Sparker might just hold on to the whale here, as it's not a great use case for it, especially with the Magneto right in front of him. His monster spawner doing some serious work though, and Dredro does at least have a big heal, but it's still 3 players here for VP. So once that ultimate expires, yeah, Sparker desperately trying to hang on. Only some stall. That's all VP could concoct, and so Luminosity will be into the second phase of the map. And as far as we're concerned, folks, it's the last one here on Midtown.
Yeah, 3 minutes on the clock. A lot of opportunity for Luminosity. A catch on Defy. Should be an easy pick off there. Rajaro gets the cleanup done. And now VP in a spot that they rarely find themselves, backs against the wall on Midtown, on the verge of evening up this series 1-1 on our Luminosity. They've got the ultimates to do it too. Virtus.pro kind of need a hero moment here.
Sparker's trying to at least check the flank routes here for Trust Me. They don't seem to care about them anymore, which could prove to be their undoing, but Trust Me's happy. He's forced out the rejuve domain. Long cooldown, can double back to the rest of his team, and now Sparker feels like he needs to go and try and create an opening, an opportunity. Dredro though is fallen, not good. Sparker can only look on as Luminosity making short work of Virtus.pro. Again, VP only really have struggled against this team on when Wolverine is available, and Destroyed, even though he's not exactly been the headliner in this game, has definitely caused headaches. Nicely done. We've got ourselves a proper series here.
2, 1.
Luminosity, they came to play today. This change up banning the thing, I wonder if VP need to take a different approach. Maybe that group first ban needs to be something like a Wolverine. Even the Namor, I mean, I don't know, banning the Namor is kind of crazy with how good Sparker is on it too. I feel like Sparker and Naga are really Clash of the Titans right now when it comes to individual plays, the value they're able to get. But Trust Me looks so comfortable on the Venom. I think forcing this Vanguard lineup, this is like the first time I've seen a team look more comfortable on their Vanguards over VP. That's really impressive to me right now from Luminosity.
Look at this. Stunning games. I mean, again, you can see how Namor really tends to dominate. But I like what we saw for the Venom play. Trust Me seems to be happy enough, looking to try and get those big cooldowns drawn out and then return until at least there's a better opportunity to come in. Big Wolverine damage. I think we'd like to see that here, but in general, great showing from Luminosity, showing that there are game states that they can, use to their advantage. And have a look at that ban and protect, right? They take the thing out, they keep the Venom in, they know that they need to go forward. And we've often talked about how hard it is to dive like a Namor Luna Snow setup, right? Maybe it's undivable. Not the case here. You just have to go about it a bit more long term, I think, and try and play the long game, I should say, this Venom.
Yeah, Trust Me has 10k more damage blocked, which is pretty impressive to me. I mean, getting a lot more value out of the cooldown cycle, able to stay in the fights for a lot longer. I think this does merit a change in strategy from VP on the ban front. And even to do that, even to force VP to go deeper into their strat book is an achievement here for Luminosity. With a 1-1 scary scoreline, this is kind of anybody's game today, and I didn't think I'd be saying that going into the match.
I'm starting to think their best look is with Crook on the Loki and the Venom on Trust Me. Wow. Luminosity starting to find their way, at least stopping Virtus.pro on the attack. That's not something we've seen on Midtown in the past. VP, well, they get to pick a map. And I asked our producer, can we take a look at the history of Virtus.pro? Because chat's saying, they've never dropped a map. It's never happened. Last week, 3-1. Suck it, chat. 1-1 again today. We're at least getting another game, number 4 in our best of 5. Virtus.pro has been the top dog. Will LG be able to continue to challenge? We have a favor to ask for the players. If you can, just keep running the games. A few of us got to get out of here on the production side. We want to keep them for the whole show because we love Uber.
Oh, yeah, that's me. No, I mean, my nanny finishes up in 35 minutes, so that's the way it goes. Otherwise, I'm dragging deep in here to run back the old Jake duo, mate. That's just the way. Like I said, I'm glad we get close games, but I didn't really plan for it, I'll be honest, because we've never really had them in EU. This is a bit of a novelty for us, so bittersweet, I'd say. Hopefully, I'm around to see the conclusion of this series, but if you're an LG fan, you're probably not hoping for that yourself. Some great moments here, I think, over the last, couple of minutes here on Midtown, and Destroyed kind of getting it done only with 2 final hits, but it's the displacement, it's the disruption, it's how it adds to the damage tally. I think that really helps Luminosity get across the line, and we know Naga's the one to rely on. We looked at him in the previous game, gave him an MVP, just really could not do it, I think, at this point. And this is the kind of game you really want to have your star player step up in.
Sparker on attack, real quick, Jake, can we just acknowledge the 20k on attack was ridiculous.
I mean, his damage stat is
the best individual duelist round we've seen.
Yeah, his damage stat is completely out of control, out of this world, very, very consistently on the Namor. I mean, he's such a monster on it. but I feel like the team play in this particular game was what won it for Luminosity, especially I look at Rajaro on the Magneto was fantastic. Here we see that damage amped Luna combo, so critical to be able to win and catch those team fights. And man, Naga is just oppressive on the flank there.
1-1 after 2 games. Virtus.pro is able to select map number 3. We at least are guaranteed for Virtus.pro. Dominant so far in all of our rivals' fight night history. They only didn't win 1 week. Why? Well, the whole org took a week off. Finzi was watching from an airplane. Couldn't get enough of the rivals' fight night. Here he is talking in the chat for the L Uber. Do we continue to give them challenges, the nerfs, to keep this match even?
I mean, again, it feels like, yeah, we're trying to apply some training weights to them. It's just really unfortunate because, like, Finzi did volunteer to type in the chat, and I believe that he would.
He's a man of his word. He did it.
It's unfortunate that it happens on the map that I lose. I don't know if we'll get that again, sadly, but, you know, I'll enjoy it, or at least the memories of it while I can.
I mean, this is a Luminosity team that has earned the respect, I think, for Virtus.pro to give them their full force, their full fury. Question is, can you survive that onslaught from the Bears of Virtus.pro? Like, can they take it? Now, going to a VP map pick, and really a team that, like, they're having some fun, but once you take a map from a team like this, it gets real. This is where it gets real for Luminosity. They've taken a map before, they lost 3-1. Yeah, you want a map, but like, what does that mean? Now we're going to the map that really counts. If Luminosity can get the advantage in the series, can go up to a 2-1 position, that's when I'm really going to start to believe this next map is the bellwether. This is where we get to see the true form of VP.
This is the 2-0 domination incoming. You just wait. Virtus.pro about to call it out.
Pocket, what word did you just allow in chat? What is that word?
I've a lot of words in chat. What was this most recent one?
I don't know if I want to say because it's going to make people write it. That's crazy. This really is by the people for the people. You know what I mean?
Listen.
If you guys guess the word without being banned, you'll be allowed to put it in chat too. But just be careful, all right? Because there is some risk involved in this. Are you gambling, folks? Try your luck.
Don't gamble the wrong way. There's no other fight night content to watch tonight. All right, I called for the domination. We're going. Are you ready, Jake?
Oh, I'm ready. I am curious to see if we see a different ban approach. I do think Wolverine is not so good on this map. Maybe you keep banning the Groot.
They're going to ban Loki.
I mean, obviously, like,
gets rid of Loki.
Actually, Loki, I don't mind the Loki.
Yeah, I think like you obviously. I don't know. It seems like VP are really happy to put Saipe on the Loki if they can do it, right? I think that they want to be the team that has 2 Lunar Snow ultimates to work with, because they probably have 2 strategist players who can really get a lot of value out of it. And I do think that the freeze for Luna really important if you're trying to shut down Trust Me, right? Those dives, you can see how quickly people can get burst down and still Trust Me is surviving, right? They dive in, they get frozen, they get burst, they still live, they still get out. It's so hard to take that Venom down. So that's an option. Don't know if Venom can work here, but there are some parts when you walk up to the point that is shown on the cover art of Bird and Charlie, I forget the name of it. It's really hard to like get tons of value out of Venom because you have a low roof for most of the approach until you get to the point that opens up. So it can be uncomfortable. I know, trust me. You think I've tried it. It's hard.
Ban and protects, right? Production. Like, we're going to make these players do things like a little
at some point. Try.
Finns, get out of the chat. Get into the game. It's time to party. Shout out to everyone. We got Rusted Skull returning. Del Sleeps is here. And Python 314 says, I'm a man of the people. Yes, I am, Python. And you're one of us now. Let's get into game number 3's Ban and Protects in just a moment. Sparker, though, just let him play Winter Soldier with a raccoon. I want to see it one time today.
I think the more he says that phrase, bans and protects coming down, the quicker it's gonna happen. I do
think speaking of the ban protect, speaking of the ban protect, I think there's an option for VP, a little dagger up the sleeve, if you will, of throwing a protect at the Hela, because the Luminosity have been second banning it, which means it is vulnerable to potentially being protected. That does mean you might lose the Luna Snow, which could be an expensive cost to pay. However, I think the Hela is really monstrous out of 5. I think that's something that they can rely on, something that can be a source of strength for them. As good as Sparker has been, that'll be interesting to put the pressure on Destroy. Like, if you put Hela in the server, Naga is going to not be able to have that same raw carry impact because Hela kind of takes over that role. It kind of takes those powerful wide angle positions, takes a bit more resource. And that's where I think VP should be really confident in Fi. They're going to keep going with the group ban, though, and I think Luminosity should probably respond by banning the Thing based on that last map.
And Thing is gone. Big shout out. We had All Stutter coming in with a sub. Put your Prime to use. You already order Amazon? Give us your free sub. It's a Prime. Hit that button. We're over 700 followers. We are nearing 200 subscribers, and we got a Venom on. Trust me, once again. I feel like, Jake, they've now figured each other out. This is going to be the ban and protects back and forth, back and forth. Virtus.pro, you don't need to do anything different here, right? Just protect. I
guess not. And to be honest, banning Adam Warlock, I think you may need to now, just because it's the threat of the Star-Lord team up is pretty explosive. Maybe VP just want to write off that last map and just run it again.
Is Saipan not like an Adam Warlock player? Because I do think that there's no reason why Virtus.pro couldn't
it's the res count
out of that. Yeah,
it's just annoying.
You have the better Star-Lord, I feel, right? To sort of force into this kind of matchup. Oh, I guess not, but that's fine. So very typical ban.
Okay, run it back.
No destroyed Hella this game.
No change, no change. And but I agree with you, Puckett. I think this is not the best Venom map. So Luminosity, they're always protecting the Venom, but will it really pay the dividends here? This will be a tougher test for Trust Me, one where I think it's a little bit less comfortable. Curious though, will VP take the Venom Mirror? Because based on these bans, the way they've gone, maybe they will. Maybe there's another look available for them. But
if they don't, we get to see Winter Soldier. If they stay on the Venom, it's just more and more. And I'll be honest, after 2 maps, I think I'm good. I'm ready to move on.
Enough whales, enough boats.
Enough whales with feet. 4-legged whales.
Yeah, they got grip.
How's that word, chat? What century was that from? Is it from the future? Is it from the past? Is it a different world within our world? I haven't read the comics.
It's like from the Mesolithic era, I think. I don't know what they were doing. They were walking on land back then, I think. Up on that Pangea, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, that Pangea.
That Pangea.
Russia, Alaska, same shit. I get you.
That's it. Y'all know. All right. If we're heading into this match, this is kind of the one that I raised as a little bit tricky at times to, make use of the Venom, but there are options, right? Nevix has been on the Venom. We've seen this from him and looks quite good. Looks very reasonable. The approach can just be a little bit awkward. There are ways that you can get up through the high ground. There's some sort of higher tunnels here, but obviously a low roof here makes it awkward to use a grapple and to try and get into the back line. But, once you get onto the point, it's a completely different story. The map does change as well over time, Jake, and you can also get to the high ground from this part of the map as it reforms soon.
Yeah, early pressure trade going VP's way. It's going to get them out onto the point a little bit stronger. Also allow Sparker to take a bit of a fight on the off angle. Naga's challenging it, but the Loki's here with him, and they're getting crunched on. Luminosity full surrounded. VP eating them alive.
Wow, there it is. Fi is able to deal with Crook first and foremost. Into the back line, of course, getting Bulwark given, and the Blaster Barrage will account for one of those healers, and this is the problem for LG now. Now they have to approach through what feels like chokes until the map sort of reforms somewhat, and VP can already sit Nevix up on the high ground. He can play in that position, try and deny them. We talked about this, Jake. The Wolverine here on this map, it's a bit of a head scratcher.
That's a long walk up, right? Like this sideline in particular, you just can't really do anything on Wolverine. You're just kind of trying to juke through, make a little bit of space. But on the other side, Vi pretty happy to get into the frontline pressure trade. The fog, though, is a pretty comfortable spot for Wolverine with his melee nature. He's going to be able to come around the flank, see if he can find some kind of a connection there.
Fog's cleared. Shout out Lord Kuma for the prime. Thank you. Nevix gets to the back line now. It's time to get the business. There are a lot of Loki clones to deal with here, but you're looking at that Luna Snow, of course, trying to bring her out of the game. Good job by Nevix, tying up that back line, making it harder for LG to get healing in Trust Me's direction, and there's no backup there for that dive. Sparker, I think, thought he might have been clear of that Horn of Proteus, but he didn't have his shield available, so has to eat that one. With Nevix falling here, VP down to 4. Fly has to go big to try and salvage things here, but he does not look comfortable.
Ultimate still being popped by VP despite losing 2 at the start of the fight. They're one of the few teams in the world who would recommit, and Finzi with 2 has now equalized for VP. They're holding onto the point this whole time. Saipe rips the copy, wants to double down, wants to recommit. Luminosity scrambling for the scraps. Sparker ready to slam the door from behind.
Yeah, he just wraps around, deploys the Monstro spawns like a trail of breadcrumbs, leading Luminosity to nothing but their own demise. Brutal to watch. Trust Me now going to try and go in with the Feast of the Abyss, but the healing is going to be thick and fast for Virtus.pro, and frankly, Trust Me doesn't have any way to make use of the extra durability. So that's an ultimate, straight down the Gurgler, and Virtus.pro simply return to controlling this high ground vantage point, denying it from Luminosity.
Yeah, I love this position from Sparker, helping the Venom hold the flank. Has to fall back for the moment, though. Really runs the risk of getting caught Nice freeze, though, by the Luna Snow, getting Nevix off of his back. Venom's going to go in for this, but still a lot of tankiness available on this Venom. He's not in too much trouble. Fi gets the pressure on elsewhere, but he does force the bubble. Keep that Venom alive and kicking.
Yep. Again, if you don't have, like, if you turn auto snapping of your grapple off on Venom, it can be a little bit awkward sometimes to actually swing out of those situations. I think Nevix was struggling with that exact timing there. Still, Virtus.pro at 99%. Luminosity, this is a fight you basically just have to give them at this point. They're spending for it. Unless Nevix wants to, you know, maybe find a massive multi-kill scenario yet again. I wouldn't hold it against him. Okay, we're going for this. For the backline. Ooh, we were looking for it. It will be a point flip here for Luminosity now, as that Galactic Legend does not find anything.
Does force Rajaro into a Meteor M, though, so it kind of drains a bit of the bank. And Luminosity, that was expensive. 3 big ultimates deployed. They do have that Luna Snow on the other side, so very much still winnable. But Saipe, if he can get the damage amp combo, copy the Luna Snow, there's an opportunity here for Sparker to blow things wide open with the Whale. And you've also got Finzi with the Meteor M. I mean, last time he deployed this, it was for a 2-kill. Replicating that, surely a bridge too far, but he's going to try.
27% accounting. Big shout out. Crazy Squirrel with the Prime sub. Thank you for supporting us here at Rivals Fight Night. Sparky here, looking towards the top side of the map and actually throwing the Monstro spawns pretty close by. Gives him some defensive setup in case Trust Me does exactly that. Tries to dive in. They have a Feast of the Abyss though, so there's definitely staying power for the enemy Venom, but instead, Trust Me wants to drop into more neutral territory. Finzi soaks up a fair bit of damage. Pretty speculative Meteor there, but at least is in a good position after the fact now on both duels from Virtus.pro. But a downhill battle when Finzi was able to tie up a lot of Luminosity on that high ground by the looks.
Parker looking for opportunities, wants to call in this Horn of Proteus, is going to drop it, is going to have the damage amp. No, not quite getting the connection there. Stabilization comes out though. For VP, they pop that ultimate from Dreedro. Copy though from Luminosity, keeping them in contention.
Nevix gonna be knocked away again. Ferally pretty hard to deal with. The Wolverine is a problem. Fire has already built another ultimate. It's time to go to work with it now. Who's the target going to be? Luna Snow seems like a pretty good option if I'm honest, but Rajaro did pop the Meteor M in response. It wasn't enough to soak up the damage that Fire had though, and so he does get rid of Fate. That's Luna off the map. Brutal stuff, as it's going to be much later now before Luminosity get another Fate of both worlds online. Finzi traded out for Trust Me here, but now there's no backline pressure for Luminosity. Fire here over the top. Decent damage, but again, it's Wolverine and it's Magneto, so 2 pretty nuggety targets. Very durable, hard to bring down at the best of times. Fire's trying to play inside that rejuvenation domain, but now that has been cleared off. Virtus.pro don't have any big ultimates yet. It's Horn of Proteus just built up for Sparker. Might be an opportunity to throw that one deep here as Destroyed eventually is going to have to back away. Brought low by the poke damage. Here's Sparker. Here's the Horn. It's a big belly flop landing for the Aquatic Assailant. 2 picked up for Sparker. And Trust Me committing ultimate here seems like a big one, but they've got no choice. Luminosity have to give up what they can.
Yeah, the round looks to be too difficult. That connection finally came through with Sparker, finding the double on the Horn of Proteus. They've been looking for that combo pretty much all series long, finally getting it where it counts here on map 3. Luminosity are going to fall in round 1. Not only that, but BP go into round 2 with a real head of steam, big ultimate advantage. It was a very close round, but the final result is lopsided for Virtus.pro. Going into the Imperial Institute of Science. How did you not know that map name, Mitch? Is
no, it was actually Warrior Falls that I had forgotten. But you know what? I probably
the Imperial Institute of Science goes crazy. I'm never gonna forget it now.
I mean, I'm just not. I mean, I just need to get into the reference material a little bit more. Honestly, I would have called it Imperial Spaceport or something ridiculous like that. Just get them mixed up, you know. I mean, this is pretty damning considering the round went as close as it did, Jake, and the entirety of Luminosity only managed 6 final hits. That says quite a lot to me.
Destroyed doing pretty massive damage. Kind of insane that he's top damaging on that level on the Wolverine, but the rest of the squad on VP are battling back just as hard. Fi, a lot of big value he was able to get off the Galactic Legends in the last round, winning a couple of key team fights. I mean, Luminosity, they have a lot of defensive options, but once they're exhausted, the Galactic Legend is such a strong cleanup tool. And speaking of exhausted options, they have no ults to deal with it here on the opening fight of the Institute of Science. What is it called again?
Imperial Institute of Science, right?
Yeah. Imperial. That's the adjective.
It rolls off the tongue, really.
Yeah. Come on.
Here's Rajaro. Another name that just rolls on out. Try and take some space here if he can, and taking note, of course, of the Wolverine to his left, trying to get in there, but Vi brought a special gift into this round for Virtus.pro. One that Luminosity might not appreciate. LG shelter inside those rejuvenation domains though, and so the Galactic Legend expires. Rajaro into the skies there briefly, with a Meteor M at the ready now. The massive plays here on the side of Virtus.pro that he could try and take advantage of, but Sparker, Saipe, they're all sort of tucked in that corner, all pretty hard to see. And the dives just keep coming in here from this venom of Nevix.
VP forced into the first support ultimates. Luminosity are fighting this incredibly well with a nice advantage so far in the fight. Meteor M's, though, could change that. Destroyed. Fighting Nevix is the opportunity. And Sparker, struggling to even get into this fight, has been zoned off the flank. Luminosity looking like they might get the first cap here.
And so it is. Virtus.pro, see Sparker only able to take it piecemeal and work in tentatively from the periphery. They lose the main fight. Nevix is not able to take enough stress off the rest of VP. And frankly, Sparker had all the time in the world to get good poke damage down and just could not find anything, to write home about with it. Now Fate's gonna develop that Fate of both worlds.
Fate just has another Galactic Legend? What the hell?
Yeah,
he's cheating, dude. That's crazy.
Every fight he's building him. It's insane.
He just does so much damage even without the ultimate. There is that Luna Snow ready to be popped. The dance floor from Fate could help them get through, but Fate just already burst Trust Me. Oh, was that a DC?
Yeah, I'm on DC was destroyed. But, I think they tried not to capitalize on it, but the Monstro spawn does not care if a player leaves the server. So we'll keep an eye on that, but not great for Luminosity. They definitely won all 6 players here, and we do not have the functionality yet to pause the game. However,
he's back.
The next patch, it's coming. It's coming. Sorry, it's destroyed. Next week would have been a different story. Naga falling here to fight. Crook trying to play solo within that rejuvenation domain, and this is scary. That is now expired, which means Fire can go to work with the blasters.
Crook is great on this Loki. I mean, he's making the most of the resources he does have, with just the rejuve domain. That's getting them through that first fight in the Galactic Legend, but it's too much in that fight there. Without Destroyed, losing a player, that's just really rough. I mean, as good as VP are, you give them any kind of advantage like that, and they're just going to wipe the floor with you. They do exactly that. Luminosity have to make an insane comeback here to win this map, to keep this series in contention. VP 5 ultimates in the tank. They have a long way to go on the cap, so time is something that Luminosity do have to work with.
Yeah, if I'm VP, I probably want to use these ultimates now, get them out, get them cycling into the next iteration because of just how long it's going to be. You want to get a pretty overwhelming edge if you can here. Nevix has the room to pop the shielding, so Destroyed won't be able to put the Fear of God in him yet. And he'll head elsewhere to try and dive. Beast of the Abyss is available for him now. The Bulwark here is going to be able to stave off most of that Wolverine damage now. A lot of it being soaked up by Finzi. Thought he had an opportunity there. It's kind of hard to see where the Meteor M actually connected. Sparker has to hold on to this Horn of Proteus now. This is looking a little bit dodgy for VP. I think they were hoping for some longer time on the point now. Instead, they're going to turn tail. They've got to regroup entirely.
Yeah, and I don't think they even want to commit ults. It is going to be the flip for Luminosity. Virtus.pro with their tail between their legs, trying to respawn, trying to get all the way back. It's extremely difficult to get out. Naga is just so sharp with those tridents. Looks for more, and with that pick, that's a strategist. They could look for more. They could look to continue pressuring the spawn. And the walk-up is a difficult one for VP. Wolverine catches Fi on the flank, cleans him up, and it's going to be final fight here for Virtus.pro. Despite some really unlucky events, Luminosity are fighting back.
Yeah, they're looking like, honestly, the better team on this map so far. I think losing Naga there really hurts them. Now they're going to make use of the rest of the rejuve domain with only 5 players to trade damage back out of it. And yeah, very quickly, Luminosity are going to want to try and regroup. They have to hope that they haven't just offered a window for Virtus.pro to get back into the game and get ahead in maps now. Spark wants to double back here, sees the dive into his own backline. The Wolverine is pretty scary, and it's Nevix going down. Fire can only stall, because the Lunarsnow ultimate renders this Galactic Legend virtually useless, highly impotent at that. And VP can't even touch. We're headed to a 3rd round here on Burn and Chala. Still a spaceport.
And Loki copied just before losing that round, so that's one more ult they're not going to have. A rare mistake out of Virtus.pro. Luminosity, I'm shocked that they're able to win that round, given that they dropped the DC. I mean, they came into the round with like ults stacked against them. They had realistically everything was stacked up against them. They had no advantages in that round. They just did that with pure willpower, pure grit and determination.
Uber, highly impotent is a ridiculous call.
I just didn't do anything. It feels so bad. It feels so flaccid. Just hanging above the battlefield with your 2 blasters ready to, to put them on notice, and you just don't do any damage. I guess that's the issue for a lot of duelists in this game, though. You just see those healing ultimates, and you're like, well, I guess I'll try next year. It'll take too long to get this damage done. All of a sudden, we've seen Luminosity come alive here. Destroyed and Naga. It's really been the duelists. I mentioned they only had 6 final hits after that last round, Jake. Oh, they've drastically exceeded that after last round.
Yeah, and the response to the Wolverine has been really challenging for Virtus.pro. They haven't been able to put it together, not being able to turn and focus fire him down, or when they do turn, he's getting those Magneto shields. He's in and out. It's destroyed. Really, being the X factor. This map, though, is much more open. This should, in theory, favor Virtus.pro's comp, should put them in a good position.
All right. Rajaro trying to play, not fully committed out into the open. Run of the shade to some degree. Destroys the first casualty here. So no Wolverine. Now all of a sudden, Finzi knows there's no one here to really sort of move him around. Thank you very much. 6,100 followers reached. Thanks for your follow. Really appreciate that. Make sure you hit the bell so you know when we go live, folks. Sparky going down first. Cooked with the ice arts and the cut through. Now we have a trade of players. 1 for 1. Finzi there just bonks Fate with that gigantic meteor. And that is exactly the pick you're looking for. However, well, Crook had a Fate of both walls ready to go anyway. Was able to duplicate the Lunar Snow just in time, keep them fighting. Nobody's captured the point yet. Everyone respects that Meteor in, but Finzi had a screen up to block most of it now, and Nevix is going to drop in. There should not be anything to protect against this. Fire's waited very patiently for his chance, with no strategist ultimates in play.
It's a very firm ultimate usage from 5. Very tight, very useful, effective. Any other adjectives you can think of, Mitch?
Efficacious, maybe?
I like that. I like efficacious. Yeah. It was efficacious. Yes. Luminosity on the retake. And I mean, the Wolverine, though, as good as it's been in the last 2 maps, this is a pretty rough Wolverine map. Snipes from Naga, though, needs to get some big connections.
I don't know. This is not much to be seeing here.
Oh, he killed Crook? That's insane.
What? Yeah, I mean, Crook, I guess, just gets a little bit too close and doesn't respect the cellular corrosion. I think he could have probably walked away from that one. Or maybe he accidentally swapped into a clone that was also affected by one of the tendrils. I'm not sure. Either way, feels like a miscalculation. And it's like the freest of free kills. Like, yeah, at this level, you just do not see Venom being able to get so much value on their own.
You also see how much Luminosity are relying on the heal output from Crook, man. When you lose your Loki, things fall apart so incredibly fast in this comp. A lot of responsibility in that position here. Naga clearing out some of those clones as his team starts to walk up. Should help them a little bit in terms of that spam game. But man, Wolverine trying to fight on the point now, getting that connection, but Virtus.pro just hitting them from all sides.
Naga again. They were affected by the corrosion. They do ignore it to some degree because they got to come forward. Now, what a Proteus, straight at the point. A little hastily deployed, I think, and Naga's going to go down. Punished there for his, I guess, yeah, lack of interest in biding his time. Rajaro picked off now. We're going to have Saiped dupe an ultimate by the looks of things. Yeah, waiting on the chance for that Lunar Snow to bust it down. And of course, VP have all the healing that they could need. Stellar Spaceport has been a very one-sided map right now, and Faye is looking to clean off these interlopers. There's no way Fate's going to escape from that one. Utter domination here for VP heading into the last 10%, and they ain't slowing down.
Just crazy that LG win round 2 with everything that went against them. But round 3, I think this is more of a comp situation. Wolverine just falling flat here. Hold on, though. Strange Portal getting Luminosity back into the fight. Giving them a shot here, despite being down 99-0. They have 1 pick on VP. It's an even fight. Few ultimates to be deployed. And trust me, it's coming back with that Venom ult.
Yeah, destroyed, of course. The Wolverine didn't work for him. Well, moments Luminosity been flaccid in this round. Nevix has been absolutely turgid in the mix. Real dominant force, and look at the healing coming in from him. You cannot kill this guy. Luminosity forgetting that you've got to go after the strategists. So Nevix soaks the damage, builds up yet another Feast of the Abyss, and is ready to go to work on the enemy strategists as well. Break that rejuve zone pretty easily. Crook is able to at least get away by swapping with another clone. But it's a Fate of both worlds for Dredro. This is going to match what Crook threw down, and Fate rather should have their Lunar Snow ult to go with now. Cypher, though, will copy one, and we're just going to 4 Lunar ultimates. That's the way it's going to go. This gives both teams a chance to build their ultimates on account of the fact that they're just not dying under any circumstances. But Fire respects the interloper pushing him there. I think it was, maybe it's destroyed actually going over towards that Star-Lord. They get brought down. Here's an Iron Vagamoto though in play. Naga is stunned up by it, and Sparker on the Psylocke is able to capitalize. Fire with a commanding view of the situation. Sends the airstrike on in. Luminosity are out of time, and they're out of respawns as well. Naga without a portal to throw in. There's no chance of really touching outside of the Venom, which of course, trust me, will be taken to task pretty quickly, folks. There it is. BP go up 2-1 in the series.
great showing there on Stellar Spaceport. Virtus.pro keeping the confidence in their composition, knowing that, okay, well, the Wolverine was a little bit tough on some of the closer range maps, but here with the space to work with, he was the closer in so many of those fights, holding on to the Galactic Legend until all the defensive utility is expended. It's a really key difference maker. A lot of, less aware players would have popped that ultimate early, tried to make something happen, and it would have just been wasted into the strategist ultimates like you talked about, Mitch. But he was really on point with that. 36,000 damage is a pretty monster map.
2 deaths. 2 deaths, I think, for a Star-Lord is pretty insane. The fact that Virtus.pro were able to play their Star-Lord so aggressively without, abusing the Adam Warlock team up, I think is quite impressive, because there are so many teams that don't bother. They don't bring Star-Lord in if they don't have the Adam Warlock, but Virtus.pro are built a little different. I think Saipan and Dritro have their heads on a swivel, respectively. The amount of healing they're able to put out over towards, Fire to make sure he stays in the game, while in fairness, less than what Crook did over the course of the series, which is pretty crazy, is what allows Fire to do what he does so well. Been remarking on it since the start of the series. Great showing here, and we've got some Venom gameplay on that map from both sides. I am not complaining.
Was Crook 64,000 heals of Fight Night high?
I mean,
I don't know if I have seen a higher number on that.
It's pretty cool. It's really interesting to see the radical playstyle difference between the two Lokis. Like, I think Saipe did more than double Crook's damage, and Crook did about double the healing. I mean, they're really just having fully different approaches to what they're optimizing for. Saipe pumping a ton of damage, really focusing down enemy targets, where Crook is really just being the stabilizer, holding it down for the team, focusing a lot more on the healing. And it's really interesting to see the huge difference. I guess part of that comes from the Star-Lord, where, with the Star-Lord, you don't need to heal him as much compared to Wolverine, who needs a lot more heal resource. But that's still a pretty massive difference in stat gap for 2 players playing the same character.
I think the chat nailed it. Big issue for Luminosity on the final stage. Well, Star-Lord and Fi, they had their way. On the other side, you bring out a Wolverine because you've charged up an ultimate. You don't want to waste it, right, Mitch? You spent all round 2 charging it up. You can't. You can't run Wolverine on that last stage. Not against Virtus.pro.
There's just nowhere to hide. Like, you obviously want to stay out of line of sight, and you got to remember that Final Stand is only good when you have a lot of rage build up, because the damage scales on that rage. But to go and build the rage, you get slapped around because you're playing out in the open a lot of the time. Unless you're in control of the point and you're pushing off of it, then it's much more reasonable. But that was not what we saw from Luminosity, as they did not control the point for most of that last round.
I want to give a big shout out to Don Hale. Very first time chat. This Wolverine has been so flaccid. That was the middle of round 3. We agree with you, Don Hale. We're going to a break. When we come back, Uber gets to rejoin his family as ZP joins Rivals Fight Night. Don't go anywhere.
All right, GG boys. Sorry about this.
Oh,
Thanks.
we forgive you. Thank you. Welcome back. It's Fight Night Round 6, where we have Magnetos charging up giant meteorems. That's that big purple ball that gets all the metal stuff collected, and then it gets thrown right through your freaking window that was built by a Doctor Strange in a circular pattern. But hold, wait for the spawn. Bang! 0 damage done.
That wall did not see that coming. Not ready for that smoke.
We were expecting more, to be honest, but ZP, we can't always get what we want unless you're a Venom main, and then you were giving it already last week.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Venom main right now, you're eating well today, and part of that is LG forcing the Venom, saying we're going to protect it, we're going to run it, and other team, you're going to have to adapt to it. And look, it might have been a little bit rough versus Royal Beamers, and yeah, they may be down a map versus Virtus.pro, but overall, in the course of the day, they have made it work.
Yeah, Luminosity is now going to get the map pick. We're going to see where they choose to go, Jake. We don't think domination is in their best interest. So, looking at the past, where do you want to go? Symbiotic Surface is the answer. So your Venom Protect is coming in. Do you try and ban it if you're Virtus.pro on the other side? Do you have to waste one on Venom?
I actually think that's an interesting question because LG have just liked it so much. The bigger question, though, is even if Luminosity ban a different thing, is just if they stop banning Groot, I think that also changes the game pretty drastically if Groot is just available.
Protect.
But so far, VP have just wanted to continue to ban Groot out. They haven't wanted to have it in the series. I think the fact that Luminosity is consistently banning their thing, though, does force a bit of another wrinkle for them to think about. And I mean, so far, maybe there's an argument you just like, hey, just don't change anything. We've been winning, but Midtown was a great showing for Luminosity, and the Wolverine is another hero that you could start to think about targeting for VP as the series progresses.
ZP, you have an Airbnb. It only has 4 rooms in it. Who from Virtus.pro do you invite to hang out?
Who do I invite from Virtus.pro? It's got to be Nevix, man. Like, going back to the very beginning of my casting career, Nevix was there. I mean, I got to get Nevix back in for nothing else.
He's got the biggest room. Who's number 2?
Nevix is a chiller.
Yeah, okay. Who's number 2? Honestly, probably Finzi, just because Finzi has been hanging out in chat the entire time, and I got to reward that. I mean, Finzi, maybe the most active chatter in from VP, somehow chatting mid-game at times. It's wizardry.
We'll assume that you have your own room, of course, but the best part of this Airbnb is the 4th room, while the players are waiting to pick and ban, by the way, is a room with a bunk bed. So who are the final 2? And who gets top bunk?
You know, final 2? I think Sparker, and you got to give Sparker top bunk, and then to go along with it, maybe Dreedro. Put Dreedro over in there, you know, just a little bit of strategic support to go on in.
All right, there we go. Jake, you are the chef. What are you cooking for him?
I'm making frozen pizza. Pizza? Hot and fresh. That's the only thing I know how to cook. So
corn dogs.
Anything that goes in the oven or the microwave. So we got tater tots,
Nice.
microwave corn dogs. Just everything a grown boy needs, frankly. Just full food pyramid, Pizza, corn dogs, tater tots.
Jake is paleo and he only eats raw vegetables. We'll talk about his diet a little bit later on his Instagram. You guys can buy his whole program. For now, though, we're getting into the bans and protects. I'm told Luminosity done with their bathroom break. They've had a little huddle on the sideline. They got into a team speak. They played Eye of the Tiger. They're fired up, or whatever version of hype music you play in Europe before a big game. ZP, can they force a game 5? Something they haven't been able to do in their previous 4 meetings.
I think it really depends on the bans that VP comes out with, because for me, I think if I'm VP and I want to make this last map easier, I recognize some of the threats that have been coming in, particularly when you look at a player like Naga, right? Even though I don't think Namor is played badly at all by VP, I think Namor is played so well by LG that if you're VP, you consider taking off the Namor on the back end of the ban pick, right? Like, you stick with the group ban, but then towards the end, you also take away the Namor and you put Naga on something else. If I'm VP, that's what I do going into this.
Production, if we have to wait on these players any longer, I would love to fill time with more whales, highlights, maybe even a clip of Emma Frost, who is going to be dominating everybody's lobby. Reminder, season 2 is about to kick off. Jake, I'm staying up all night. I've already had 2 Celsius, by the way, future sponsor of Rivals Fight Night, 200 milligrams per can. Keeps you going all night long. But talk to me about the future. What are we looking forward to next week on this show? I'm expecting 2,000 viewers minimum.
I mean, I think it's just all the shakeup, right? Like next week, we get to see all the pro players, the way they play, the newest patch. I think that's like one of the most fun things about esports is like folks at home playing Marvel Rivals. A lot of the people watching the show probably love playing the game and hopping in themselves. And now you get to watch what the best players in the world do now. And I mean, at this point, we're a few weeks in, months in really to this meta. It's been pretty stable. Now we're going to get on to like a whole, I mean, the team ups are changing. They're changing a lot of the individual heroes. I feel like balance is going to go out the window and we're going to just see like a whole new cast of heroes coming in at the top level. And I'm just super excited to watch the best teams in the world kind of battle it out, duke it out, and find what really is the best way to play Marvel Rivals so I can copy their strats and abuse them to hit Celestia.
I'm just excited to no longer have the same team up request in every single lobby. Here we go, ZP. We've got another fight on the way. Luminosity taking us to the surface. They were able to win this map earlier. They got all 3 points, looking very strong on the attack. Virtus.pro making sure Nevix does not get his thing. On the other side, VP says no group. Okay, seen this before, Jake.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, I don't hate the concept for VP to just keep it running. But, yeah, I would have preferred them protecting like a Hela. I think like, but maybe you just think we don't really need to change anything up. I mean, I guess from their perspective, they can see, what, Midtown's a write-off. We were cocky. We were talking in Twitch chat. We'll just win it if we play it again. And so just keep changing nothing and keep being the stronger team. But to ZP's point, I mean, I would, if I were VP, I would be putting a little bit more respect on Luminosity and trying to target them a little bit more aggressively with the ban pick approach.
I've seen these picks. I've seen these bans. Are you guys ready for a Hela ban? There she is. Ready. In the meantime, let us know which hero will you be running in the future, because we know who's not allowed in these lobbies. See you later, Adam. We've got game number 4. Can Virtus.pro finish it, or are we going to a game 5? Jake, I love that you watch intently. Like, they'll do something different. They'll give me some hope for this next one. Nah, bro. VP's been doing this for 5 weeks.
Makes my job easy. I'm chilling.
Boom. Done. ZP. Show is yours, my guy. Let's get into these games.
All right, Jake, we're heading on into it. And yeah, I mean, VP deciding, nope, we're not going to target some of the things LG is better at. Instead, they figure we can just play our game and win it as we head over in the symbiotic surface where, LG, when they've been down in the past, they've liked going over the symbiotic surface. And, in terms of maps where you have more room for strategy, more rooms for setups, I mean, symbiotic surface is that place.
Strikes me as a good Venom map. I mean, not only thematically, but also there's a lot of high ceilings for Venom to work with and to kind of hit from different angles. But that's something that, I mean, for Virtus.pro, this is a bit of a test of their strength to be mirroring Luminosity in Luminosity's comfort zone. You could argue that this is just like their confidence that they're like, you know what, we've won so many times with a different look. Let's just win with this one. Let's take it in the Venom mirror. Let's say that maybe this is the meta. Like, we can play Venom too. We can compete with the best Venom team in Europe. And I mean, I don't really blame VP for being really confident. Like, they've been winning everything, whether even outside of their history here in Rivals Fight Night, which is relatively new. They've been winning across the board in the Marvel Rivals Invitational, the Marvel Rivals Championship, pretty much everything we've seen competitively in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, they've been the team to beat. But we're going to kick things off here with the Strange Portal. See if Trust Me does a quick swap. He does. So Portal is in. So is LG. And, I think part of why they go to this map, Jake, is that it's a playground for Namor, both on attack and defense. And, we got the camera on the right person here in Naga, seeing how Naga sets things up, seeing if he can pick apart elements of VP. But for now, Jake, both teams kind of feeling each other out here. Not a deep dive yet.
Yeah, Luminosity being forced to come cap the point. It's not really what you want to do on the Wolverine, who isn't quite finding the connections he's hoping for. The poke coming in there. Finzi finds the opener.
Yeah, Finzi taking out Rojaro early. Already going to be putting LG in a bit of a hole right now. So you're down 1. You're hoping you can get pickoff here. But in terms of tanking power, Trust Me is just getting pummeled all the while. And it's a little bit of a strategic retreat that we're seeing right now from LG going, okay, we're going to wait a little bit, get Rojaro back in the fight. If we get a pickoff, we'll go for it. But, it's a decent approach here, Jake, rather than just trying to go all in and lose everyone.
I do like that VP are playing this so passively because Luminosity are not running a comp that can come stand on the point and just full cap it in front of Spam. Like, this is not going to happen for them. Crook, though, does find a Spam kill of his own onto Fi, and that's the opening that Luminosity were looking for. Going to go with the copy, immediately doubling down and starting to pressure this point. VP stalling for time, going to commit ults of their own.
Yeah, it's a really nice opening, and Crook right now, Fate of Both Worlds, good to go. Gonna drop it here off the copy. They lose Destroyed, though, before the Both Worlds even comes out. They're gonna drop the horn. Nothing off Naga's horn. Still very winnable here from VP. Meteor M gonna be invested. Looking for a little bit more instead. VP now gonna invest them all to their own. Fate of Both Worlds out. And we look at Trust Me right now, trying to get anything done in the back line, but Sparker's horn, this time it hits pay dirt. It takes Naga out of the fight. VP chipping away at LG right now, Jake. Just doing what they need to do to hold on to the point and keep presence.
And Rajaro is really hamstrung with this Meteor M. I feel like he can't pop it aggressively or else Fi is going to turn the tables with that Galactic Legend. And so it's just both of them waiting the other out. They may just not be able to really deploy their ults if they both have the same mindset. Destroyed in the Wolverine, though. This could be the opener. Wolverine Ultimate could catch one of these players for Virtus.pro. So VP, especially the Vanguard's got to be cautious with their positioning.
Yeah, Destroyed nearly dying before the fight even begins. But yeah, I mean, last stand gonna be crucial here. Meteor M being held in reserve for Galactic Legend. LG, only a minute 20 left to go, so not much time, but Naga finds Dreedro early. Massive pick for your Namor. And now Galactic Legend gonna be used. And interestingly enough, Rajaro was able to save the Meteor M. They were just able to use line of sight here, Jake. A massive boon in Ultimate Economy. And here comes Destroyed into the back. Holding on to that last stand, waiting for the opportunity, getting low, low, low. Finally, decides to drop it. Nevix, meanwhile, though, gets Trust Me on the other end. The last stand, not taking down Magneto just yet. Still staying alive. The Fate of Both Worlds going to keep Magneto nice and healthy. As LG right now, trying to take advantage from the good opening. Rajaro, though, Meteor M strikes, but so does Finzi in turn, and Jake Finzi gets way more.
Finzi dominant on the point right now. The strategist ult's keeping the rest of the Luminosity players alive, but there's only 4 of them. They have no duelists, real damage issues, and Sparker, he has none of those. Pushing forward, charging, dropping the whale onto Crook, and now potential team wipe on the cards here. Virtus.pro, they smell blood in the water since the opportunity to fully reset this Luminosity attack. Destroyed is going to go over to the Star-Lord, but it's very late in the round, 20 seconds left. I think Luminosity need to TP out. I don't know that a conventional approach to the point is really going to work for them. They're trying not to. They're trying to keep the strong comp, maybe going to rely on Trust Me to get the touch, but it's a difficult fight here. Very little time to work with.
Yeah, I mean, Trust Me's gonna have to go in and pop the feast and hope for the best. Things not ideal right now for LG, but also VP drained on ultimates, so there is a chance if they get any pickoffs in the neutral. Can they look to Naga one more time? Overtime in progress. Tournament life on the line. Fi, though, able to take down Rajaro early on. Already down to tank is LG. 5 versus 6. Overtime progress. They need to stand the point. Dreedro picking off Trust Me, and that is it, Jake. They hold them off on first, and VP sets himself up for an easy road to being our money match champion once more.
Yeah, and I guess VP were right to double down with the bans. I gotta admit, because they knew their strength, they had confidence, maybe just overconfident on Midtown, having a little bit too much fun with things. A much more stable setup, a much more defensive posture for them on Symbiotic Surface, and it pays dividends. The patience works out. Finzi was a huge performer that round. While Rajaro found a few opportunities, Finzi on the Magneto was constantly cutting down those attackers for Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, and I mean, you think about what the stakes going into this here, Jake. VP, of course, on match point. Now, point, as it were, right? Where all they need to do is get 51% on first and Symbiotic, and they will be your champions once again. Meanwhile, for LG, I mean, this is going to have to be an immense defense. Like a greater, fuller hold that, you know, we haven't really seen all that often Rivals-wise, but that is now the scenario they're in, and you know, Jake, they're not changing anything up from the looks of it. They're still gonna run with what they've run with pretty much all day long.
While we have your attention, Virtus.pro up 2-1 on match point, about to finish the game. Our sales team would like to remind you, if you have an active Prime, use your Prime sub for free. It costs you nothing. We're hitting our goal of 200 subs before the end of the broadcast, and I get a raise. Back to you guys.
That's right. Puckett always looking out for the bottom line on all ends. But here we go, Jake. LG, what's it going to be? Do they have the full defense in them, or will VP be the champions once more? The pitcher-in-pitcher portal can, as we get on into it. VP.
They're going to flip the map here, and then just send Nevix back in from the other side. He's very, very quick here to the point. And Virtus.pro already in a pretty nice spot. Going to be awkward for the defenders to be able to spam point from this position.
Yeah, and again, for LG, they need to be perfect. Nevix, though, getting pummeled a little bit. Able to get back away, healed back up in time. LG cannot give up anything in the neutral here if they want any hope of holding on for 4 minutes. It's Destroyed. Walking on forward, looking for an opportunity. A lot going to be here on Naga, who they look to for neutral picks in key situations. No situation, though, Jake, more key than where we're at right now. The poke is coming in. Sparker, though! Pro gets destroyed. And now at the 6v5, VP may be on their victory rush.
Yeah, Sparker, so dominant, has that snowflake, now diving into the backline, getting on the supports, forces that regeneration domain, now balls out to get up into the high ground. Copy Luminosity ultimate from level 1 Crook is going to stabilize Luminosity for the moment. VP going to go with a copy of their own. Is the whale going to connect? Not quite for Luminosity, and they needed that one.
They needed something there from Naga, but now dueling Meteor M's Rajaro looking, nothing had. LG, Naga goes down, Fizzy with the huge pick, and now LG struggling to stay in this. Destroyed, comes back in on Star-Lord. 3 down, 4 for LG. Virtus.pro, Jake, they're going to take this one away. The champions of EU once more, just proving consistency tournament after tournament, week after week.
Bobinator 077, thank you for the 5 gifted. Big shout out to the community. VP gonna take home the cash one more time. It seems that the best Luminosity can do is 1, but I gotta say, I felt there was some progress this week. I felt that they were able to put up a more competitive performance on quite a few of these maps, win or lose. So I was impressed with what Luminosity showed. I think Virtus.pro is going to have to also put a little bit of respect on the name. I think they've gotten a little bit overconfident. And as much as they won 3-1 this week, it's also a week of them realizing they need to be even better. There's potential global competition on the horizon. Virtus.pro wants to keep rising with that tide.
Finzi, Nevix, Phi, Sparker, Saipe, and Drydro do it once again. 4 5-time champions, I should say, out of our 6 weeks. This is ridiculous numbers. You've dropped what, 2 maps the entirety of Rivals Fight Night, ZP?
That sounds about right to me. And overall, within EU competition in general, they're not really known for dropping much as far as maps go. This team has been above reproach. They have been the kings of EU, and nothing we saw today really changes that part. I mean, all we've seen in the last 2 weeks is that they can bleed. It's not impossible to get a map off them, but man, if you're trying to take a series off them, you gotta up your level consistency to a level that we have not seen yet from any other teams in EU.
We almost saw 3 maps taken off of Virtus.pro, Jake. Do you remember my dude from OG Esports? Tanuki was bringing out Jeff the Landshark. He was eating people up, throwing them off the Yggdrasil. It was amazing, amazing content. Wasn't able to complete the dub against the opponents known as Virtus.pro, the juggernauts of the North Europe, I guess. We'll see what happens in the future. For now, no one has even come close. If you're trying to dissect this Virtus.pro performance, though, what's the most impressive part?
I think for me, it's especially their Vanguard flexibility. Like most teams have a clear Vanguard look that they want to be playing, that they're like committed to deploying. And I think VP just still haven't shown all their cards. Like the Thing looks amazing, had to get respect banned out for the rest of the series after map 1. Luminosity felt the pressure on that. Then they're able to win with the Venom into Luminosity, who the Venom is their comfort zone. And VP is banning Groot now the last couple weeks, which is like they have been dominating, winning constantly with Groot, and now they're banning it. So this is just like one of those teams where, yes, we're going to see some big changes in the meta coming up with season 2, but I'm just excited to see what a VP show us, because I'm not worried at all for their competitive strength. I still think they're going to be the best team in the EU.
Absolutely. ZP, the chat is asking you to animate that thing behind you. I don't know what they're talking about, but as we take a look, a 3-1 from Virtus.pro earns them another $1,000. That is going to be $5K that they have won here from Rivals Fight Night. Big shout out to all of the community members that have been in the chat, and a shout out to this guy. Let's hop in with our MVPs when it's ready. We've been battling in the chat. Should it be Nevix for his performance early in the matchup? Was it Finzi, the closer on the Magneto recently? Or was it Phi? Because normally we're always watching Sparker's screen. Phi's just the support DPS. Tonight, ZP, he was one of the most entertaining duelists in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, the duelist play was exceptional. And the reality is that a team like VP, you don't put up the performances you're putting up unless every single part of your team is operating at max level. But, you know, to give a shout here to Fidzy, who is going to be our match MVP, I'm just curious what this Vanguard lineup bucket is going to look like next week when we get our first look at competitive play in the new patch. Because, you know, you talk about a team that's flexible. You flexible enough to bring Emma Frost into your lineup? I feel like the answer is going to be yes.
Scarlet Witch, Emma Frost, they're all coming your way in a few hours. Season 2 about to kick off, but we closed out Season 1 with the same champ from the first day, Virtus.pro, coming out, and it's this man, Finzi, the King of Iceland. showcasing some of the biggest slam dunks of the night, Jake.
I mean, we give a lot of love to duelists in Marvel Rivals because you get all the resources, you get enabled to carry, but I feel like there were so many moments in this game where Finzi takes a difficult or a losing situation and just turns it around, says, refuse to lose, I'm gonna commit, I'm gonna clutch, and he finds the connection with those meteor amps, he finds the mag cannon pickoffs, so many times the opening kill. Like, you're never gonna be at the level of final blows as like a Winter Soldier. It's just not realistically possible on Magneto. But I think Finzi's mastery of the Magneto, both being able to bubble his allies, protect them, you know, deal with things like the Wolverine when they're pressuring his front line, and then bring huge damage of his own accord, makes him the MVP this match.
Guys, do you know what's really awesome? It's when the players react in the chat. Finzi surprised himself to see that he is the MVP. The highlights are rolling right now. Amazing stuff tonight, Finzi. I think the real reason that we crowned you MVP, the first player in Rivals Fight Night history to type mid-game.
Mid-game typing in the Twitch chats, it does score you extra
grand
MVP
final,
points.
grand final, mid-game grand final of your region. Well done. That is Finzi. That is our MVP, and that is going to be Europe in the books. ZP, a lot of fun matches, though. Royal Beamers really putting Luminosity to the test. They started up 2-0 in those domination games before Luminosity figured things out. They continue to be the team to test VP, but maybe the competition's getting closer than we thought.
I think competition is getting closer. I think the fact that you have teams that are either from completely unsigned or from newer orgs that are being really competitive is a great sign for the scene. It shows that you got new players rising on up. You know, looking forward to NA. A lot of teams highly recommended Boom Crew. There's like, no, you got to get them in here for Fight Night. They've been getting better and better. And yeah, they might have had a rough run in the upper bracket, running in the 100 Thieves in the MRC, but I'm excited to see what they have to show here today against, you know, an older team we've had in Rivals Fight Night like Shikigami. I feel like the rest of the day still very exciting.
Big shout out to Boba24 for the prime sub in Finzi. The champion, after banking $1,000, gives a little bit back once again. Another 5 gifted. We are 5 away from our sub goal. We are 200 away from our Twitch followers goals. If you are tuning in for the first time, there's only one rule here on Rivals Fight Night, and that's to tell your friends. We're going to a break. When we come back, we're switching things up to North America. Stay tuned for the Boom Crew versus Shikigami. 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 Welcome back to Rivals Fight Night. It's episode 6. We've got chicks throwing stars and stuff in the sky at big fat guys who morph into things and climb on walls with their sticky feet like a little lemur from the zoo. And Avast is smiling from the road. He, by the way, is doing the first ever Rivals Fight Night production on a handheld. Are you able to hold up your setup, Avast, tonight?
It'll break it.
Okay.
It'll break it all. It would break it. I can't trust it.
For those,
let's just say it's jury.
Yeah. For those who don't understand the world of esports, we're always on the move. You don't know where you're gonna be, but when you have a passion project, you make it happen. Avast, can you tell us about your setup tonight before we break down Shikigami and Boom Crew?
You know that one XCC quote when it's like 6 consoles, 7 satellites? Essentially, imagine that sort of mess on my desk, all connected to one little handheld device via like 40 different USB hubs. So I'm gonna hope it doesn't start an electrical fire and everything bursts into flames. ZP and I, we've had some issues with that at some other events we've worked at, and I think that we're gonna try to hopefully avoid that here. But other than that, you know, it's looking great. I've been moving all week, and I'm ready to see some really fun teams, some exciting teams that we haven't yet had here in Fight Night.
It's going to be a great show. ZP, we got to talk about these teams, though. Break it down for me. What have you seen out of these two? Shikigami, a number of rosters, some of them stolen, some of them sold. Boom Crew on the other side, making their first appearance here on Rivals Fight Night.
Well, first off, I got to start with Boom Crew because it is their first appearance. They're not returning. And when we were doing invites for this week, this is a little bit of a rocky week for North America. A lot of teams were, had players that were out, players that were sick. Some teams were blowing up their rosters. It was a little bit of pandemonium. But one of the teams that came forward on recommendations from multiple teams, they said, no, we can't do it this week because of one reason or another, was Boom Crew, where teams were very, complimentary of them. And it's not just the fact that they had a great performance in MRC, going into the upper bracket before running into just the meat grinder that is under Thieves. But, they're a team that a lot of people think has been on the rise. And, you look at their style of play, they have great Winter Soldier play from players like Vibrato. They're not afraid to go Groot to Groot against a team like 100 Thieves with players like Monster. And, for me, I'm excited to see how they play in the fight night environment where they have a little bit more time to prep for the opposition, and it's a little bit more focused than a week-long tournament.
They won me over as a fan instantly with their logo. The second thing, though, that backed it up for me, Avast, Koodle, his full name is Koodle Noodle. All right? You're going to see that in the game. Have fun with that tonight.
That is a very fun name. Personally, I was focusing more so on the Groot to Groot. Something about that just sounds wrong. I don't know what about it sounds wrong, but when ZP's like, they're going to go, they're not afraid to go Groot to Groot. I'm like, interesting. But and it's very true. This team, they have been
roots together tonight. For sure. Let's jump into their opposition. That's a look at the Boom Crew on the other side. Welcome back. You're going to see a fantastic breakdown here of Melophobia potentially popping off on the duelist role. Amadian, Crazemang, Scatter Genji,